The final day of week 3 is right here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to BGIS, The Grind, where I'm going to be your host and caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be, of course, Varun. So, Johnny, as we all know, that now is going to be the final day of the entire week 3. I'm super stoked considering what exactly happened yesterday.
Exactly. I mean, yesterday was extremely intense, and today I think it's going to be even better because we do have a few fan favorite teams that are going to be jumping into the lobby, and I think it will be the perfect day to end this week 3, round 2, round two's first week, in fact. And again, I think as we keep mentioning, this week was of the utmost importance, not just because this will help you progress into BGIS The Grind, but also because in this week, if you are in the top 8 of your particular group, it takes you straight to BGIS, the main event. That is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And Johnny, not just that, yesterday inside the top 8, one known team wasn't there. in the name of Kemen Esports. To be honest, even Entity was on the verge of getting eliminated, but they clutched their spot inside the top 8 in the overall rankings in that last game. But Kemen Esports, they failed to do so because they got eliminated right off the bat. So that just hurts to know, huh?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's a big name. A lot of expectations were there. Some people do consider them a champion team. But unfortunately, over here, that is not going to work out. No matter what you have done in the
Yeah.
past, this time in BGI is the grind. You're going up against the upcomers of the BGMI scene in India. And I think these lads, the new teams, the new faces, they will not give an inch to anyone. Doesn't matter how much experience you have, doesn't matter how many tournaments you've won in the past. They are here to prove a point. They're here to prove that they are equally good, equally skilled, and they have what it takes to take themselves to the next level.
They actually do have what it takes as well. But you know what? Speaking about the next level, what is going to be the most biggest thing on the line? You all know this, the prize pool as well. We know BGIS this time has one of the biggest prize pools out there. And now let's just take a look at the prize pool once again, just to let the new viewers know that are joining us in here. 2 crore rupees are on the line, from which the first place will be getting 75 lakhs all for themselves. It's just crazy if you think about it.
Exactly. It is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, 75 lakhs, you win one tournament and that amount in your back. And again, even if you miss out on the first position, even if you finish a little bit lower, you still walk away with a lot of money. Second position, 37 lakh 50,000. Third position, you walk away with 25 lakhs. And again, we have to talk about those individual prizes, because by the time you make it to the finals, individual performances are going to stack up, and there are going to be those few players who will walk away with a lot of money in the bags, and they don't have to share it with anyone.
That is true, but as you mentioned, the points distribution as well is in front of us, and usual point distribution, nothing changed over here. We have been taking a look at this one since the start of the day, but you know what? What's really going to matter is the schedule. Let's move on forward and take a look at the schedule of today's day. It's not going to be changed at all. The similar maps will be played today as well. Once again, Vikendi comes into the mix.
Exactly, Vikendi does come into a mix, and it has been that off-putting map for everyone. I mean, we are seeing teams that have been underperforming throughout the day build up their momentum in the last 3 matches, and it all begins on Vikendi. Why? Because the map does take place at a much slower pace compared to the rest of them, even Miramar, and that means you have a little bit more breathing, you have more room to think and actually process what you are trying to do, trying to accomplish. Every single fight is going to be extremely planned out, and you have to be extremely cautious about where you position, how you position yourself, how your rotations are taking place, and all the macro stuff of the game is being put to test on that map. And again, I think it is extremely critical to sort of help you bring yourselves back into contention for that top ace position. But there is nothing better than starting the day off on a higher note and just dominating throughout. So I think that should be the end goal for every single team, just dominating all 6 games and giving us something that we've never seen before. Because as of now, what has happened is teams that are making it through are just doing it because they played well. 2 games, 3 games, 4 games, they do well, and a few games are definitely not working out. But ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't worked out who is going to be joining you in your team in the BGIS, well, we did have an update for you. And again, we've been talking about this. You have an extension to complete your rosters. So make sure you're on the lookout for your players and you're completing your teams before the deadline is there. And when's the deadline, Necro?
There's not a lot of days left, Johnny, so you got to hurry.
Yes.
Up. You really got to hurry up. There's not a lot of days left in general. And as you guys know, all you need is 4 players. Yeah, if you are able to find those extra players, then that's really good for you, because then you will, of course, have at least 1 player in the backup if things go sad with the main playing 4 from your team. But in general, all you need is 4 players to duke it out inside the BGIS. So make sure to gather all those 4 players and just make those registrations happen as quick as possible, because the deadline's approaching soon enough. But now, Johnny, speaking about today's entire day, we know we've got some big Goliaths once again duking it out inside the battlegrounds, and I'm talking about GODLIKE. GODLIKE was one of those teams, Johnny, that sort of set a bar in the round 1. They had 72 total points with only 1 winner chicken dinner.
Exactly, and the team has been more impressive since the addition of S Power. So I think today we just get to see them in action again. I mean, in round one, we just saw them for 3 matches, but it was impressive. And I think after the way round one went for Team Godlike, all the other teams in their lobby are also now going to be looking to see how, or in fact, what they can do to challenge them and push them to their limits. So we do have the 16 teams that are going to be playing the matches today on our screens right now. We have Team Godlike, as we talked about them. INS Esports is going to be there. Python Esports, Skulltz, Velocity Gaming, and Midwave Esports. Again, two very big names in the Indian esports community.
That is true. As you mentioned, two very massive names in the Indian esports industry. And even Team INS, as you mentioned, even this is a really young team. But if, Johnny, you remember, Skulltz was one of those teams that I was personally going to be looking out for. It's that round one I used to always tell you this, that this team has impressed me a lot with how they play. Their play style is one of the most aggressive ones I've seen so far. But now in general, it just seems like the top dogs inside the team as well are going to be really aggressive. I mean, speaking about VLT as well, talk about their past, they have been quite good in their firefights too. Godlike, I mean, as I mentioned, this is the team that set the record up all the way in the top in the round one with 72 points. Not even a single team is able to accumulate or cross on over that 72 points.
Exactly, and I think again, as we did talk about the new addition in this team, the firepower that Godlike has gone up by levels, and I think that is the one thing that other teams will have to be careful about. Because earlier on, you would only have to worry about Jonathan and Z-God, and once those two lads were out, you could take a little bit of a breath. You could take things a little bit more lightly because other players are a little bit more tactically inclined. They will outsmart you, but in an all-out war, they would be a little bit weaker. But now that's not the case. They have that extra factor, and now we know the fact that what we saw in round one, Godlike's strategy has also sort of shifted, because now Jonathan does not need to handle all of that pressure alone of finding the opening, of looking for picks. He does not need to do that. He's a little bit more open to push aggressively in fights, because he knows he basically has another clone behind him in the form of S Power, who has equal amount of firepower and who is equally as aggressive as him, and both these players together in the same team makes them a massive threat. But Necro, yesterday I saw something phenomenal, and I'm going to talk about it again. CS Esports. I mean, all 6 matches, drop clashes in every single game. That team was not afraid to go up against anyone in the entire lobby. I want to see if one of these newer teams is going to pull off those sort of moves again in front of us today.
And to be honest, I think so the only reason why Kevin Esports did not even make it inside the top 8 is because of CS Esports, because they were just dropping a top of Milta over and over again and just taking down the players of Kevin Esports. And it was just getting so tough for Kevin Esports to try and figure anything out, a game plan out. And because of that, things just started to fall off from there and then on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the game 1 of today's day in front of us. The map of Erangel is going to be on the way as the plane's going to hit the skies. The plane flat pad starting all the way from the Georgia Bull side towards completely opposite Yasna Poliana.
Yeah, this one is going to be extremely intense, going all the way to Lipovka and leaning heavily towards the northern part of the map. And we all, as we always talk about it, any team that is playing from the military island is going to struggle right off the bat, because rotating towards the military island means you're taking a gamble. If you have a northern zone in a flight path like this, you miss out on the opportunity of having a strong position at the start of the game. Plus, every single time you're moving around the map, you are risking getting taken out mid-rotation without even putting up a fight. So that has to be avoided, but teams have creative ways of avoiding that. Sometimes when the flight path does not favor you, we do see teams take an off-drop, either heading towards the underutilized locations of the game, Stalba, Kameshki, Zarki, or maybe dropping towards some small compounds out in the open where players would not necessarily start their game off from, get some basic loot in, and then play from there. But look at this. We do have an early drop collision. It's going to be NorulesXtreme taking the first hit of the game. Galaxy Racers Prince finding the opening and also the first pick of the game.
Yeah, and he's quite softened up too, Johnny. I mean, it's completely fine, though. Galaxy Racers, definitely a start they wanted to have. And Galaxy Racers, as well as you mentioned in the past, right? It's a really known name. But speaking about Galaxy Racers themselves, now they're past how they had inside the entire BGIS. Not too hot, Johnny. Only 14 finish points, and positioning points are only 13. That's going to give them 27 total points. So, to be honest, the round 1 was quite shaky for them. Hopefully, the round 2, they're going to be able to redeem themselves in a much more better fashion. But speaking about Galaxy Racers, tracers for now. We've got Prince on our screens, and he's still surrounded by the enemy lines. But luckily enough for him, at least he's got the cavalry quite close to him.
Yeah, the backup has arrived, and that should deter the opposition from making a move, trying to piss off this one player. But Prince, he needs to be careful. He does not have a lot of HP. He needs to look for those bandages. Finds an energy drink. I think it's a good idea to get the boosters going early. So at least slowly and steadily with the heal per second, he is going to bring his HP back up and be in a fighting position. But look at this. What has happened? RC Reaper knocked right in the air. Velocity Gaming finding the advantage in the game.
Oh, this is so bad for Reaper. Getting knocked out right off the bat. Man did not even get to land his feet on the ground. And straight up just got knocked out. Velocity Gaming. I mean, it was quite a far extent for both these teams. But eventually now, them crossing each other's eyes is definitely not a good news. And look at that player who dropped inside the fuel station, right, Johnny? He dropped in, and then he instantly got his hands on the DBS. That is one of the luckiest drops that I've seen so far.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, especially for the early stages of the game and the positions that these individuals are in. Being at point-blank ranges, we have seen, ladies and gentlemen, we have been seeing this for the last few months. DBS is extremely, extremely lethal. And if that does not work out, the other lad, Jazzy, has the Uzi to work with. But RC, I am extremely worried about them right now. Necro, Baymax, and Shriz, they don't really have a lot to work with. I mean, the DBS can help them out, but Punk in the backlines will have a lot of information to work with. And also Velocity, I believe they have the man advantage in the situation. It's a 4v3 in their favor.
Indeed it is. And Johnny, I would like to speak a little bit more about Team Godlike, how their playstyle was. If you remember inside round 1, Shadow was just like man unleashed. He was just going in the front, trying to scout out for his team lines, but then he would get knocked out and eliminated from the game because he would end up overextending. Now, recently, from what I've seen from Godlike, not exactly inside this tournament, but in some other tournaments, is that Shadow's not overextending anymore. He's playing within his team's boundaries, and I'm loving that from Godlike. That instant little adaptation. Maybe they heard on the English stream, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, they don't need to overextend now. They know they have two of the most reliable players inside of this game at this point, and they're free to do whatever they want. I think so. My perspective of taking fights is you have two ways about it. Either you're going to outsmart the opponent or you're going to beat them in just raw firepower. And at this point, team like Godlike, they're just overloaded with firepower. No matter what type of tactics you put up against them, they have what it takes to just brute force right through it. And you will have to make some extraordinary plays to beat them. But talk about extraordinary plays, and Shriz is just running around this gas station trying to survive. The DBS does do wonders. He finds the first pick, but that will be it. Velocity Gaming gunning down the players of RC out in the open. And Redemption crew, at least for this game, there won't be any redemption for them. They're going to have to wait for the next one.
Johnny, Jazzy's so lucky to be alive right now. That DBS, I mean, one pump, Jazzy got knocked out. The second pump, instantly he put on the knocked out player, which was Jazzy. But luckily enough, if you know, when the player instantly gets knocked out and if you're trying to shoot him instantly, the damage is not going to register. So because of that, Jazzy is still alive. Oh, this is just lucky for the side of VLT, or else even if that single casualty could have put them in such a bad spot in the future lines. Now NRX, they're starting to get pounced up by the players of Godlike. Not a good news indeed. And Godlike now, they're probably going to try to scout out every single compound that is in this vicinity.
Let's see. Team Godlike, we have been waiting to see what they are built of. And now NorulesXtreme is about to find that out firsthand. As a first pick for Team Godlike is going to be picked up by Z-God. Does work out quite nicely for them, but look at this first elimination of the game, and I know the first team to get wiped out. It is going to be Redemption crew. Baymax, nowhere left to go, takes a swan dive inside the water, and I mean, you can only stay underwater for so long. The moment he steps up, he's going to be shot at. Aimbot, look at him, he's getting too eager for this. They take a dive themselves just to see where he is, and Jazzy is taking a swim. They're chasing him.
You would need to chase him down. Jazzy's probably just marking underneath the water, letting his team know where exactly the last man is. And yeah, now soon he's going to suffocate to his death, and that's what exactly happens. Aimbot's going to be able to get the claim onto that final elimination, and Immortal's going to be the one to close things out. Now that's going to be the first team ever to get eliminated from the game in the name of Redemption Crew. We've still got NorulesXtreme, though, just barely alive on those two players, but they're getting hunted down by the hunting squad. That's going to be in the name of Godlike.
Let's see. Hunters are looking for their prey. But a little bit of a recap of what happened earlier. Redemption Crew putting up a fight against Velocity Gaming, but not really working out in their favor. I guess a lot of teams are now going to try and emulate what CS Esports were able to do yesterday. But hey. They were a special bunch, and I think you will have to take a lot of lessons from them if you want to pull off similar moves. But let's see. A lot of matches remain. This was just the first game, so maybe these teams are going to show up in the next few matches with a few extra tactics planned out. But for now, as we were talking about the early stages of the map, Necro, I want to ask you this. We did discuss the northern flight path, and we do have a northeastern circle as well. We're leaning slightly towards the northeastern side of the map. What are your thoughts on a team that did, in fact, try and approach that southern main island shoreline? We know Faith, they pushed towards Ferry Pier, and they're going to move from there. Galaxy Racers went all the way eastern, and now they are in that early blue zone.
I mean, look, for them, I hope they're better looted and scooted up, right? I hope they're going to be really good when it comes to the loot that they've got onto themselves, because personally, we saw it was the complete northern plane fly path, and just trying to extend yourself towards that southern side, you must have wasted the most amount of time into doing so. So, yeah, I hope they're just having a really good loot with themselves. Then as long as they're good on loot, that's all that's going to matter. Because anyways, the southern shorelines are quite clear. Even the same thing I mentioned you, right? I know exactly where Midwave was going to drop inside the Milta power side. But that was, once again, a really long extend. That means you're pretty much going to be spending more than half of the time to get to that position, just to extend to that position. But once again, I'm going to hope the same thing for them as well, that they're going to be stacked upon loot. But the next circle is going to be in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to center on up once again, tilted a little bit to the right side. But Yasna Poliana is going to be in the main side.
Let's see, Yasnaya has always been a priority location, but I think Velocity Gaming, I mean, after winning the fight of Kameshki, they will have an upper hand above a lot of teams, to be a little bit more precise. Because Stalber Hill, look at how empty it is. And from the Stalber Hill, once you move a little bit south, you can get vision on that Yasnaya city, at least the northern compounds, and gather a lot of information just by keeping yourself at a safer distance. So I think that should play into the hands of Velocity Gaming. But let's see. I mean, no one can predict the future, so we are going to find out in a few short moments what the fate of the team is going to look like. But as far as the early stages of this game is considered, ladies and gentlemen, so far we have seen one squad wipe, Redemption Crew getting wiped out by Velocity Gaming, and NorulesXtreme losing two of their players to Galaxy Racers. I mean, not really a start that they wanted, but something they're going to have to deal with now. And as we were talking about NorulesXtreme, Apps and Dawn were picked off. God and War are still there, but they are inside the blue, and they still have a long way to go. 1,800 meters, Necro. Ooh, yeah, that has to be quite stressful for the team.
And not just that, they don't even have a lot of meds. One single first aids with no boosters to back them up, that is concerning. Really concerning. LZ officials in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking about this team, how their past has been like inside the round one in general, this team wasn't that nuclear, right? This team didn't really have that much of an outstanding performance. Once again, it's another underdog team, but I'm going to hold on to that conversations for now. As Godlike just firing a lot of bullets against the players of Skulltz. And now Skulltz as well, they're quite unsettled from that compound. Godlike just trying to shook them away from that spot, and maybe they've done their job perfectly.
They might have done their job perfectly, but we know Godlike is never going to be satisfied just by creating panic or causing panic for the opposition. They are not satisfied until they have the points in their bag. Z-God has made his way all the way towards the broken wall, and S-Power is going to join him, and Jonathan follows up. The entire team, they are making the push to try and pick off these players from the side of Skulltz Empire, but from the backlines, Python Esports chiming in with a third party, and Skulltz, they're going to be one man down. S-Power, he rotates with the vehicle run over. Astra is also going to be picked off all of a sudden. Skulltz, they are sandwiched and also down 2 players. This is just brutal, and quite unfortunate, I have to say. They couldn't have predicted that the third team would show up out of nowhere.
Exactly, Johnny. The third party just playing a massive spoiler, huh? And Skulltz not even able to stand a chance against that, because look at that. In the front's Godlike, in the back's another team. How are Skulltz supposed to play around this compound? The only thing that they can do is just pin themselves behind some sort of covers, but once again, that is a pin. You cannot move out freely. Now, the breathing space that you guys had, it's been limited. For Skulltz, in a massive world of trouble. They will need to get out of this spot because it's quite a tricky one as well. Bgis from the side of Skulltz. Right now, just inside a little compound. And as I mentioned, Skulltz is one of those teams that likes to pounce on top of their enemies, but now, considering how the circumstances is, I highly doubt that's going to be the playstyle anymore.
Let's see. I mean, they will have to be extremely careful. As you mentioned, I mean, this is not going to be an easy game for them, especially now that they know that Team Godlike is not going anywhere until they are done with them. Look at Z-God, he's just moving his vehicle back and forth. They're circling the houses like vultures, waiting for the players to step out in the open. But at the same time, I think they have also realized that they are not alone over here. There's another team in the near vicinity, and they have to be extremely cautious about them as well. And if Team Godlike sort of gets distracted by Python Esports, then maybe that's going to be the opportunity for Skulltz to find an escape option, and that does happen. Team Godlike, they have spotted the vehicles of the players of Python Esports moving around, and I think a hunt is about to begin.
Probably. For Godlike, though, I mean, they're just moving in like a pack, right? Every single player's right behind each other. It's like a boss when he appears on the grounds. He's got a lot of people just chasing him in the back with the cars, right? Not exactly chasing, but tailing him in the back. So that's how Godlike is moving right now inside the game. But Galaxy Racers, once again, just pouncing on top of another team. It's going to be TEAMZERO. Gauzy's trying his best to fight back, but it's going to be tough because now he's found himself in the enemy territory. Author, a really good Molotov from the side of Gauzy. At least that's going to put him in a bit of state of discomfort, but Galaxy Racers eventually they knock out the player that was in the front.
Galaxy Racers, though, they have taken a hit as well, as one of their players was picked off. Not picked off exactly, but knocked out an Author as well. That was
my God!
Ran inside the Molotov, but TEAMZERO with a nade! Author just destroys them. And 3 players just getting taken out in a matter of seconds. There was a little bit of a third party as Acid Esports chimed in from the backlines, picking off one individual. Perry God was the lad who got the final pick from the side of TEAMZERO. But Galaxy Racers, they have an opportunity to recover, and they have to be quick about it, because Acid Esports, they realize that those compounds are not free, and there is still a team inside. And they're going to try and see if they can secure those extra points for themselves, keeping the exits marked. Perry, he's just making sure he has vision of those windows, and he's constantly checking if the players inside are moving around or are they looking to step out.
Acid Esports just tying out the compounds in the front with that 3x scope. He's looking to spot anyone, any movement into that compound. He knows that there is at least someone, but he's just waiting for someone to step out of that cover, out of that hard cover, because Acid themselves, they're quite homeless, Johnny, and they're looking to find a solid cover. And barely on the edge is the players of Galaxy Racers too. 2-2 split in those two houses. So Galaxy Racers, for now, they're going to be chilling. Acid just cannot pounce on top of them. That cannot be a blind push at all, because it will just probably pan out against you. But look at this circle.
Yeah.
It seems like, Johnny, we're going to be seeing an urban warfare. Yes, Napoleon fights. I'm down for it.
And this shift is an extreme hard shift right down south towards the Yasna Poliana city. It is going to be super fun to watch how the teams are going to move around, because earlier on a lot of teams did decide or tried to predict that zone will take a northern shift, so everyone was moving towards that Stalber hill. But now, coming down from Stalber, it is not going to be easy, and Velocity Gaming, who still have the summit under their control, I want to see what their game plan is going to look like, because they are in the perfect position to secure a lot of finishes early in this game. But we switch focus towards Team Godlike. We see Shadow moving ahead. He's the frontliner for his team and also their IGL. And there's another team leading the charge on the other side. Shadow hears the vehicles. He hears the sounds of all these engines ahead of him. But he needs to be extremely careful with how he positions himself and what call is going to be given to his teammates in the back. But Yasnaya, oh, this is going to be a trap for anyone who tries to move in.
Indeed it will be, and look at Godlike. Once again, just pulling out the DBS is in the hand because they know the player in the front's going to be massive. Well, the problem, but still, he manages to somehow take down one player from GODLIKE. That was some heroic moment being showcased from that player. And now the rest of you are looking to pounce on top. Now they're looking to just chase down the players from GODLIKE. Z-God going to position himself in a bit of a defensive stance, but still, GODLIKE, they haven't really got all the players up. Finally, as Power, the Resurrection's back on his feet, and now GODLIKE, they're going to make the go call.
Fearless Marathas, GENxFM, they're trying the level best. Jonathan is traded out, but Mox, what can he pull off? The DBS is all set. He finds the second as well. Team GODLIKE under heavy fire, and S-Power is the man standing between them and an early exit, but that's not gonna matter, as out of nowhere he steps in front of the opposition, puts himself in front of those bullets and destroys GENxFM in a matter of seconds. Revives are gonna be there for Jonathan and Z-God, but what a phenomenal performance from Team GODLIKE. And also, I mean, it has to props to Z-God and Jonathan as well, because S-Power was the first man knocked out. They did everything they could to bring him in, and he has redeemed himself. But the fight is not yet over. There are still a lot of teams towards those northern compounds of the Yasna city, and moving around, it's not going to be easy. But Fate Esports are here against Velocity Gaming.
Yeah, and Velocity, look at them. Now these three players are just going to surround the entire members of Faith, and they will also just devour them alive. Velocity Gaming, solid stuff. One player was knocked out. That was sort of like a little penalty, but still he should be back up on his feet. Python Esports, scouting out the grounds in the front. Couple of shots taken, position compromised, but it's completely fine. For Python, they've got all the players up and alive. The circle's now way too small. It's going to be the best option to stay outside the circle. Not exactly outside, on the edges of the circles. That's what I mean. Unless if you're able to find yourself in a really good spot inside Yasna Poliana, then maybe that can be a completely different story. But this next circle is going to be a massive dictator. As soon as the circle closes in, we've still got a decent amount of time, though.
Where's the zone going to go? Where is the zone going to go? That is what everyone's thinking about right now. How hard is this shift going to be? Will it be south? Will it be west, north, or east? I mean, what's going to happen? Asset Esports on the other side. We did see them take a few hits in the early stages of the game, but they still have managed to keep their numbers together. And now against LZ, this compound for this hospital, it's not going to be easy. This is a difficult building to position yourself in and plan out the action. But no, nade exchange from either side, and Prime will be the prime man to go down. Perry takes two from the side of LZ, as the second nade will also connect. And now LZ official, they are in a world of trouble. Param, he's trying his level best, running out of utility at this point. Weapon of choices, UMP and the M4. Let's see if they're going to work out. But Perry is finally put to his knees, and it should make it a manageable position for LZ. But Param, his team needs to be careful. He's the last man from his team.
Exactly, Stoney. I mean, he was there in the clotheslines, but now Param, as you mentioned, the last man alive from LZ. It's going to be a tough one to survive against three Wolves that are trying to hunt you down. GODLIKE as well. Z-God's going to get eliminated from the game. GODLIKE, they try to be really aggressive off the bat. Yeah, at the start it worked out, but then later on, now they're starting to get wrapped up. But still, they've got three players up and alive. It's complete fine. S-Power is going to be now the only player left alive. I don't know. Okay, so GODLIKE, they lost out on three players themselves. It's all down to S-Power now. The assaulter inside the lobby. Let's see how much of a hurt he's going to be able to inflict on the players in the front. Param, at least he's managed to find himself a vehicle that he can use to quickly reroute and relocate himself. But Asset Esports, they finally let him loose.
Let's see, I mean, how far can he go though? Ethan right now, they have put a lot of pressure on Team GODLIKE. In fact, have managed to pick off three players. Igor, Jonathan, and Shadow knocked out of the game. S-Power is the last man left standing. It's a 1v3 situation, but we know this young lad. We know what he's capable of. If push comes to shove, he might even clutch this out. But Python, to be very honest, they have the numbers in their favor, and it should not be too difficult for them to secure this finish. But no, S-Power runs back. The nade, does it connect? Does do the knocks secured? No, the vehicle blows up. Two players are down, but with the last nade, Duck is going to make sure that S-Power is going to be finished off. And Python Esports, they make it through, but it was almost over. They have to be more careful.
Only if S-Power wouldn't have went back inside that shack, then things could have been a little different. But it's complete fine now. GODLIKE, they've already managed to accumulate a decent amount of elimination points, so they're going to be comfortable whatsoever. Now we've got Galaxy Racers out in the open. The final nail in the coffin, Galaxy Racers out of the game. Now Python Esports, they've got sightlines on all the teams that are going to be around them, considering the circle has sort of shifted out in the open as well. All the hard cover now has been taken away. Still 7 teams alive and 22 players in total as Python Esports, they're still out trying to eye out any of the teams if they're going to be out in the open. But look at this fight that started to brew up between the players of Galaxy Racers and VLT. For VLT, they were in such a big world of trouble because the only cover they had were the smokes.
Yeah, not really a position you want to put yourself in, but Velocity Gaming, they did not have a lot of options. Well, they were the last team to climb down that hill, and that means everyone inside those compounds was able to see them. Even if you were outside of those positions, you had the best fighting position against Velocity, by the way. If you were just a little bit north of Yasnaya, but let's see. This game is turning out to be extremely awkward for all of these teams because the zone shifts are so brutal. I mean, in terms of the zones moving around, this has to be the most brutal game that we have seen in this entire tournament so far.
Acid. With all the 4 players alive, Shawnee, this is just incredible. And now look at them. They're tossing those smokes into some far frays, trying to block all the sight lines. But once again, for Midwave, we've got 2 players who are in the upper edge, who are holding the upper lines. They've got the high ground. They're going to be having the sight lines and all the across the field. So it's really not going to matter. For the players of Acid Esports to travel that open area, it's going to be a tough one, but they still managed to do so. They pull it off.
Moments ago, we did see another team, but Midwave Esports right now, they're trying the level best to protect their position, but it's not really working out. Acid looking to go for the push. The nade is going to be good. Aru down on his nade. Atanki on the other side is trying to get Wixie back on his feet. Dinosaurus, he is on the outside, so he won't be able to help his team out in any of these scenarios. And Midwave, they took a 3v4 fight, and now they sit at a massive disadvantage on the verge of getting eliminated. And Acid Esports, they're not going to let this go. They will look for the squad wipe. They have 8 eliminations secured already in this game, and they are not looking to slow down at any time. 7 teams remain. Sparsh takes a lot of damage from the nade, but he has enough HP to stay healthy. Or Midwave, they make a comeback. Whiskey is back. Atanki is still quite healthy, so they still have a 3v4 to pull off.
Indeed, Midwave Esports with 3 players up and alive. And Acid, with all the 4 players underneath that building. At least Acid's actually able to make it alive with all the 4 players on. They're also playing so like a well-knit unit right next to each other. All 4 players have got each other's backs. Midwave, they lost out on one of the players a while ago. As we mentioned, Aru, he just got blown to smithereens as that nade just blew onto his face. But this nade from S-Power, 2 knockouts were found from that nade. Look at this one. Blew up so perfectly that 2 players were taken down, but only if S-Power did not decide to step inside the shack, then maybe he could have gotten 3 more elimination points. But to be honest, Johnny, S-Power's utility utilization is just incredible.
It is, and I mean, just the way he was positioning himself was quite phenomenal as well. I mean, he was alive in that 1v3 for quite a long time, longer than expected. But, I mean, not a lot of options were there for him. He couldn't do a lot. Because no matter where he went, he would be visible to some threat from somewhere, and since he was the only player, there was not a lot that could have been done to help him out as well. But Midwave Esports Atanki has vision on NorulesXtreme, one of the individuals. At least it should be an easy shot. He saw him prone. The opportunity is going to be missed out upon. The nade is still out, but we know it's not going to connect. The lad is just not there anymore.
Oh, really close, though. Really close. Right next to him, that blew up. But now, as we've got Sai, still just trying to hide behind that little container. They want to keep their position anonymous, but it's already given away, so it's really not going to matter. NorulesXtreme trying to make it inside the circle. They're trying to make a run for it. Midwave, they did spot the player, but not exactly able to track him because of the smokes. As I mentioned, the smoke's going to be providing that visual block. It's sort of just helping out the players of NorulesXtreme, but NS God eventually got taken away anyway. So Skulltz Esports being able to make it alive for this long with these only 2 players that they were seen in the initial phase of the game, it's incredible too.
Yeah, it is quite incredible. Zayden and Bijlu are the two players left standing now. And we would not think that these lads would be surviving into this game, making it all the way to the top 6 of this particular match. But Team VST, they are looking so strong. Necro, 11 finishes secured in the game already. Oh, this is bad for Python.
Oh, AKM pulled out, and he also got the knockout onto that player. As you mentioned, not too hot for the players of Python, but with a Molotov, they've definitely made that room pretty hot. Gupper now will try to reposition himself, try to find that off-angle. Midwave pushing up against the players of Acid. It's an entire squad of Acid in the front lines. DBS pulled out in the close quarters, and I think so that's going to be it from the side of Midwave. No, Dinosis, he's still alive somehow with a sliver of HP. He does not have any first aids, Johnny, so that's why he's just patching himself up with the bandages. For Midwave, Atanki is quite far away. This man, Dinosis, is all by himself in the quarter lines, in the corners. He is not really in that good of a position. The players of Acid have got him in the deadlock, and eventually he will be blasted onto his face.
Basically a 1v4, what he had to deal with over there. Now, Atanki is the last man standing from the side of Midwave. 5 finishes secured by the team, but I don't think they're going to go any further. Atanki has a UMP and an M4 to work with, running out of utility as well. Has 2 smokes, 1 nade left in the back. But let's refocus. Python, the last player. He was standing for a long time, but finally kneels down in front of VST. And VST, as we talked about them a few moments ago, are looking absolutely flawless in this game so far.
Indeed they are, and speak of that, look at another nade just blowing up. So many utilities are just being poured outside the buildings. Anyone who's gonna find himself out in the open, he will be blown away, and also confirmed probably eliminated from the game. Bijlu walks out of the smoke, even he gets taken care of. Team VST, and right now they're doing so phenomenal. They're able to eliminate every single player out from this competition, and now Krish as well. He knows. Team VST, they're quite close to the victory. Top 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, from which only Midwave, they've got their sole survival.
Yeah, and it is quite incredible that I think he has managed to be patient all this time, and Acid Esports unknowingly have protected him this entire time. He is inside of the top 3. Acid as well with 13 eliminations to their name, and VST there with 14 eliminations to their name. There's going to be a fight in the top 2 between these 2 teams, but I think he's going to be a spoil sport about this. Secures the first knock, can't go for the second, takes too much damage, but still gets
whiff!
And has a sliver of HP to work with. The other lad whipping too bad. I think he needs to heal up. He sees the opposition out in the open. He wants to fight, but the opportunity is there for VST to secure this first chicken dinner and put their name all over it with a lot of eliminations. They can't steal those points.
Oh my god!
Since they weren't secured 16 eliminations so far, the number is going to start to go up soon. But Spray God, he has an 8, and the players from VST are lined up on that staircase. And next, VST, I believe they're down to the last player, Sui, and he can't really do much about this. His teammates, they are getting picked off. It's a 1v1, the final battle to decide the winner of this first game. The DBS against the DBS. Who will come out on top? Shots being fired on the door. Last bullet left in the DBS. He switches to the M4, and well, it is VST securing the win and securing the points. All of them are theirs. This is a very brilliant first game.
I mean, the battle of shotguns in the end. VST sort of messed up big time in that situation, pushing up against the players of Acid like that. And Acid definitely just mowed them down. They melted him out of the game, but it was so close for VST to lose out that entire game as well. DBS battle in the end, 1v1, and the player from the side of VST sort of ran out of bullets onto his DBS, and that actually gave him an upper edge because the enemy... I'm talking about Acid. That last player was way too volatile. He was way too fragile. One single bullet from that M4 sealed the deal. So that bullet into his dome just got the victory secured. But that was such an intense few moments. And this is why I love these urban warfares, Johnny.
Yeah, I enjoy them so much as well. I mean, who could have thought that Atanki would survive to the top 3? We didn't, in the urban warfare situation, especially in those final moments, it's not just about who secures the pick or who is being aggressive. It is also about who is benefiting from all the chaos that is being brought on the table by all of the teams that do have the numbers to take those fights. And again, I mean, that last shot, as you mentioned, that one bullet from the M4, it was right on the head as well. So I mean, the other lad could not really do a lot
Yeah.
about it. But I guess this was a good start for this group, man.
I mean, luckily enough, man, for that M4 to work out, the player needed to be in quite a less amount of HP, and that was actually how it was as well. That last surviving player from Acid was really low on HP, so that one single bullet onto his dome just sealed the deal and sort of got the entire chicken dinner away. But to be honest, really impressive stuff from a lot of these teams, right? Godlike just unleashing their wrath onto a lot of the teams. Skulltz as well, getting just punished for that compound they really wanted. They were just surrounded by so many of these teams in the back lines and in the front lines too. So there's third-party situation that happened against Skulltz. I did not think that we're going to be able to see them in the late game scene, but no, that was not the case. Skulltz was seen in the top 10.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, a lot of impressive performance from a lot of these teams. I mean, you talk about Skulltz making it to the end game stages. You talk about Acid Esports being so aggressive and so phenomenal. Look at this. They show up in the 5th stage with just one elimination to their name, but they were there for so long. Velocity Gaming, the early fights, the drop clash right off the bat, them surviving it and then climbing down Stalber, still securing a lot of eliminations along the way. Every single moment of this game was so phenomenal. This was a hype game. This entire match was just hype.
It indeed was, man. And this is what happens, right? When teams that are unknown to each other's playstyle, they face against each other. You're going to see action right off the bat because they just don't know what the playstyle is going to look like from the opponents. But to be honest, man, you really got to give props to the players of Acid, right? With how they played, because they were out in the open as well, somewhere down the line. They were in the rice fields of Yasnaya. Then they tossed in the smokes really far away from them, blocking all the sight lines that could possibly be made from the apartments. And then they used the vehicles to straight up just book it inside the apartments. As soon as they got the apartment control, they try to take the control off the underfloor, off the floor that was bottom. And then as soon as that got that floor control, they started to extend that control a little bit more. They started to spread out pretty well.
Yeah, and I mean, it was very impressive the way they played the game. And I think, again, considering this is a new team, I'm extremely happy that they started the day like this. And now I can't wait to see, like, all right, in round 1, you just had 3 matches with boys. Now you have 6 matches to work with. What can you do? You have the momentum under your control in the very first game itself. And I believe with the way Acid showed up, as we were talking about them, stage 5, just one elimination, and they just went from 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds, racking up points like it was nothing. I'm pretty sure they have instilled the fear of God in a lot of these teams that went up against them. So I would love to watch what Acid is going to do, especially in the next map of Miramar. Because Miramar can be a momentum breaker as well. Early stages are extremely so. You don't really get to see all of those fights. So I think teams will have a little bit of a readjust moment. But apart from Acid and Skulltz and VST, I think Python Esports as well did do a phenomenal job of taking against the players of Godlike. Because remember, Python and Godlike initially collided when they sandwiched Skulltz and Python showed up as the third party. Godlike was going up against Skulltz, picked off a few individuals, and Python showed up as a third party. Godlike tried to chase them. That is where all of that began. And Python just keeping Godlike in check, making sure they were aware of this position, this waited for an opportunity to wipe the team out.
I mean, Johnny, not just that. As soon as the circle, right, it was now just pretty much centered up on the Yasna Poliana, right? And when that next circle shift came towards the apartments, there were just so many smokes from the Yasna Poliana city towards the apartments. It was like completely shrouded with the smokes. And then you saw also the players of NorulesXtreme just making a run for it. They were like, all right, we're going to gamble it. We're just going to straight up run through the smoke and hope for the best, cross our fingers. And one of the players actually made it through as well. And Midwave was just trying to spam the smokes, hoping that maybe they'll find some connections. And they were actually able to find one of the players from NorulesXtreme as well. But the second player made it. He won the race.
If this game is an inclination to anything, I think it is just one thing. Today is going to be fun. Today is going to be extremely fun and filled with a lot of entertainment. And I can't wait to see more from these teams. But now you have to think about it this way, right, as well. VST, they walked away with 15 plus eliminations, and I believe Acid Esports were there with like 14 or 15 eliminations as well. These two teams themselves like finished off half the lobby. What about the rest of the teams? But before we talk about the teams, let's talk about the individuals. Have a look at who is the MVP of this game.
Exactly, and the MVP is going to be in the name of Team VST. Krish, I understand. Team VST were actually able to wrap up so many elimination points. 9 finishes, Johnny? That is mind-blowing. That's a remarkable performance from that single lad. Krish, that is something that will be written down on the pages, definitely by a lot of these teams, and now maybe VST will be on the receiving end. And I'm just happy to see another underdog team just outshining all the known teams as well, and the other underdog teams too. It's just so good to see these new names pop up.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite impressive. VST with the way they played. Krish, definitely a phenomenal performance. 9 eliminations secured. But as we talk about the underdogs, I think it has to be Acid Esports who have taken the cake. Because even though VST, they did have all those numbers and they did win the game. But, Necro, I think you will agree, they did also have the early control of Yasnaya Poliana. And Acid Esports, they actually had a pretty uphill battle step. They were out in the open. They had to figure out how to get inside those compounds. And then they had to figure out how to survive. And that clash against Midwave, it lasted longer than expected as well.
Oh, so Godlike only got 6 finishes. I thought they had more than that. But look at Team VST, Johnny. 19 eliminations, 34 points in total. That's just one single game, ladies and gentlemen. And VST managed to get 9 finish points. That is, as I mentioned, a mind-blowing performance. And then even Acid Esports, another underdog team, able to perform in the top 2, able to show themselves in the top 2. Then you see AllStars as well, another underdog team inside the top 5. It's just incredible.
Yeah, and that's going to be massive gap between the top performers and the and basically the rest of the lobby after game number 2 if this keeps on happening again and again. So the other teams are going to have to step it up. But as we move on to the next page of the ranking, look at this. In the bottom left, we do have the a few known names that did not really show up. INS taking an early exit with no points to their name. Galaxy Racers as well, they have those 5 eliminations, but they were taken out early. They were a little too focused on just running into those fights and gunning down anyone that they saw. They only secured 6 points in total from this matchup. But since it is Galaxy Racers and it is INS, I believe we will have to wait a little bit more before we say anything about them, because a few of these experienced teams, they do like to do this. First game, they're going to take it extremely slow. They do like to judge the opposition. All right, what are you going to do? What can you do? And what is the best thing that you can pull off? And once they have that information, they'll show their true colors and be like, all right, this is our true form. This is what we are capable of. And I think it is going to take them like at least 2 matches to get their analysis done. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, look, Johnny, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar. And as I always like to say, it's easy to navigate, but tough to sustain. It's really tough to hold down a spot for yourself when you're going to be out in the open. You're going to be having those exposed terrains as well for yourself. So I think the upcoming map will probably be dominated by Godlike, because you saw how aggressive they were. And yeah, as soon as they're going to be dropping down on the map, they will be starting to loot up as well. But you know what, Johnny? You know this, right? After this game, after the first game, I'm going to be taking a little break. Now, I'm also going to go in the back lines, play a little bit of defense derby, dude.
Oh, are you enjoying it? Yeah, every single time I get a break, I do like to play every now and then. I guess we'll decide our rotations again with 1v1s after this game, right?
Hey. Look, man, last time you won that 1v1 against me, but you know what? This time, I'm not going to let that happen at all. I will win it, but if that does come true.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have it. We'll let you guys know who won. I mean, you'll see one of us on the panel and the other one is going to be crying in the corner, but... Ladies and gentlemen, talking about BGMI and BGI as the grind, we have match number 2, which is all set to begin in a few short moments. And again, let's have a look at the teams. We have Godlike, INS, Python, Esports. Python definitely recovering quite nicely in the mid-game stages. INS and Godlike came not really going the way that they wanted. GENxFM, I know this team has a little bit more firepower than we saw in the first match, so I'm going to be quite hopeful about them. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a little bit of switch. Not in the teams, but in the panel right now. Salty's back with me. Salty, how are you doing?
I am doing absolutely great, man, and it's a pleasure to be back on the desk. The first game sort of set the stage quite brilliantly, to be honest, because it's
Yeah.
not every day when you get to see teams like Godlike and VLT be in the lobby, but then the top three teams remaining and the podium finish being completely dominated by underdogs. So it's such a great sight and such a great beginning to this day. And I'm just hoping that this trend continues because we saw, as a matter of fact, last day was also an underdog story. I'm hoping to see some sort of an underdog story here as well.
Exactly. I think what happened yesterday has inspired a lot of these teams. And what GS Esports has done is like open up a lot of eyes. Like, you don't need to be scared if you are a little bit experienced. You don't need to be scared about anything. You are here for a
Yep.
reason. You are here to showcase your skills. You are here to showcase your talent, and you do not need be afraid. In doing so, just go all in, enjoy the action, enjoy the fun, enjoy the fact that you are going up against the teams and the players that you have been hearing about, that you have been watching all these years and all this time, and show them that you also have what it takes to stand on the same ground as them and to challenge them at any given moment. And I think that inspiration from yesterday has definitely transitioned quite nicely into the teams today, and I am extremely happy watching this.
Exactly. I mean, that definitely was an inspirational run. But Johnny, and very interesting fact about the sort of the lobby today. I was going through my strat book. I was trying to figure out what is going to happen while the game was panning out. And the fact which I figured out was that so Godlike and VLT, right, being in the lobby, their drop locations have very stark differences.
Yeah.
Godlike drops in at Georgopol, VLT drops in at Kameshki. Extreme ends of the map, and I thought that when these teams encroach together toward the center of the circle, they will come sweeping because you know for a fact that you were mentioning this. Godlike have added firepower right now with the addition
Yeah.
of S power, and of course, VLT, they've got the aim gods in them. They've got Punk, they've got Jazzy, they've got Immortal, you name it, they are there. So I kind of felt like this was the start, this was the proper start for them, especially when the circle was in the northern fringes, the flight path also was in the northern fringes. But then these underdog teams, they were like, our chance to shine. And they did shine, as a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll have to find out if this trend is gonna continue on the map of Miramar. The deserts are live, ladies and gentlemen, and the flight is on.
Well, we do have the plane right in front of our eyes, and we're going to have the flight path on our screens in a few seconds as well, ladies and gentlemen. And this Miramar is going to be quite important for the experienced teams, for the well-known teams, as we have been talking about it, because the statement they tried to make on Erangel, well, it did not really work out for them. And talking about the flight path, it starts from the southern hills of Los Leones, goes all the way through San Martin to La Cobriera, just a little bit west of the Oasis, which is located in the extreme northern part of the map. And I think as we
Yeah.
do talk about this flight path, I have to say, on Miramar, anytime you get a flight path that is so close to the center, you will always be happy. Because this means you can go to your preferred drop locations no matter where they are on the map, and it's not going to be a too much of a hassle. This map is too big.
Absolutely, this map certainly is too big, and therefore it also makes it a little difficult to sort of rotate on the map as well, right? You need to make those quick decisions, you need to get those quick judgments in extremely. As soon as the circle pops in, you need to be on the move. But however, I'm just waiting to see where the circle actually comes out because we've seen a couple of southern circles happen yesterday, hugging the shoreline, hugging that entirety of that southern part of the map. So if that is going to be repeated today and that trend will continue, that we'll find out in a couple of moments. But so far, teams have been to their drop locations. We get to see a basic circle as of now, which encapsulates El Pozo. You've got La Drilera, as well as some part, the fringes of Los Leones as well. A rather basic circle, which might end towards Creative Fields, but we can just predict as of now. But no drop clashes, Johnny.
I mean, there is one drop clash that is about to take place as we see the players of RC moving out towards El Pozo. But it sort of depends whether both these teams land towards El Pozo or will one of them just overextend and just
Yeah.
move towards either Trailer Park or Ruins. But another interesting situation was developing, and that is one thing that I've never seen before. I noticed there were two teams towards Los Higos Island. What's happening over there? I would actually like to find out.
Exactly. I mean, a very interesting situation also sort of happened last map as well, right?
Oh no.
Redemption Crew, once again, a similar situation. They are just way too late in taking these parachutes off. And now have a look at this. Max is quite low on HP. A similar situation happened on the map of Erangel, where I believe they were up against Team VLT in that Komeshki region, and one player got knocked out in the air. This is not ideal for Redemption. They've got to do something about it. They just glide in the air way too much, Johnny.
Well, let's see. I mean, they are going to have to try and survive. They were gliding in the last game as well when one of their players were knocked out. But I think the objective right now is going to be quite clear. Reaper is going to try and see and check exactly where the opposition is positioning himself, and then relay all this information to his team, go a little bit further away, and then look for the weapons for himself to utilize. And now, since he has scouted all of this information, he's going to have to scout for weapons to actually be able to survive in any collision that takes place and be of use to his team as well in a few short moments. Because I believe this early fight for both these teams, it won't really be unavoidable, but Skulltz is not going to back off from this.
Exactly, right? I mean, El Pozo is an extremely big city, but then if the teams do decide to collide, then they will need those utility usages as well, because we know, for a matter of fact, that in El Pozo, those buildings, the 4-story buildings or the 3-story buildings, they are extremely high. But look at this, though, elsewhere, it's going to be LZ Official who start things off in such noob. He's the one who actually gets the first pick. One awkward person caught in the middle of nowhere, and he's been shut down completely. We have seen this happen a lot of times, especially on the map of Miramar, where the scouts land in a different location and they are completely separated from the rest of the squad.
Well, let's see though. I mean, a little bit of separation, you can still recover, but if the opposition is right in front of your face, you can't really do much. And LD Official, they will be on a recovery mode, this team. I mean, the last game wasn't really theirs. Massive underperformance, which wasn't really expected from their side, but let's see. We'll be quite hopeful to secure a few extra points in this matchup. And this, I love the fact that Beast tried his level best to make it work with the Winchester first, went for the 2 shots, and then instantly decided, yeah, it's not going to work out. Switches over to the M249 and just goes all in.
A sniper rifle, a Winchester, and then the M249. He tried everything that he had. I mean, this is absolutely crazy, but I mean, none of them were actually successful, and the fight between those two teams have still not begun. Team Godlike is in front of our screens right now. Definitely not the ideal start for the team. They sort of got a little overwhelmed in that one fight where S Power did manage to recover, but I believe that the team's morale was not at its very best. But of course, we'll have to find out if they can capitalize on the map of Miramar, because they do love the map of Miramar. Their rotations are spot on, and they get to find those places where they take those aggressive duels, those aggressive 4v4 fights, where they technically just always excel. So we'll have to find out if that firepower is going to give them that big chicken, because a team like Godlike, they love to play on momentum. They love to set up that advantage and set that fear in the lobby. And if they don't do so, I believe the comeback story is going to be a little difficult for them. But for now, we'll have to look out for this map itself. Miramar is one of their favorite maps. So I believe a potential chicken dinner is loading, but then I'm not going to put a curse on them as far.
I do agree with you, but again, as you said, we don't want to talk about it. Don't want to jinx them. I mean, especially after what happened in the first game. I mean, I was quite hopeful to see how far they are going to go, but they didn't really make it that far. Velocity as well, in similar shoes. I mean, racking up 7 eliminations. It's not easy to rack up 7 eliminations as well. But they were able to do that in the early stages. The problem was positioning. They were extremely late in their rotation, and coming down the Stalber hill is extremely brutal. Every single team towards those northern Yasnaya compounds has such an easy opportunity to take you out, and that is exactly what happened to Velocity. They were pinned down in the open as well, so couldn't really go anywhere. Midwave Esports. Now, this is a team that I want to talk about, because on paper, they look so solid in terms of firepower, in terms of tactics, complete team, a complete roster. Last game, I expected more from them. I mean, they made it to the top 3. They had a lot of eliminations. The point tally total overall looks good, but had VST not shot up when they did, Acid Esports would definitely have climbed up and finished off Atanki. That was for sure.
Definitely. I mean, Midwave Esports, right? Even their round one performance, we have crunched the numbers, and they had a phenomenal three-game run. They had acquired
Yeah.
62 total points and two chicken dinners for themselves. It was the first time we had witnessed an underdog team get two chicken dinners in round one, and I believe that that sort of raised expectations for Midwave Esports. The kind of the fact that they are well balanced in terms of both their firepower as well as their positioning. But yeah, of course, the first match was just the start of it all. But look at this, though. I believe that this is the start of a very nice fight between Faith Esports and Godlike. A little bit of a skirmish was there. Maxi did try to fire a couple of bullets onto Jonathan, who has taken a little bit of a damage, but that's not really going to be of prime importance. S-Power has actually been knocked out, and Maxi is looking extremely strong, especially with the DBS in hand right now, Johnny. What is going to happen?
Well, let's see. I mean, the DBS, you can't really survive this weapon if the shots connect on your body, but Faith Esports, they have an amazing opportunity to secure these points, but look at this. Look who's here, ladies and gentlemen. How is it possible that a fight breaks out and, well, Godlike, they are not going to do anything to wipe out the entire squad. Shadow, look at it. After the distraction, he will bring S-Power back into this game and catches one player off guard. Completely off guard. Aiden, he was cooking up the nade, not realizing that there was threat right in front of him at point blank range, and S-Power with a UMP finds the opening. Now the next objective for Team Godlike has to be to bring Jonathan and Z-God back as well, because this is still just the first stage of this map, and you do not, even if you're Team Godlike, you do not want to lose two of your big names in the early. All four of them are big. You do not want to lose any player this early in the game.
Yeah. Exactly, right. Faith Esports, they were caught napping in that
Yeah.
particular fight. You cannot give Team Godlike a chance like this to survive, a chance like this to kind of come back into the game. Once again, S-Power's knockout was the crucial blow, and Team Faith should have capitalized on it the second the man was knocked out. Z-God was knocked out, Jonathan was knocked out. They had such a great opportunity to wipe the entire squad without taking any casualty, but they could not do so. The time reinforcements came in, they took too long, and of course, because of which they have suffered a casualty up front, which means Godlike, they're up again, back to a 3v3. And now I believe that Godlike is not going to let Team Faith escape the situation, because Team Faith, I feel like they are hesitant at this point. They are scared to take those duels. The reinforcements did not come in on time, and therefore the tides have actually been turned and the tables have been flipped. I believe it is Godlike's fight right now, because they have the compounds and they have utmost control over this entire region.
The control is theirs, but Faith Esports with the pace completely switched, have slowed things down. This was the opportunity that they needed, and Maxi did pull off a brilliant move over there. Z-God trying his level best, was caught off guard from the flank, but then it was the IGL from the side of Team Godlike who stood there as the last man from his team and brought the entire, well, at least three players back. Jonathan and S-Power were revived by him. Still a 3v3 and kind of a standoff between these two squads. They need to realize that the other teams are going to show up, and Faith Esports need to be a little bit more worried about the situation since they are exposed. Godlike at least has that concrete cover to work with. Oh my goodness, Faith, they need to reposition themselves ASAP.
They certainly need to, right? I have no clue what this team is thinking right now, what their current mentality is. They're probably waiting for Godlike to make that first move. They sort of expect Godlike to be that attacking crew, and they know for a fact that they might just charge in with vehicles and might and try repeat what they did to S-Power once again. But a team like Godlike won't repeat their same mistakes. They make a mistake once and they instantly recover. So it's for Faith especially to kind of expect that Godlike is going to make the first move. You know, they are going to make a mistake once again, and that won't happen. I believe the ball is on the court of Faith right now to kind of make a move, either escape from the situation. Just like you mentioned, they're completely out in the open. And any team rotating midway, they will spot these three players without any sort of cover, and they will try and capitalize as soon as possible. Team Faith need to make a decision. They can't hold on to this forever. Of course, they are inside the circle near that Hacienda del Patron region, but of course, this is not the kind of a place you want to stay for an elongated period of time, especially with the second circle closing in as well. The third circle is going to approach, and with 16 teams remaining, there is not going to be a lot of space for Faith to move around like this.
Well, let's see. I mean, moving around is definitely going to be a massive challenge, and I think Faith Esports, if they are not looking for cover, Team Godlike is still looking for a fight. Oh no, Shadow! He has no information, no inkling that Alfie is close to the shack with the way Shadow was positioning himself, and he needs to be extremely careful now. Alfie, though, look at his presence and his sense of the game.
Oh,
Looks in the back lines, realizes there might be someone lurking on top of that ridge, and instantly runs indoors. But this zone shift, I am loving today, Salty. I want to hear your thoughts on the fact that today, both these games so far has just been like hard shifts after hard shifts, man. You don't get a single second to get comfortable and think, oh, this might happen, let's go here. You just have to react.
exactly. Oh my god, even Shadow actually did not get a chance to react over there. Team Faith capitalizing on that situation. Of course, as soon as the circle shifted, Godlike had to make a move because just like we talk about it, the big teams love that early movers advantage. But this is what Team Faith was waiting for. As soon as Godlike would move, they would go in for the knocks. But will they be able to capitalize is the question because Team INS is approaching them. And with so many teams on the maneuver, this just makes their case even more difficult. Look at this, a nade being popped, and if it lands inside the shack, I believe Alfie's game is over. He has no cover whatsoever, no backup as well. His reinforcements are completely separated, and now the shack is on fire. Alfie does have a pocket of space for himself as the fire trail does not approach him, but how long is he going to sustain himself is going to be the question. With two players from INS approaching him, I believe this is a Herculean task for Alfie to just stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, it is a Herculean task. He has completely compromised his position. It is just the smoke that he's lobbed inside of that track that's keeping him protected so far. And as you mentioned, he was so lucky that the Molotov spread did not reach him because quite a lot of patches ago, the spread was increased just a little bit. So Alfie will be quite grateful to the gods of BGMI. Like, oof, thanks, gracious, just a few pixels out. Because he had nowhere left to go. Had he started to burn, he would have burned alive, extra crispy. But INS now realizing that forcing the fight against Faith Esports was just a waste of their time, do look to move forward and secure a better position inside of the zone. And from there, maybe they will have the opportunity to gatekeep a few of the other teams. Maybe they will secure those elimination points that way.
Team Godlike, a messy situation with the garage, even Team Midwave Esports. I'm not really sure if that is an ideal way of parking a monster truck right there, completely vertical, Johnny. I don't think you would do so, neither will I. But, well, it's Midwave Esports, and they're the ones who are experts in actually making those rotations and working those placement points count. So, for Acid Esports and Midwave Esports, towards that northern fringe of Monte Nuevo, I believe that this is the best spot for them to hold because, especially after this hard shift, there will be a couple of normal shifts, a couple of central shifts as well. So for them to kind of acquire that central region of the circle on the northern fringe of Monte Nuevo is a good decision. But look at this, the Redemption crew, they are on the move, and right up front they've got Team AllStars, and one player has actually been knocked out. That is sort of an advantage situation for them, but of course with the wall of death approaching, they will be forced out of the situation. But wait, completely wrong in my prediction. This is a hardship after a hardship, Johnny, and I'm not sure how the teams are going to react to this.
Yeah, it is going to be extremely difficult to react. I think right now, NorulesXtreme will be comfortable for a few short moments if they take the hill just a little bit southeast of their position. And Galaxy Races as well, since they are quite close to those concrete covers and they are isolated as well. They need to run towards those compound, take control right now, or they might get wiped out in a few short moments. Because look at this, NorulesXtreme, they just jumped the ridge straight up, running towards Galaxy Races, and now they themselves have started to move towards those compounds. And on our screens, though, on the right hand side, we do see a fight happening. It is the players of Redemption crew going up against AllStars, and Redemption crew, even after being under heavy fire in the early stage, they've made it so far. And now, finally, a massive blunder from there, and the nade from Zeus actually secures a knock. And Redemption crew down 2 players, doesn't matter. They still wipe out the entirety of the other side, and Redemption crew have definitely redeemed themselves, at least in this one fight.
They certainly have redeemed themselves, but they're still at the edge of the circle. I believe that this is how they are going to approach the final circle. With teams nearby, they have to be extremely cautious. Those resurrections out in the open might actually cost them not just one finish point, but also the player who is reviving. But so far, Faith Esports, after that initial skirmish against Godlike, they are also on the move, but they need to find a safe spot for themselves, that safe haven. How do they find that is going to be the question, because this northern end of the circle, or rather the eastern part of the circle, it's extremely out in the open and their vehicles are already on fire. If they blow these vehicles out right here, right now, I believe that they won't have any mode of transportation, so they need to make a choice right now. And amidst making a choice, Maxi gets knocked out, so problems just seem to increase for Faith and they don't seem to stop.
Well, let's see. Faith in the worst possible position they could find themselves in. The only thing going their way is the fact that they are inside the edge of the zone, but they don't really have a lot of cover to work with, and they are sandwiched out in the open. GENxFM, for them, this is target practice, and targets are out in the open, but GENxFM, all of a sudden, in a matter of seconds, become targets themselves as Acid Esports realize, oh, those picks were ours. Who is taking them? Who dare takes our point? And GENxFM Mox is going to be knocked out. But Vishu on the other side does see the players of LZ running out in the open, and Param does come under a little bit of fire, but he does manage to survive as well.
Yeah, that little bit of a reach to play across, but this replay was brilliant, right? I mean, Zeus has to thank his gods and his forefathers that the other player was also, wielding that nade and not a weapon himself, because had he done that, had he wielded a weapon instead, he would have been completely wiped off. And I believe that VLT also wiped the floor with Godlike. Godlike has sort of been eliminated. We have to find out and be sure about this fact, of course, but Vishu FM is still on the move. He has finally managed to put a knock onto Param, who I believe is going to start taking blue zone damage in a little while. But Vishu FM, he does not care. I mean, let the zone chip in as much damage as he possibly can. He just wants that finish point to work with Prime also from the backlines. He himself is taking damage, but still getting so much work done for his team with 3 finish points to his name. He does have 3 posted kids to work with, and the zone is just slightly in front of him, so he needs to go for that run. But Velocity Gaming, I think that they are in a comfortable spot, at least in terms of how things stand with 4 players up and alive. They've got that 4 finishers to work with, but they still need to make their way inside the circle, and a couple of teams stand in their way. One of them I just saw is going to be Team Skulltz, and another one right up front is a team in yellow dots, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the minimap. We'll find out which team that is pretty soon. But 2 teams to fight for Team VLT. I'm not really sure if that is going to be a difficult task, especially with Beast being knocked out and the rest of the players just moving in with the infantry and the rest of the cavalry. VLT are ready to unload the mags right now.
I mean, Velocity Gaming, they might be ready, but they have to be extremely careful with how they pull this off as well.
Oh my god, this is so chaotic.
Oh, it was extremely chaotic. And, well, Aimbot does secure that finish. Were they using those Bgis as just a distraction? Like, alright,
Yeah.
we're gonna block the shots as well with this. You can't see us, but here you go. Get out, boy. And Prime, look at him. He's standing in the blue, taking those shots, trying to take the players of Velocity down, but his HP bar is just vanishing, and he's just gonna kneel down to the blue zone, just get taken out. Denies his point, but his team is eliminated now.
His team is certainly eliminated, but VLT, they're not in the greatest positions, and Prime, the kind of unsettlement that he provided against VLT with those shots sort of put them at a disadvantage right now, and GENxFM want to capitalize on it, but of course, they can't be blindsided, especially with teams being in the background, a lot of shots being fired on top of that ridge. They can't even climb up to the ridge to land those nades properly, right? Especially with so many teams in the vicinity, and the sight lines are absolutely open. Communication lines are spot on between the teams PYM, and they are pushing in. Team Acid Esports, their performance was scintillating in the last game, but so far they're trying to hold back Psyduck and the rest of his teammates. Nade being lobbed in, it's an absolute artillery warfare, but so far no damage being dealt as of yet. And as soon as I say it, Paragon, oh my god, the caster's curse.
Not even a delayed second, man. But Perry, yeah, he is in an uncomfortable position, and I don't see a way out of this unless Python Esports make a massive blunder. But even in a fight like this, when you know you have the soft cover of the smokes and you know you have the opposition pinned down in just one building, it is extremely difficult to mess it up. But still, Acid Esports is the team they are up against. And even if you don't make a mistake, Acid Esports will force you into making one. Look at that! They have done it! The players are in that corner, and Dora is just lobbing nade after nade in the exact same position. He did not secure those knocks. As I said, they forced them into a corner and they forced them to make blunders. Acid Esports wiping out, well, on the verge of wiping out Python Esports, but now off focus. One more player down. Python, they're going to be down to their last lad, and Spray God is just looking for that last individual. They find him behind the building. He does secure a knock, but that is all he will be good for. The trades do come in, and Acid Esports, they lose out on a few of their players as well, but I think they will be able to walk away with at least 2 players surviving.
Exactly, but it's not the end of problems. It's not the end of hurt as Galaxy Racers. They wipe out another squad all by themselves. TEAMZERO, if I'm not mistaken. Team NRX, in fact, it was, who has been completely wiped off, and now they seem comfortable. They are also sort of hugging the blue zone, so they need to move. They need to make the run for the money at this point and figure out that right spot where they can land that big chicken, because I believe the Galaxy Racers, they've been looking for that monumental performance to change their run of form. They've sort of been sketchy in terms of being extremely inconsistent with their points, so I believe that this game they want to change things up. Moscow, of course, driving to his destination elsewhere. It's Team VST who is landing a lot of shots. And look at Team VLT. Look at the confidence this team possesses. Aimbot was the first one who arrived to that situation, but then Punk from the backline just providing so much cover fire, and Aimbot has been spotted. This is Team VST, and I believe these are free finishes for them because they've got the high turf and they've got the man advantage. They've got the spread as well. This team is completely dominating the circle right now.
Yeah, and someone needs to stop them. Because last game they had 19 eliminations, Salty. This game they have 13 already and they are in the top 4. VST, what is going on with them? I mean, right now they look like the best team in the BGIS period. We haven't seen anyone rack up these numbers in 2 matches like this. And they still have all 4 players alive. Velocity Gaming is the closest thing to anyone who can stop them. Acid Esports down to their last player, and Dora, he knows he can't really do much. 7 eliminations, that's all they will be good for. And they have to stop. Already VST is at 8 eliminations. My apologies in this game so far.
Yeah.
Redemption Crew, how are they surviving for so long? Impressive. They have, all right, they have redeemed themselves perfectly. My apologies. They have redeemed themselves for the early exit in the previous game. And yeah, this actually looks quite good. Top 3 is going to get them 10 points. And even if they have like 3 or 4 eliminations, that's 14 points. That's a decent start to the day. They will have 4 matches remaining after this.
Yeah, Reaper is still trying to patch himself up, but does not have enough to actually go for a significant heal battle. Only 2 first-aid kits to work with and needs to apply it right from the get-go itself. Of course, that's all she wrote for him, because with 3 players or 4 players still surviving from the side of VLT as well as VST, he is going to have to be satisfied with the 3rd position. Velocity Gaming versus VST. This is an absolute onslaught. Look at the confidence with which Team VST is moving. A 2-2 split, and Immortal is completely startled. The nade! So much damage onto Immortal, and he has been knocked out. Team VST back-to-back chicken for these lads, and this was an amazing finish, finishing off a tier 1 team with that confidence, moving in so quickly and reacting that early. This is a performance for the ages. You mentioned about 13 finishes. I believe by the end of the game they are gonna have 13 finishes, man.
Yeah, and they are very impressive. They had 1 man advantage and they made it work. But again, I mean, they have faced off against teams like Velocity, teams like GODLIKE quite often, and I think it is they have a better understanding of these teams rather than the newcomers, and I think that is where they are benefiting in game 1 and game 2, that they have just taken on the players that they have faced against before. So I would love to see what they do when they don't know what the other lads play like, when the other team shows up with just like completely unorthodox movements, unorthodox ways of engaging those fights. But still, this is phenomenal, the way they are playing. And Velocity Gaming, props to them. They had 7 eliminations in the previous game. They had like 14 in this one with a top 2 finish. So Velocity Gaming, we do expect them to be good. They are being good. VST, though, I mean, I did expect VST to be in the top 6, the top 7, or the top 8 for sure. But what they're doing right now is just unfathomable. This is next level
Yeah.
performance. Yeah.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the highlights will be on your screen, majority of which will be dominated by VST. But Johnny, I have a very interesting theory about this. It's always their movements which always outshines their gunplay. Sure, they are extremely powerful in their gunfights, but I believe the finishes and the elimination points which they rack up, it's sort of a byproduct of their good positioning. You also saw once again in the final circle how beautifully they position themselves. No matter how many moves the other teams make, no matter how many teams there are in the vicinity, their splits are always spot on, and they always seem to have that extra bit of comfort while taking those fights. And this is one of the reasons why I believe they can rack up those finish points as easily as they can, and as easily as they do. So any underdog teams who is looking at this team right now, just make notes, just take as much as you possibly can and learn from this team.
Exactly, and I think again, as you mentioned, it's just plain and simple, right place at the right time. That is what VST is doing, and I think they have done it phenomenally back to back. Now they are in a position where, as far as this BGIS, the grind is considered, no one has ever been before. A hat-trick opportunity, 2 chicken dinners, theirs. Can they secure the third in a row?
Exactly. This is very interesting because so far I believe that in round 2 no team has actually had back-to-back chicken dinners, or rather even 2 chicken dinners as a matter of fact. So it's going to be extremely interesting to find out if VST can actually pull that off, and the kind of form they are in, it shouldn't really be that difficult of a task, Johnny. I believe that this team, this is their day, all right. They've got the right start, and now they are brimming with confidence. A second chicken dinner. I just hope that this team can keep their composure, because it's very easy to fly very high. And there's that saying, when you fly too high, you fall way too hard as well. So for them to have that third chicken and to have that hat trick, they have to be mentally extremely focused and concentrated on what the job is, because Sanhok is always a table turner.
Exactly, it is going to be a table turner, and especially the way this team has been playing with, as you mentioned, positioning themselves exactly, timing the fights precisely. I think on Sanhok, all of that can change in a matter of seconds, because teams are extremely close to each other, and as we always talk about it, it's very easy to get third-partied. So that is that one extra variable that they will have to calculate and incorporate into their game plans. But hey, I mean, they have been impressive so far, and I can just hope that they secure Sanhok. So we will have a lot to talk about then throughout the day, throughout the week, for that matter. And I think this is going to be a statement from this team to everyone, not just the teams in BGIS the grind, but as we mentioned before, if you are in the top 8 of your bracket in round 2, you already moved to BGIS. Round 2 or round 3 of the BGIS will be decided by the forwarding rounds of this BGIS the grind, where you will end up. Your seeding will be decided on your performance here, but you will be there for sure. And I think this will be a statement for all the teams that will be meeting them in BGIS, that this is us. You better watch out. You better be careful.
Exactly. It's sort of like, they've put up a stamp on the wall of BGMI that we are here, right? And we are here to kind of dominate. And Team VST, I believe that they will continue this run of form. I hope they will continue this run of form in the further rounds as well as in BGIS. But just like you mentioned, this round is of crucial importance. If teams get eliminated from here on, they have to start way back, right? And I believe for the tier 1 teams right now, that is the biggest concern. The ones who have been eliminated so far, it is their biggest concern to make that huge run once again, to make it inside the main event of the BGIS. So for the underdog teams who've had the chance to come this far, you just have to go for that last extra stretch. And if you manage to do so, I believe that the rewards speak for itself. You know already what the prize pool is. You know how big are the bragging rights. You know what this official event means for the rest of your career as well. So just give it that extra bit of push and do whatever you can to get those extra points. We've seen teams miss out by a whisker, by a couple of points here and there. So just make sure that you're extremely focused, you're hyper focused every single time, get your shots on target, and that's it. I believe that a lot of underdog teams have shown that this is possible, and the teams who are yet to play in the 3 games that remain, in the 4 games that remain, in fact, they might as well do it for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, the opportunity is there. Just 2 matches gone. 4 matches is actually enough to climb up the rankings and secure the
Yep.
position, secure the qualification mark. All you have to do is just be consistent. I mean, 10 to 12 points a game on average should keep you in the contention for the next round. But that is the thing, you have to secure those points one way or the other. Do whatever it takes to secure those points. Be it if you are an aggressive team, secure those elimination points. If you are a team that relies on placements, play for placement points. But be consistent. But we do have the MVP of this map on our screens, and this man was consistently just popping heads and popping bodies. 7 eliminations on aimbot from the side of Velocity Gaming.
Yep, I mean, I told you, VLT, they have got that firepower in them. Punk as well as Aimbot, these guys are fantastic. 10 finishes shared between them, but it is Team VST who has been rather consistent and done it in multiple matches so far. Beast with 5 finishes, Gubber with 4 finishes, even Acid, for a matter of fact, they find a place in the top 5 players as well. Spray God with 4 finishes. So 2 teams out of the top 3 last game, they still perform in this Miramar. I feel like it's been a consistent showing, and this sort of only means one thing, Johnny, that the top of the table in terms of the overall standings, it's starting to stack up. Look at the point standings. VST with 27 points, Velocity with 26 points, Redemption Crew with 15 points, and Acid Esports with 15 points as well. But no big name in the form of Godlike on the first page. Not the ideal start, Johnny, is it?
Yeah, not the start that they wanted, but something that they will have to deal with eventually. And this is, again, a little bit of an upset from Team Godlike, as you mentioned. I mean, just 1 finish point secured throughout the game, and even the previous match, I believe there was just 6 elimination, 1 placement point, so 7 plus 1, 8 is going to be their total tally after 2 matches. But it is Team Godlike, and they have 4 matches left. Salty, you, me, everyone watching this broadcast right now knows they will figure out a way inside the top 8.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the overall standings. Here it is. Team Godlike, they are nowhere. VST at the tippity top. After 2 games, they racked up 61 points. This is absolutely unreal. 31 finishes, 30 placement points. This is something which I've never seen before. Acid Esports, another underdog name, 22 finishes, 20 placement points, 42 points overall. The massive difference is there, and the build-up, Team VST, they started to build up that buffer and that cushion for themselves, which is just good. But I hope that they keep pushing through, maybe cross that 100-point marker as well. But Velocity in the 3rd position, 34 points. Decent. Midwave Esports once again with 20 points. And the second page is very, very interesting, Johnny.
Yeah, it is very interesting because we do have Team Godlike over here. GENxFM Esports is here on the 12th position. LZ official on the 12th, but on the 16th, look at that. We have another well-known name on the 16th position, Team INS Esports, and I mean, it is not looking good for them. Just 1 finish secured in the 2 matches that they played, just a single point on the board. I mean, they're going to look to push themselves even further, figure out a way to secure this 3rd game. Otherwise, the last 3 games for them will just be brutal in the amount of pressure they will have on their heads, just thinking, what if we don't make it?
Yeah. Of course, but I mean, what's gone is gone, Johnny. And I believe that for the teams right now, they've got to focus on the matches that are yet to come. Of course, we have a couple of table turners on our hands, and that is going to be Sanhok and Vikendi. And I always believe that, yes, there will be a certain group of teams who will have the right day, who will have the greatest of starts, and they will start amping it up after the first 2 games. But with Sanhok and Vikendi smacked right at the center, right smack in between these 2 groups of Erangel and Miramar, there's always the opportunity of shifting momentum, and the teams in the second page, they might just be able to do so, especially for Godlike. They have to go aggressive. They have to kind of unleash all their guns blazing and try and get themselves a big chicken on the map of Sanhok, so that they can not just get that momentum for themselves, but also get the momentum of the fans who are waiting out there. And for you guys, we will be coming back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. See you extremely soon.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक करें।
साइड मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
ऑन गाइस, कंपाउंड होल्ड। कोई नहीं है सामने। सेंटर स्लैम। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है। धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Thought, the power of the land.
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a very short break as promised. But that beautiful game, that very interesting game which you were seeing in that break segment, it's called Defense Derby and it has been launched already. It's a great game. It's a tower defense game, of course. And Necro and Johnny, they have been playing, they've been battling against each other. Necro, I want to know from you, did you win this time or was it Johnny who once again secured that big W over you?
To be honest, it was really close, but I won. You know, as usual, I'm taking the W's. I got my revenge. I really wanted it against Johnny, but I finally did get it. So, yeah, as you mentioned, it's a PvP tower defense game, and I think so every one of you inside the chat right now should definitely go and check it out. But you know what? Now, speaking about the entire Battleground so far and how it's been shaping up as well, it just seems like that one underdog team is not letting go of anyone.
They absolutely are not showing no mercy whatsoever. And I feel like this team, they are going to continue their run of form. They are going to continue their wrath. Of course, we'll find out if the other teams we have in the lobby today, can they show up? Can they beat VST in the kind of form they are in? Of course, a couple of big names in the likes of Team Godlike as well as Velocity Gaming. They've not got the right kind of starts for themselves. They are sort of struggling. Of course, Velocity Gaming, they are in the top 3, but that is not where they would want to be. And for Godlike, that is definitely going to be a reality because they're not even in the first page, Necro. What do you think about that? Do you think Team Godlike will be able to mount a comeback?
I mean, they should be able to do so, right? Off the books, if you talk about their stats as well, they should be able to mount a comeback. They're one of the most well-known teams inside the lobby as well, and when it comes to the firepower, they excel a lot of the teams inside the lobby in general. So, Godlike, for them to mount the comeback, it shouldn't be impossible at all. It should definitely be possible for a team like Godlike to mount a comeback. But to be honest, man, the top 2, and both of them are underdogs. One is VST, and the other one is Acid Esports. It's incredible. 2 games and already 61 points from the side of VST. It's tough to even wrap my head around it.
It absolutely is. I mean, they've had that beautiful balance between finishes as well as placement, right? They've always found those right positions inside the final circle, and they've used it to utmost brilliance, coupling up with a lot of finishes to their name. And that is one of the reasons why they've got 60 points out of 2 games. Like, imagine there's a 30-point average. It's not easy to sort of even think about it.
I mean, yeah, 61 points in total, from which they got 31 finish, so technically one finish point more than the placement points. But still, man, I mean, as I mentioned, it's just really tough to even think of a fact that our team is going to be able to achieve 60 points or 61 points in just 2 games. It's mind-blowing. And then you see another underdog team in the name of Acid Esports, and they've got only 42 points. Still, the difference between the first and the second spot is quite stark.
It still definitely is very stark, but imagine this, right? In a world where Team VST would have not been there, would have been praising Acid Esports for getting 42 points out of 2 games. It's just that their performance has been completely outshined by the likes of VST. And even for a matter of fact, Velocity, right? They racked up 34 points in 2 games. Even that performance is commendable. It's not something to be shy of, and the players must be extremely proud. But this map, sort of, my prediction is going to be the fact that this is going to be the table turner, and this is going to shift how the overall standings look like, ladies and gentlemen. Sanhok is live, and the flight path is a completely horizontal flight path. The trajectory starts off from the right-hand side of Camp Alpha and ends towards Lakavi.
Exactly, but once again, considering Sanhok is a much more smaller map, it's not really going to matter where the plane flat path is going to be starting from. Even if it's tilted to one side completely, teams are not going to have that tough of a task to just extend towards their designated drop spots. So you can't see Godlike as well as usual just extending towards their drop spot. Even the players of Redemption crew, it seems like they finally got the redemption as well. Just like me when I got my redemption against Johnny in the game of Defense Derby.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I'm still going through the tutorials. I'm still trying to learn a couple of tricks out from YouTube and stuff. But so far, I'm still what you call a noob in Gen Z terms. So I learned the game a little more, and probably, you know what, I can also battle against you too. Currently, I just feel a little left out. But look at this. Certainly, these teams are not feeling left out. Paradise Resort is now absolute trifecta of 3 teams. VLT, they are going berserk right from the get-go.
Yeah, Paradise Resort, it's not going to be Paradise anymore. Now it's going to be just filled, covered with blood all across its walls. And that's what we're seeing. Velocity Gaming just going all guns out against the team in the front. They've already managed to knock out 2 of the players, but instantly that surprise attack from the enemies, Faith Esports, has sort of punished Punk. Now Velocity, they will be pushed back a little bit. They need to take things a little bit in the more casual side. They need to start taking things a bit slow and take a little bit of breather. But the man who was knocked out will be confirmed as well. That Badger's going to do the job.
Yeah, it certainly will do the job, but
oh my God,
who's coming? Galaxy Racer, there's approaching, but one nade from Immortal takes down both Kalnaik and Prince, completely cutting off Galaxy Racers by half. This is absolutely brilliant. VLT, they're shutting down 2 teams at once, and it is extremely commendable. But how long will they be able to sustain this amount of pressure is going to be the question. No heal on Jazzy, which means that he'll have to fight the rest of the battle with just about 20% HP, which is not enough by any means. They've lost Punk already 3 versus the world. For Velocity Gaming, they need to survive if they still want to fight for that top spot, Necro.
Yeah, the 1 single nade and 2 players are knocked out. That was a nade that should be remembered for a really long time by the team that was on the receiving end. And Galaxy Racers, they try to third-party this entire situation, try to pounce on top of the teams that were in the front, but still, they're going to be on the prowl. Now, Galaxy Racers will be on the lookout as well, because they know the teams in the front, they seem quite the experienced ones, so you cannot just straight up pounce on top of them. You need to challenge things a little bit more in a planned manner, a little bit more in a deliberate manner. So how are they going to do so? Faith Esports too, with only 2 players now. Their firepower has been down to only a 50% for Velocity Gaming. They lost out on only that 1 player in the name of Punk.
Exactly. Faith Esports taking the sweet time so that they can restructure and reset their plans. But so far, I believe the plan should be to escape from this compound, because with only 2 players surviving, it's not the ideal situation to be in, especially in a mix between Velocity Gaming and Galaxy Racers, who are absolutely ruthless. Both the teams have a man advantage on top of them. With Galaxy Racers, they had an immense heart attack almost when 2 players got knocked out by that single nade itself, but they did find the time to revive at least one of them. In fact, both of them, I believe. But for the rest of the teams, of course, they have had casualties in Paradise Resort. And just like you mentioned, it's not Paradise anymore. It's an absolute hell for these teams. And the quicker they come out of this location, the safer they will be and the better game they'll have in the map of Sanhok.
Utilities in the hands of Jazzy. Just found a nade and a smoke standing right next to each other. Or drop right next to each other. Now he can utilize that to gain him a little bit more upper edge inside the fight. But look at Galaxy Racers. They're moving away from the outskirts. Maybe you're trying to farm an off angle. A surprise attack, maybe? Is that what they're trying to plant? But it seemed like they're just trying to move away from this entire Paradise Resort area. And yeah, that's what the game plan's going to be like for them. Godlike on our screens in Pineham City. And just looting and scooting up. No one around them. So for Godlike, they're going to be in peace.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are in the general drop location, and majority of the times you've seen nobody contests Godlike in the drops where they land. So they always have had those rather peaceful starts to the game, but it's been the rotations today where they've been completely cut off, right? There has been teams who have started to approach them in the later stages of this initial phase of the game, in the later stages of the first circle, and for example, in the map of Miramar as well, right? Team Faith Esports, they did approach Godlike and did try to hurt them when the guard was off. And if a similar situation occurs here, I want to see how Godlike actually reacts, because they need that big game right now. They are certainly not in a position where they feel comfortable with themselves being on the second page. It's going to be of prime importance to get this mammoth chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok. But so far, shots being fired from the side of LZ, but it's just way out of range.
Speak of that, and Acid Esports is actually one of the teams that has dropped right in the smack center of the map of Sanhok, in the boot camp area. And we know whichever team decides to drop inside boot camp, they pretty much are one of the most dominating teams inside the lobby. I mean, yeah, Acid Esports is so far in the overall standings, actually. They are able to dominate the competition quite well enough, so I would say they deserve to be in that position. And as long as they're going to be consistent enough inside the overall standings, that's all that's going to matter. They've already secured, 42 points? All they need is 15 points more to solidify inside the top 8, so already they're way too close to qualifying.
I believe that they are almost on the verge of, crossing the finish line. It's like they've crossed 1 foot. They are about to take the second step as well. But for Team Godlike, right, this is the first contact that they have established against TeamZero, and one confirmation comes across. Team Godlike, they found the first pick, and I believe that they are going for more. This is the aggressive nature of Team Godlike, which I would love to see. But so far, they're taking it a little slow and steady. They're not pushing in absolutely immediately. They know for a fact that this downhill run might actually be detrimental if a lot of shots get fired. They don't have the vehicles to completely slam into the compounds. So they have to be extremely wise about how they approach this particular fight. Do they run in, or do they take a longer route to try and approach TeamZero from a different angle? So far, no movements whatsoever.
Yeah. TeamZero, I mean, they've realized that Godlike is on top of that hill, but it's a little bit too late of a realization when they lost out on that player. That's why you should always be on the guard. Never get caught off guard. That one single player moved out from TeamZero got instantly dealt with by the players of Godlike. And look at Jonathan, those taps onto his head. What a quick tap onto that man. He instantly got knocked out. This is what we call precision from the best.
Precision from the best, of course. It's not going to do much damage to TeamZero, but of course the utility being utilized over there, a first aid kit and a couple of bandages, this is going to hurt them in the late game stage. And I believe that this awkward tension between Godlike and TeamZero, Team Godlike, they are having a great time at the top of the hill, but for TeamZero, they need to figure out a plan to try and deter the situation. If they stay in those compounds for a very long time, I believe that they are just delaying the inevitable. Godlike will eventually push onto you. If you try and escape without any vehicles, you will get gunned down by these precise aimers. What do you do in this situation? I believe they can create that smoke path and try and escape from those compounds, because those are not safe at all. As we have a look at the replay, pixel peek from Jonathan and absolutely accurate taps. Look at those damage numbers, 52 both times, and the man is dropped down dead.
I mean, those taps were detrimental, devastating. And if I'm going to be on the receiving end, I'm not going to lie, I will be scared. What exactly just happened with me? How did this man even see me on a small mobile screen and was able to tap that precisely? I would be scared, man. And this is why, that range, exactly. How was he even able to spot him in this small mobile screen, right? And It's just,
Yeah.
it's just really mind-boggling to me personally. But hey, that's just Jonathan for you, right? There's a reason why he's called the best player in the Indian gaming community. But now speaking about
Yeah.
other players or other teams, it's going to be Team INS in front of us, and even this is quite an experienced team.
Yeah, definitely an experienced name with a couple of experienced players as well. I was expecting a better performance, but they definitely haven't shown up as of yet, though. I mean, 4 games still to go. I don't really want to make a statement and judge the teams on the basis of their first 2 performances, hoping that INS mount a comeback, get themselves one good game. Because you know what, Negro, we've always talked about the 6-game meta being completely dominated by momentum. And I believe that once you have that momentum, you will rack up those points. But look at this. This fight has been drawing out for such a long time. Aimbot with that S12K completely cleans up the line of Team Faith. And this is it. Lights out for them. And they are the first squad to be completely wiped out.
Exactly, Velocity Gaming. What a great start for themselves. Now the next circle shift's going to be in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, soon enough. And maybe might just center on up. No, not exactly. A little bit tilted on the southern side and the right side. So even the players of ALS have found themselves in a good shoes. Even Midwave now slowly and steadily starting to move inside the circle. You see Galaxy Racers as well, somewhere near that Cape Quarry vicinity. So a lot of these teams are actually going to find themselves in the safe shoes. Now for VST to make a rotation, a safe rotation out of that Paradise Resort, it might be a tough task. Because soon enough, there will be a team closing on up from the back line in the name of VLT, and they have tasted some blood.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at this, though. Another war being brewing up here. It is going to be Midwave versus Python Esports. Midwave, of course, they will try and infiltrate the compound, but so far they have been unsuccessful. The damage has been dished out, but let's find out if first contact has been established in the first man going down, Necro. I don't believe any player has been knocked out, but this time, I believe Aru has actually fallen and hit the ground.
Yeah, Erangel trying to reposition himself and also wants to go for the confirmation onto that player. I really love the repositioning from the side of Erangel all the time. He's able to reposition, get the confirmation done as well. Python Esports, I was a little concerned when they decided to challenge a fight against such an own team, Midwave. But now they've also got the man advantage. So I would say, yeah, keep going, keep pressing on. Keep on punishing the team in the front. The more the pressure you apply, the better it will get. And the team in the front might just crack under that pressure. Vixie is way too low for comfort. Atanki and Dinosaurs now trying to create that off angle. But they get strikes from another man from the side of Python. I like the split from Python.
Exactly, Psyduck is completely on the other side of the road, and the shack that he's holding, nobody expected that, and a beautiful knock coming through. Python Esports might just be able to capitalize. Look at the wraparound coming in from Miracle as well. This is beautiful. But of course, he was stopped dead in his tracks, especially after that knockout. Arians was taken down, and after he actually capitalized on it, the little bit of hesitation is what was detrimental in Python Esports' success, and now they have been spotted. Psyduck is still providing so much resistance. Another player gets knocked down. Midwave Esports, what can they potentially do from this situation? How can they escape? Only one man surviving in Python Esports, especially with NRX in the background. I believe it's lights out for a majority of these teams. One man goes down, but that is it. The trade comes through. Python Esports, they reign supreme. But I believe the problems are not yet over. Just like I said, NRX was in the backlines and they were waiting for this fight to end. Now another player gets knocked down, finish being confirmed. Python Esports, they are starting to bite the dust.
They indeed do. Start to bite the dust in Python Esports. It's that unfortunate disconnection from the lobby from that one player. I don't exactly know what the issue was, but I'm hoping, or not exactly hoping, but I'm thinking that it's probably those network issues the player had. But yeah, if that player wasn't disconnected or maybe any network issues, he would have been able to do much better in that fight against the players of Midwave, and maybe Midwave could have been eliminated right off the bat. But now we've got INS wrapping around from the back lines. Xeno25, he spots out the players. Soft NRX, he knows NorulesXtreme are right in the front lines. And all they're going to need, a clear visual. INS, as they find that one player off guard, they're probably going to decide to strike in like the venomous snakes they are.
Yeah. But so far, they're taking it slow and steady. They've heard the gunshots. They know for a fact that NRX are in the compounds, but they don't strike upon their prey just yet. They'll wait exactly when the time is right. And I believe with the circuit shifting a little bit, that will be the go for NRX to actually ditch those compounds and move out. But of course, both these teams are extremely safe inside the circle. No motivation for them to engage whatsoever. Look at the central part of the zone so far. Majority of the teams are starting to line up, and I believe that there is not going to be a lot of spacing between Team INS. They are sort of spread out, the decent spread. In fact, a massive spread if you look at it entirely, and the circle now shifts completely away from both NRX as well as a couple of players from INS. This is probably the time that I was talking about. This is when Team INS can strike, and Team NRX might just be hurt the maximum.
Velocity Gaming now getting chipped out by the play zone. So yeah, they will need to start accumulating those medkits, those first aids maybe. But yeah, still the damage is not going to be that much. They're still going to be chilling out. Nothing too much to worry about just yet. For Team GODLIKE, though, there are a couple of threats lingering around their vicinity, and this is what I was exactly talking about. Shadow getting shot at. Shadow needs to back out now. That's what he exactly does. Backs out in the nick of time, and he should be safe now.
Yeah, he definitely should be safe, but so far, GODLIKE, they're still scouting out the higher grounds. And I love the fact that they're not really taking any extra risk into this fight so far. They want to enter the final circle where they can start asserting their dominance, and that firepower actually comes out to its brilliant form. But it's also sort of detrimental to the fact that they have not really racked up those finish points, which could have potentially given them the higher numbers. But well, what makes a good start makes a good start. INS Esports, they've actually found out a couple of players from Team NRX, and Zeno, of course, won't miss the shots. They won't really get the confirmation as of yet, but of course, a lot of utility and resources will be used up. So this is good stuff for INS. How does NorulesXtreme recover from this is going to be the question, because they are being gatekept from multiple directions. Look at that massive split on INS.
NorulesXtreme. As you mentioned, that split is definitely now just so detrimental for the players of NorulesXtreme. But still, INS just straight up unloading the magazines onto that coupe. Not exactly able to connect all the shots, but at least they were able to shook those two players away. Now they know there's only two more players in the vicinity, and that's why they're starting to press on up. But those two players who exited out in the coupe, they've sort of made a little 2-2 split for themselves. They've spread themselves out. So those two players on the extreme right can have a little bit more visual compared to the players on the close. Oh, he tried to make an escape route, and that's what he exactly does. He manages to escape out of that tricky spot somehow. And Don also managed to gather all of that attention onto himself. How is he even able to stay alive up till now?
The bike, it's an extremely quick vehicle, and you can actually make those quick turns, and that is one of the reasons why a lot of those bullets actually missed the target. But just like you mentioned, he was almost down, dropping down dead. Surviving by a sliver of HP. NorulesXtreme, what can they potentially do? Because 4 players and War has been left behind. The other 3 have vehicles to work with, and they have escaped the situation. But for War, he needs to be on the run. Will his teammates will try and come back to save him? That is going to be the question. But GODLIKE, look at them. They are approaching almost the central part of the circle, and this means that they can start to dominate from here on.
Jonathan eyeing out the compounds in the front. And now, as he knows, he's got the sight lines on most of the vicinity on the map. Imagine the amount of vital information this team has. That's a lot. And RC Redemption Crew, that previous game that they showcased their talent in, at least they've managed to place themselves somewhere in the top 8, so you can't say that can be a big sigh of relief for them. Now the next circle is going to be hitting the board as well, and soon enough we'll be able to find out where exactly the circle is going to go. Actually, it's going to shift right on top of Quarry.
Now things get so much interesting. Of course, INX, they have got a nice little position for themselves on the outskirts of Quarry. But for the other teams who will try and rotate from the western part of the map itself, or rather the western part of the previous zone, there is not going to be a lot of real estate. And you do not want to enter Quarry because it's a death trap. If you do manage to find yourself inside Quarry, then you're already as good as dead. So for Python Esports and the other teams out there, for example, Velocity, they have got to be extremely wary of the situation right now. Where do they position themselves? Because majority of those little shacks that are there in the outskirts of this position, they have already been occupied. VLT is still trying to approach a couple of other teams in the process, but they need to finish off Team Python Esports. Just one player remaining, if I'm not mistaken. Psyduck is the only one, but they do not have to, they can't manage to get blindsided by all the other presence and all the other teams who are taking pot shots against each other. Always look out for the backlines, because there might be snakes lurking around in this situation.
Might be, though. Still a big might. And there actually is a snake lying around in that vicinity. Still, it's just the players of NorulesXtreme. It's like these two teams have got some sort of a relation where they just cannot let each other go away from each other. But at the same time, they're trying to repel away for some reason. Maybe it's time to engage. Maybe it's time to find some connections. But still, both these teams, they're taking a bit more time to think it through, to find a good possible outcome. But considering the circle is quite small as well, we're inside stage 4. These teams have got a really good spot, so they don't really need to move out of their comfort zone just yet. A really good nade, gonna knock out the player in the clotheslines, and now Redemption Crew, even another nade's gonna be tossed inside that building. So another player goes down from the Redemption Crew side as well, so the trades are equal.
Yeah, certainly trades are equal. Redemption Crew just trying to stay alive, and of course they need to survive and of course revive Toothless Noob as well, who has been knocked out. But Team AllStars, they are on the other side of the road. It's not going to be easy for them to cross over and try and engage into this battle. Players will be revived, of course. AllStar just trying to regroup with the rest of his teammates. Zeus is the one who's holding this flank angle and might be catching Redemption Crew off guard, but so far nothing as such. Nades tried to be lobbed in. Both Redemption Crew as well AllStars will try and evade the situation because it's detrimental to their success. They want to move further towards the center, and I believe that Redemption Crew is already on the move. And look at this massive slam coming through. It's Team Skulltz who just land in front of the crosshairs of Team Godlike, and all of these players, they are going to fall. This is an absolute havoc that has been created, and Godlike, these gifts are presented to them on a platter. 4 finishes in a flash.
Indeed, and Godlike, what a Godlike showing in that fight. And now one more team's going to be in the clotheslines. In the name of LZ, they're just lying around. The snakes are looking to slither and strike on them. A little 2-2 split going on for the players of LZ, but speaking about Godlike, all of them are just stacked or regrouped in that one single direction. But Godlike, all they're looking for is that clear line of sight on at least one of the players to find that knockout and maybe potentially push up as well. One player knocked out as I expected, and now Godlike, they're going to start to make some moves on the board once again, but C-God gets knocked out in return too.
Exactly, some sort of damage being taken as well. The resistance was of course there, and LZ officials who are right next to Godlike might actually try and capitalize on this situation. Look at, there's so many teams in the vicinity of the blue zone right now. They need to make a move, and it's not going to be easy. Just like you saw a couple of moments ago, the circle shifted right on top of Query, and that means that these teams, they are not going to be safe. LZ officials, just like I mentioned, they are starting to capitalize, and another player being knocked out. Jonathan is the only one who's surviving, and he has so much responsibility on his shoulders. The vehicle, of course, will take him to safety, but will it not blast and make him survive is going to be the question. From the backlines, from elsewhere, completely different location, he gets gunned down, and that is it. Another poor finish for Team Godlike, and they've been eliminated.
Godlike, this is not the showcasing they wanted for themselves inside the round 2, but hey, it is what it is. Godlike, they've still got 3 more games in the future lines to try and redeem themselves in the upcoming overall rankings. But now, as LZ officials, this almost sort of managed to wipe out the entire existence of Godlike. Now they're looking to wipe out another team in the front lines. Really good spray from Perm, but still not exactly able to track the vehicle down perfectly. LZ officials, at least the rest of the players have made it inside the circle. Even Prime gets knocked out. LZ official in a world of trouble, because now they will need to face the teams that are currently going to be the Guardian Angels of the Age Alliance.
Another one goes down for LZ officials. It's just those foot rotations which are so detrimental, especially when you have the blue zone damage to the extreme. But look at this, 25 first aid kits on Madrek. This is absolutely ludicrous. 25 first aid kits, John Necro. This is incredible. I think he's going to survive for at least the next 2 to 3 minutes, and that means he's going to rack up so many placement points for himself. Even Dora OP, in fact, has 12 first aid kits for himself, so that is great. These teams, they are going in for the heal battle, and Necro, this is the circle for the heal battle. This is the circle where reptiles actually shine. In fact, we haven't seen a lot of the snake action, but the artillery warfare is just dishing so much damage. LZ officials, they're trying to resist and trying to save up their fallen brother, but the wall of death just keep on chiming in those damage numbers. It's going to be hard for them to go up against Redemption Crew. Only one player surviving with 2 players climbing onto him. Another one goes down and bites the dust. Redemption Crew, they still survive.
Indeed too, and look at RC Toothless Noob. Way too low on his HP, barely surviving on sliver of it, but he still managed to get 5 elimination points. This man's on a rampage. He's looking to get a little bit more, but he gets taken out from the game. Knocked out, at least for now. Redemption crew exactly able to get the redemption on the lobby, but this time not a lot of points secured, that's for sure. NorulesXtreme, this team goes through so many thick and thins, but still, they somehow manage to survive with the players. It's just, I don't even know what they eat for their breakfast, but it's something out of this world. Right now, Team INS Esports on our screens. Pop Kilo, able to inflict some pain and hurt in the front. He's managed to get only one single elimination point so far.
I told you, Necro, this circle is an absolute death trap. Once you enter the quarry region, you are open from every single direction. You have to be so careful in terms of where do you position yourself. Reaper OG, that was the final first hit he has. Now needs to go and make a run for himself, but of course he's not going to survive. The wall of death is going to eat him up alive. That's all she wrote for him. INS, explosions happening left, right, and center, but Pafkilo still managed to survive, at least for a little while now. But NRX on the top lines, they have the circle for themselves, and they still have the higher grounds, which means that they have the highest chance of racking up this chicken dinner for themselves. God. Another nade was lobbed in extremely close to Pafkilo, which chips in so much damage. But this man is like a cockroach at this point. He just keeps on surviving. Oh, well, curse.
Well, he's going to get cooked alive now. No way to get out of that tricky spot. And look at Sui. Oh, even he's going to get taken out. Oh, this is not good. Galaxy Racers, last player, GODLIKE, even he gets wrapped up by the wall of death, and now it's all down to NorulesXtreme. All the 4 players alive, somehow they've made it, and now it's all down to one hit from the side of Binus. A 1-on-4 situation, 2 teams fighting for the supremacy, but one team having all the advantage and all the odds stacked with them. DBS pulled out for the close range, he gets one, wants to get the confirmation, but it's next to impossible. He will be wrapped up and eliminated from the game. NorulesXtreme, this team is a tank. They go through so many thick and thins inside the lobby, but they still somehow make it till the late game scenario in every single map.
Exactly, right? I mean, Necro, you still remember that point where they were almost being pincered by INS, right? They barely managed to escape that situation. They were up against a wall, but somehow they managed to escape, and somehow they just got the blessings from the BGMI gods. And it feels like the BGMI gods, they always favor the brave, and Team NRX, they were extremely brave in that situation. They were stubborn to try and stay alive, and the way they did so was absolutely fabulous. They used bikes, they used smoke pots. They did whatsoever was possible and just did not give up on bodies. And the circle just tend to form on them on the upskirts of the quarry region. And when that happens, you know for a fact that the game has been handed to you on a platter. But Necro, this game started with a bang, especially on Paradise Resort.
Exactly. I mean, that's not a Paradise Resort anymore. What would we call it? Demonic Resort? I don't even know, man. It's maybe a Hell Resort. Maybe a Hell Resort is the best way to put it. But yeah, I mean, Paradise Resort was turned into absolute hell. It was not Paradise anymore because 3 teams were just off of against each other. They were just trying to third-party each other for some reason. VLT, even at the end of the day, they were not really able to survive because it was just an absolute hell-breaking lose on top of them too, man. And then INS Esports, this team, to be honest, has performed really or exceptionally well onto the map of Sanhok, and that's what they really needed. Now, the only team that needs to perform exceptionally well and step out of their comfort zone is Team GODLIKE. They're not able to perform that well, man, and I think so the only reason is that they're getting too greedy for these fights.
They certainly are getting greedy for these fights, but it's been the lack of awareness and the lack of information that GODLIKE is currently in right now in terms of where the opposition is. Like I said, they are getting blindsided by the opposition right in front of them, because of which so many teams from the other directions, they come in and they tend to do so much damage. They lose players in the process, and therefore they have no time to react. You saw how Jonathan had to escape from that situation. He came out of the fire and just landed onto the frying pan because he was shot down from a very far distance where the angles were open against ALS. So these are situations which Team GODLIKE will have to improve upon. They have to be a little more aware, especially when they're playing against underdogs, which I believe has been the case why GODLIKE has been underperforming, because this is the sort of a play style which they're not used to, right? They don't really play in underdog lobbies. They play in tier 1 lobbies where they know where the rotation is going to come from, where they know where this position is going to be safe for me for a while. But since these unorthodox plays come in where LZ just happens to push them very awkwardly, and then suddenly all of a sudden there is just another team going in with their vehicles, this tends to put GODLIKE in a bit of a confusion, and that confusion has led them to their demise every single time.
I mean, to be honest, I would say Godlike, they knew exactly where the opponents were. So in that moment, Godlike exactly knew what was going on. So they tossed in an 8, right? As soon as Godlike got the first knockout, I said this, that there's a chance Godlike will now probably try to push up. So you saw this clearly as well. Godlike tried to make some moves happen on the board, but then instantly Z-God goes down. So that return knockout onto Z-God sort of put Godlike in a massive state of discomfort. And as soon as that one player fell down, it was like a chain of eliminations just starting to wrap up on the side of Godlike. So I would say one thing is that in the fights, they need to reposition themselves quickly enough, man, because if you're going to be firing shots from one position, from one spot, in generic side, right, enemy team will start to toss in those utilities in that general direction. So it's better for you to reposition as quickly as possible, move away from that spot where you just revealed your position from, and try and fire some shots from a different side. But that's where Z-God got knocked out. He wasn't really quick on his feet. But it's completely fine, though. As I mentioned, right, still 3 more games to go. They've got enough amount of time to adapt towards the enemy teams.
They definitely have enough amount of time, but time is of the essence at this point. I feel like 3 games gone, only 3 games remain, and they need to perform in all 3 of them. One big game, I feel like they will sort of set up that platform where they can kind of do occasion the other 2 games, but they still need that one big game. And I feel like I expected Sanhok to be the table turner, but Sanhok was not that way. They did not plan out that way. Hopefully Vikendi sort of gives them some sort of a helping ground, sort of help them settle down, get those finish points racked up as well. They played very cautiously this map. They tried to be extremely wise in terms of their movement, but things just don't seem to work out on your bad days. And it seems like Godlike, for them, it's been one of the bad days so far. But with Vikendi, Miramar, and Erangel still up and coming, I believe that there is going to be the opportunity to mount a comeback. And I'm positive, if one team can do it, it has to be Godlike.
And to be honest, right, one thing also that I really want to mention is that VST, they're just so consistent. Once again, going for that med strat in the final few moments. Like, they have managed to get, like, 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. In the 3rd game, a solid positioning for themselves, too, with a decent amount of elimination points. Probably wasn't really able to keep track of that. But still, man, that consistency is something. Now it's going to be tough to take down that team from that first spot.
Absolutely. I feel like with the kind of a 20-point buffer that they have created, they're almost untouchables in this lobby right now, right? They will keep piling that up. And I believe that they might even break Team Myvi's record of 98 points, which they racked up on the first game. Maybe, we can see a team touch a 100-point mark, especially with what they have already achieved in 3 games so far. But it's going to be interesting to watch out, how they approach the rest of the game, how they approach Vikendi, as a matter of fact, because Sanhok, for a fact that in circles like this, a heal battle is possible. 25 first aid kits we witnessed, probably the highest that I've seen so far.
Exactly. I mean, that's what happens inside the heal battles, man. Teams usually tend to drop in locations that are quite isolated, where they know that no one's going to be there, and then they start looting those small compounds, right? Usually that happens somewhere near Tambang, Nakam, those type of area, maybe sometimes near docks as well. But recently, I'm not going to lie, the docks area has been a bit populated. So dropping towards docks as well has been way too much risky. So that's what teams do. And I think so, Sanhok is like a map for, it can give you a little bit of momentum inside the entire lobby too, for gaining a bit more points, right? And considering you don't even need to do a lot, if you manage to place yourself in the top 5 or even in the top 3, those are a decent amount of placement points anyways to get you kick-started.
Yeah, absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, the MVP for the map of Sanhok is going to be Toothless Noob from the side of Redemption Crew. 5 finishes to his name, and of course, a great game so far. Redemption Crew have been reeling in terms of the overall points table, but this was sort of the momentum shifter for them. Hopefully, they can perform in the next ones. Look at this, the top 5 players, of course. On the map of Sanhok, you don't really see those high numbers. It's mostly limited, or rather capped at 5 or 4 finishes, and it's been evenly spread out. Jonathan and S-Power even make the cut from Team Godlike with 2 finishes each. But I believe that that's not going to be enough, because for Godlike, I still remember, I think 4 finishes was all that they managed. But ladies and gentlemen, all of these questions will actually be answered when the point standings come up. And here we go. NorulesXtreme with the chicken dinner and 7 finishes to their name, 22 points overall. GENxFM with 13, INS with 13, Team VST with 10, and Velocity Gaming once again in the 8th position with 7 points. Decent number of finishes to work with. Could have done a little better in terms of the placement points, but no sign of Godlike once again, Necro.
Yeah, on the latter half of the board once again, man. And this definitely stings, right? I mean, considering we know how much of fan following this team has in general and still not being able to, resemble themselves to their fullest potential, it's definitely going to sting the fans and even the org itself. So for GODLIKE, not really having that much hot of a start, as we know, they are going to be only having those 5 total points inside the game of Sanhok. I think so. Things would have been even better if at least one of the players would have opted out for a med strat. At least that could have given them a really good kickstart too. But speaking about inconsistency too, right? Now, if you do take a look at the overall standings, in the previous overall standings, Midwave was somewhere in the mid pack. But now, as you do take a look at this overall standings, Midwave have found themselves all the way on the 7th spot. So that's a massive drop from 4th to 7th.
Yeah, absolutely. And the drop-off has been massive. Like, look at the stark difference between the top 3 teams and the rest of the lobby. Galaxy Racers at 27 points, Velocity Gaming at 41 points. I'm completely ignoring the fact that VST have like 71 points out of 3 games. That is incredible. But the rest of the teams, Acid as well as VLT, they've done a good job so far. 49 and 41 points respectively. But just like I said, the drop-off is insane. 18 points in the 8th position. 9th position is Python Esports with 15 points. Team GODLIKE reeling at the 12th spot with 13 points for themselves. It's not going to be an extremely uphill battle for them because of the fact that from the 4th position onwards, the difference hasn't been massive. So one good game, they will find themselves in the first page. But just like I said, they still need that one good game, and kind of momentum they've had, it seems a little far off right now.
Indeed it does, man. I mean, look at GODLIKE, right? Being only on 13 points, and then you also see Skulltz Esports, a team that I had so many expectations from. Even this team, I mean, yeah, it's understandable. They're the underdogs, but now in the first, or at least in the overall standings when we saw previously, they found themselves in the top 8. Now, after that game of Sanhok, it seems like the drop-off is massive. They've already dropped all the way on the latter half of the board, almost at the bottom as well. So these drop-offs that we're seeing, these inconsistency factor that we're seeing from a lot of these teams, they need to start to do something, man. They need to start patching all these holes up inside the strategies, all these holes up in general in their playing style too, because look, as I've always mentioned, right, these teams probably play a lot of scrims in the backlines, but the scrimmage gameplay and an overall official tournament gameplay differs massively. Inside scrims, a lot of the teams are just trying to get warmed up, just trying to get riled up, trying to know each other, how maybe potentially inside the official games can be. But in the official games, always, it just happens completely different compared to scrims.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very different from scrims, ladies and gentlemen, but we are ready for the cold lands of Vikendi, as I'm going to go take a break, and I believe Mr. Super Johnny is going to replace me. But Necro, I believe that you're going to have a lot of fun. Hopefully Team GODLIKE can recover.
Hopefully, man. Hopefully Team GODLIKE can recover. Those are, of course, going to be the expectations from Team VST. If you talk about in the previous game of Sanhok, they managed to secure 10 points in total. So still a really good outing for the side of Team VST. As I said, now all they need to do is stay consistent. They've already managed to secure 71 points. So that is more than enough for them to sustain the top 8 whatsoever. Even if they now do not play the upcoming 3 games, they will still be in the top 8 no matter what. So in general, these underdog teams just being able to dominate the overall standings, being able to position themselves in the top 2, it just boggles my mind. What exactly is going wrong with these T1 teams?
I mean, a little bit of overconfidence, a little bit of underestimating the rest of the competition. That is my perspective on it, because we are seeing them just force fights one after the other, even if they are in an unfavorable situation. And that, we all know, it's not always going to work out for you, no matter how much experience you have, how good you are in terms of firepower. But then again, Necro, I mean, can we judge them? Only half the day has gone. They still have the latter half of the day remaining. And as we have seen yesterday, Vikendi is that one map where you will always see those unexpected results. The teams that are underperforming, I mean, do tend to slow things down to try and secure the placement points. And Vikendi is that one game that will give you the benefit of that slow play style. But I think it's going to be the map and the zones have been extremely weird. That will decide who will walk away with the win in the next game.
Exactly, Johnny. But you know what? I understand the game of BGMI is really good too. But you know what else is really good? It's Defense Derby. It's a PvP tower defense game, ladies and gentlemen. And me and Johnny have been duking it out inside that game over and over again. And I'm not going to lie. I'm having a blast defeating Johnny all the time.
Yeah, Necro is a little bit smarter than me. I mean, so he does come up with strategies a little bit quicker. I'm gonna give him that. But I'll practice, man. I'll get better. I'll beat you someday. Not someday. I beat you once before, so I'm gonna do it again. It's just
Oh
I
yeah.
need to get my groove back.
I mean, maybe it's like, sometimes some people have those lucky days. Maybe you also had that lucky day, but it's okay, man. It's okay. You know what? I believe we as human, we're equally capable of doing anything. So I'm pretty sure you can be better than me in the future, or maybe we can't be on the equal skill level. But you know what?
It's all
Getting
about
back to the
practice.
conversation of this game. Yeah, it's all
Yeah,
about practice,
exactly.
as you mentioned. Be it whatever game, it's all about practice, the amount of hours you're putting in. And that's why these pros are pros. They have put in thousands and thousands of hours grinding this game, playing inside the pro circuit. And that's why we always say experienced teams are probably going to be the one to outshine the other teams. But over here, it's happening completely opposite, Johnny.
Yeah, and I mean, this is again, I think, as we've been discussing it throughout the day, I mean, the newcomers are just being too phenomenal, too clean in the way they are approaching the matchups. And I think it is just perfectly put on display that this is what BGIS has always been about. This has always been a tournament to showcase the talent of the community and for the community to showcase their talent and push themselves onto the professional circuit. And I think these teams have sort of decided that they are not going to miss this opportunity no matter what happens. And I think at this point we can just enjoy the beauty of this game and the beauty of this tournament. I mean, we are seeing those new faces. We have always been excited about seeing new faces break into the scene, and I think today is just the perfect day of watching that live in action. And I think just the last three games, I just hope they keep the consistency going, because otherwise you will take your foot off the pedal for 1 second, and all of these big names, you're gonna see what they are capable of.
Honestly, they will beat you down. I'm not even kidding. They
Yeah.
will beat you down if you let loose even one single piece of the pie. So, yeah, just make sure you're having control of all of that cake.
Focus, complete unadulterated focus on the matches. That is what will be required. And as we keep discussing, the next map is going to be tricky because of that aspect itself. Vikendi,
Yeah.
again, so far what we've noticed in the first 3 days, the early zones don't really give us that much action. Teams do prioritize position. Everyone has the same game plan in mind. It's pretty easy to figure out. Go to the center, find a compound, hold till the end game stages. If people fall around you, let them fall. You just have to patiently wait. Rotating is extremely difficult on Vikendi. People will be able to spot you out in the open. And again, since everyone is quite close to each other, close to the center, you don't really have a lot of moving room as well. So it's of the utmost importance to decide very early on as to where exactly you want to position yourself on the map. And then, as you sort of so wonderfully brought it up during round two, the mid game RNG is what you will have to tackle.
The mid-game RNG. Now, inside the map of Vikendi, as you mentioned, right, all you need to do is find a really good spot inside the circle, or pretty much at least to the central part of the circle, because once again, the first three stages are not going to be that important for you, especially playing inside Vikendi. They will be super slow. We'll be having a lot of these podcast hours, Johnny. So speaking about those podcast hours, right, teams can try to use that hours or use that time to scout out nearby vicinities, to scout out nearby territories visually, I'm talking about. And make sure to gain all the information. But when that circle takes a drastic shift away from you, that's when you utilize all that intel and try to figure out all the possibilities.
Exactly. I mean, you will have an opportunity. You will be given time to re-strategize, readjust. But let's see, when will that moment present itself for these teams, as we do have the plane in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. And in a few short moments, we will have the flight path as well. And this one is leaning heavily towards the eastern side of the map, starting just north of Cosmo Rowing all the way towards the Hot Springs area. And on Vikendi, as we do say on other maps like Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel, there are drop positions that teams usually don't utilize that much because of either lack of loot, lack of cover available for future positioning, lack of rotating opportunities. On Vikendi, there is no such spot. Every single position, be it Dino Park, Muvatra, Dobromesto, you go towards east, Peshkova, Factory, I mean, all of these specimen factory, I mean, all of these positions do have decent loot. They have ample cover. So this map is extremely beautifully designed in that sense that you can drop anywhere on the map. The game is going to be equally as tricky for you as it is for the rest of the people. And we already have the first zone of the game. And just like in classic Vikendi manner, this is smack in the center of the map.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. Mount Kresnik is the best place to be right now. If me
Mm.
and my team are looking to drop somewhere, I'm gonna say, let's go, guys. Mount Kresnik is probably gonna be the prime spot. Let's drop there, loot and scoot up, because no one in that vicinity has dropped just yet. But still, teams, considering they've got their own designated drop spots where they decided the pass of the games as well, so they're not really gonna be trying to step out of the comfort zone. To speak about stepping out of the comfort zone, we've got Faith trying to take on the players of RC Redemption Crew. This is going to be an interesting fight brewing up right off the bat, Johnny.
Yeah, it is going to be quite interesting to see Redemption Crew still on the path of redemption after the kind of tricky start they've had today. But this is going to be quite a massive blunder from Shri, as I don't think he realized that Maxi from the side of Faith Esports is right in that house. And there's another team. All right, it's 3 teams that have dropped in this position. Maxi is going to try and secure the knock, but Shri actually steps out of the line of fire right at the right second. Now, Faith Esports, do they realize that there's another player who is in no way related to the players of Faith Esports is right behind them?
Redemption Crew, 3OZ. I mean, for Redemption Crew, it's like they're trying their best to get out of this situation, but at the same time, where exactly are they going to try to settle themselves? Then that's going to be like a massive question that's going to erupt in front of them. So it's better for Redemption Crew if they just decide to challenge this fight. But now it seems like it's another team that's going to decide to straight up engage onto this compound. Is the players of ALS. Let's see if they're actually going to be able to withstand the amount of damage that might just be put against them or not, because it's just that one player named Maxi who was just trying to hold down the lines.
Ooh.
But that DBS burst comes out. One player goes down, but that's all he's going to be able to find.
That was just bad positioning right there from Maxi, and quite unfortunate as well that the moment he was out in the open, just right in front of the stairs, he was shot at, and AllStars secure that first finish of the game all for themselves. Had Maxi just been on the edge of the room right at the entry, maybe he could have secured 2 knocks. The DPS would have been absolutely the perfect weapon to utilize in that early fight, but now unfortunately Faith Esports down to the last 3 players. I mean, the backup was a little bit slow, so they are not going to try and push any further from that position.
Acid Esports spray god on our screens, and yeah, I mean, let's see how Acid Esports is actually going to be able to perform onto this map, right? I mean, so far they've been like one of the most consistent teams inside the lobby, so for them to actually perform onto this map will be sort of a challenge, because once again, it's a big shift, right? Still quite fresh inside the competitive scene. We know it used to be there back in the day, but now it's been a while, right? We're talking about the Gen Zs.
Yeah. It's the next generation. Are you a Gen Z?
Of course.
You are,
2000.
Right? Yeah.
I was born. Yeah.
Too young. But anyways, I mean, one thing you have to say, I mean, all these younger players are always the most aggressive people you see in these lobbies. Shoot first, ask questions later. That is the sort of mindset they step into the games with. And that is actually like something that is extremely entertaining to witness, because they don't back away from anything. Look at this, AllStars. Doesn't matter the distance between them and Team Godlike, they are still going to try and approach the fight. And Shadow was dropped down to around 50 HP. Lucky for him, he did have this big, massive boulder in front of him that he has utilized for a little bit of a cover, for now at least. And from the flank though, GodEye is going to have absolute God tier vision available, goes for the brilliant flank, secures the knock, and now he is looking at where the other lads from Godlike are going to be. In the meanwhile though, Shadow's finish is going to be secured, and Team Godlike, they'll be reduced to just 3 players remaining in this game.
Exactly. Look at Shadow now. Oh, he's also going to get eliminated from the game, Johnny. This is going to hurt so much. Godlike. I mean, I was just having a conversation about Shadow not really overextending himself anymore inside the competition, and then he just does that. Overextends a bit too much, gets taken out of the game too, Godlike. Now, once again, not really having that solid of a start. Dude, the qualification's on the line. Godlike, they need to wake up.
Well, they need to wake up, but when is the alarm going to go off? That is the question. The last few matches, they've all been about that aggressive stance, about those fights. But even though they are securing a few points for themselves here and there, but it doesn't feel enough yet. I think position is definitely going to be required. They will be required to make it to the top 3 of this game at least. But let's see how the latest stages of the match are going to turn out for them. And are they trying to go towards Faith Esports to pick up the fight against them? They have moved outside the zone. All right, they turn the vehicle around.
INS on our screens. And INS is one of those teams that has actually had a banger of a previous game of Sanhok, so
yeah,
you can't say the momentum for them as well. It's pretty good. Johnny, I want to ask your thoughts about the gun G360. Do you like it?
I used to. I've just never not used it for a long time, so yeah. I used to love playing Vikendi back in the days. I remember me and the boys used to actually play a lot of scrims on this map, and my favorite location to start the game from was always Cosmodrome because you can see the opposition coming. But Team Godlike against INS, the Titans colliding in front of us right now. Wanted and Xeno, they have stepped behind that rock, stepped out from their vehicles. They're waiting for the players of Godlike, and Godlike, they're taking massive hit. Jonathan is knocked out. Z-God as well. S-Power is the last man standing. Is this the end? And yes, it is. An early exit for Team Godlike in this game of Vikendi. INS just wiped them off from the face of the map in a matter of seconds.
Exactly, and INS Esports, look at them. I mean, considering they've managed to wipe out a team already and get their hands, or at least lay their hands on that team's compound. Team Godlike not going to be seen inside the game anymore. So many fans' hopes were dependent on this game of Godlike. As I mentioned, now they only had 3 more lifelines left over, from which one of them has been stolen away, Johnny. That means 2 more to go. The map of Miramar and the map of Erangel. Do you think Godlike can make it?
That is a very difficult question, my friend. I mean, deep in my heart, I do believe that they will make it, and since it is Godlike, I know they will just go for that one massive pop of performance. But when will it come? When will they deliver? I mean, the fans are just eagerly waiting to see this team in action, but we get those glimpses and nothing else.
I mean, to be honest, I just don't understand. Why did he overextend so much? Shadow, I'm talking about. Did he really need it to? I mean, yeah, personally, I don't exactly know all the circumstances, what exactly was happening on the map as well, because I don't really have the map feed available. But, man, that did seem like an overextension, right? So, of course, just from a generic point of view, I'm just going to call that overextension. But maybe if other factors were there in the backlines, then I don't exactly know about those. But speaking about Faith Esports too, it's another one of those teams that has lost out on that player, or at least that has found a bit of casualty for themselves. And even GENxFM on our screens, this team out in the blue, still trying to make it in. It makes a lot of sense too, right, Johnny? Considering it's Vikendi, teams know that it's completely fine, even if you find yourself out of the blue in the first 2 stages. We're going to be chilling.
Yeah, I mean, it is a small map, and you will be able to enter the safe zone. You won't be too far away from it no matter where you are, but you have to worry about the other teams. And if you are confident in your skills in rotating while taking those fights, then go for it. I mean, late rotation strat can actually work out for you. But look at this. Acid Esports and VST, the fight that ended game number 1 of the day, is happening again on Vikendi, and quite early this time, I might add. Acid, they have the perfect opportunity to gatekeep the players of VST from entering the zone, since they are right on the edge and decide to, in fact, move a little bit even further. VST, how will they react to this?
Let's hope they're going to be reacting into the best possible outcome, huh?
Yeah.
Acid Esports, Duora OP, trying to cross on over from that river. Oh, this is way too risky. VST's right in the back lines, Johnny. I'm so scared for this man. Duora trying to swim across the bay on the opposite side. And for Duora OP to make anything happen, it indeed is going to be a little bit tough of a task, a tough of a tall. But let's see. Skulltz Esports on our screens, and Skulltz, speak about them. Even this team desperately needs this game of Vikendi to be at least some sort of a nuclear performance, be it in the elimination aspect, be it in the positioning aspect.
Let's see, though, how the game is going to progress for them. Acid actually have a very interesting position for themselves, because if the zone is not on top of Castle now, they're going to be stuck in that position. I mean, as long as the other players stay on the main island, but no, they are moving forward. It's just going to be Dora who's going to be in the water lines, but switching focus towards INS as they do figure out Faith Esports moving around them, and the knock of Faith Esports are going to be secured by Skulltz from the distance. Bgis is the man who has found the opening, but will he be able to secure the finish? That is the question. Alfie. Alright, Alfie's knock was secured by INS, but Bgis did help out, dishing out a little bit of damage, and INS, they don't want to give the points away to anyone for free. They secure their point, and Faith Esports in a massive world of trouble as only the last player is left surviving now.
Exactly. Aiden RX on our screens. And speak about Aiden RX. He's just moving on over, right? The entire team of Faith has been eliminated out of the game, too. I mentioned this a while ago. Faith was on the receiving end. Before, they only lost out of one player. Now they've only got one player left over. So, yeah, things are really not working out for a couple of these teams inside the game of Vikendi. But once again, as I said, still new into the mix. So it makes a lot of sense why things are getting way too tough for them. GENxFM. Moksh just patching himself up. Once again, this team has just not made it inside the circle. I don't exactly know what's going through their brains, but look at the amount of meds this man has stacked up onto himself.
Oh boy. I mean, yeah, and this is the OG strat for Vikendi, right? As we were talking about it when we saw this map being introduced in BGIS, the Grinds Round 2, we knew, I mean, I know Heal Battle was always going to be an option for the teams, and I feel finally someone has decided to go that route. GENxFM, look at them as you pointed out, Necro, all the way towards Dobro Mesto, looking for those first aid, looking for those healing utilities for themselves, while everyone else is basically inside the safe zone already. The only team along with GENxFM that is outside the safe zone is VST, all the way towards Volnova, but they will just have, like, I think 100 meters or something to move before they enter the safe zone. And it should not be too difficult considering Acid Esports did abandon their gatekeeping position and have allowed VST a free entry inside the circle.
Acid Esports? I mean, just maneuvering around the castle. To be honest, if the circle shifts on top of the castle, then it's completely fine. But if the circle takes a shift away from castle, then that position's going to be a really detrimental one. It's going to be a really tough one to get out of, because you've only got a couple of pathways to get out of castle, and there's a chance those might be under watch in the future lines as the circle is going to keep on shrinking downwards. TEAMZERO official, another one of those teams looking to make a name for themselves, but still not able to pop that wall inside the lobby just yet. As I mentioned, 3 lifelines are still there. For TEAMZERO, they've got 3 right now. But if they're not able to do a lot, then once again, they will be taken down to only 2.
Let's see. Slow and steady progression of the game, like always on this particular map, but all of that is about to change as we do transition to stage 3 of this game. And stage 4 is where basically all hell will break loose upon anyone who steps out in the open. GENxFM, look at them though. 3 players, well, all 4 of them, in fact, have made it to the western edge of the zone and are about to collide with the players of Python Esports, but I wonder if both these teams will actually decide to fight out. None of them will have cover to work with, and NorulesXtreme in the front lines as well, holding strong to the momentum of the previous game, will definitely look to secure these extra points for themselves.
Indeed. And look at Python Esports. I mean, a lot of these teams exactly know where every single team is positioned, but still, the confirmation's not there. And speak about the confirmation for now. I mean, Python Esports, look at them, right? They haven't really got the best of the cover, Johnny. Just a little bit of piece of cover left over for themselves to try and make something happen in the upcoming phase of the game. But yeah, it's just quite a confusing aura in general for them.
Yeah, it is extremely confusing. But Python Esports, I mean, with the way they have played their matches, I mean, we do see those moments of brilliance from their side as well. And let's not forget, they are here for the reason. There is a reason why they've made it so far into BGI's The Grind, beating a lot of the teams that were there in the early stages of the competition. Galaxy Racers now on our screens, though. And quite close to them are the lads of VST, looking deadly as ever. But a few moments ago, we did see on the feed GENxFM, in fact, securing the first pick of one of the players of NorulesXtreme out of everyone.
And Galaxy Racers just moving around the bay. As I mentioned, these early game hours are, of course, going to be so slow, ladies and gentlemen, that, yeah, nothing's going to be happening on the board. All the teams will just try to find out each other's locations, where exactly every single team's situated, or at least the most amount of intel as they can gather. And then when the circle takes another shift, when it's going to be really slow or small, that's when these teams will start to implement all that intel and try and figure out all the possibilities.
Well, let's see, though. GENxFM. Again, I am actually keeping my eyes pinned on this team. I've seen them before a few months ago, and they have a lot of potential. But unfortunately, today is not really working out for them. They are not able to hit their peak performance mode. Same can be said for Faith Esports, though, as we do see the last lad running around out in the open, looking for all that healing utility as much as he can secure. And Skulltz Esports on our screens. Vigilu taking those long distance shots, hoping at least something connects on the opposition.
Skulltz Esports. I mean, at least they position themselves a little bit in a good spot, right? They've got a decent amount of hard cover to play around with. And they're probably going to be keeping that hard cover for themselves. Next circle shift's going to be on the board as well, ladies and gentlemen. This time it's going to move away from the teams. Now the repositioning is needed, especially from a team like INS, who are trying to play on the edges and hoping that maybe the next circle shift can't be on top of them because it's the stage 4. As I mentioned, till the stage 3, it's not going to be an issue. But as soon as that stage 4 hits up, you will need to reposition yourself and really get spot. And Johnny, as I mentioned at the start of the game as well, Mount Kresnik is the way to go.
Exactly, Mount Kresnik is definitely going to be an advantageous position. As you mentioned, the high ground will definitely help out a lot of teams, but INS, the push that they've managed to successfully execute, can they convert it into a fight win as well? As the players of Redemption Crew are now running in the opposite direction, looking to avoid the fight against INS. Zeno and Wanted, though, they are on the hunt, and slowly and steadily, all the other players of INS are also going to show up and join their teammates.
INS Esports. As we've got Wanted on our screen, and speaking of that team as well, I mean, one of the players managed to get 3 elimination points. I'm not going to lie, whichever teams who are actually able to get those early game points, those early game elimination points, they're going to be so lucky. And this slow and steady build-up inside the game as well is going to be just leading the game to be even more interesting, right? For example, imagine any Avengers movie, right? At the start, it's such a slow and steady build-up, Johnny, and then later on, in the end, it's all-out war.
Let's see, I mean, it will be an all-out war for sure, as you mentioned, but who will be there to fight in that war? That is what we are waiting patiently to figure out. And to find out as well. This is going to be brutal on the bridge. Aiden, look at that. He was trying to use the snowmobile to cross the bridge, but did not really realize that Skulltz were waiting for him on the other side. He was completely exposed and picked apart. Faith Esports being handed the exit from this lobby. 14 teams, 56 players remain.
Oh, Skulltz Esports. Finally, these two teams are really just right next to each other in this vicinity. And Mount Kresnik, look at Midwave Esports. No one's going to be able to steal it away. Another circle shifts on top of the Mount Kresnik. As I said, Johnny, it has to be one of the most prime positioning, and that too will give you a massive high ground advantage. So Midwave Esports, it's better if they're not going to be moving away from that spot. I just love the split the players of Midwave Esports have got amongst themselves.
Well, let's see. Midwave. I mean, again, another big name that has sort of under-delivered up until now, but still hope is there. And now, since we have seen, and as you mentioned, they do have the most advantageous position in the game. This game can be their opportunity to secure the win, secure the chicken dinner, and deliver on all the expectations that have been laid out in front of them. Look at that fight breaking out. And it's going to be the players of Galaxy Races against Velocity Gaming. But in the distance, Redemption Crew, they have showed up as well. And they have the perfect opportunity to go for a third party. As Octavius runs indoors, he's going to be knocked down by Khalnayak. And now Redemption Crew is here. Khalnayak, last player left standing for his team, has a DBS to work with, but the Molotov is going to burn him alive. What? And the players of Velocity Gaming are also going to be finished off. Immortal is the last man left standing from the side of Velocity. And all 4 players of Redemption Crew, they want to take this fight. But look, in the backlines, INS, they are moving around. Will they turn? Will they refocus on all the action in these compounds, in these small shacks? Immortal, he has managed to stay alive for so long. He's even, in fact, picked up one of the players from the side of Redemption Crew. His HP is low. What? Do the players of RC realize there's the Molotovs that they've laid out? They have done nothing but block their own entrances. But the nade that was lobbed indoors is going to be the final nail in the coffin. And Immortal will finally have to bow down in front of Redemption Crew. They only secured 3 finishes, but what a perfect execute.
What was that hesitation from the side of Redemption Crew? Why didn't they just push in all together and play for their traits? This would not have been the outcome. They would have been all in full force up till now, but that hesitation, because of that one single mismove, now they're down to a 3-man squad. Midwave Esports on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. Atanki with a nade in his hands, looking to prime it to the maximum. And also, once that nade's going to be primed up to perfect timing, he's probably going to try to toss it on top of the players of GENxFM. And GENxFM, they've surrounded themselves right underneath that mountain. On top is one of the players from Midwave. He's got a really nice high ground to play around with, but good shots from the side of Vishu. Now he's also able to, or at least trying to find out another knockout in the front lines, but the knock's not going to be that easy to claim.
Yeah, it won't be easy to claim, and it won't be easy to secure, convert into that finish, but GENxFM, they realize there's threat lurking above them as well. They want to clear out that position before they move out. They are the first one away from the zone right now. Them, NorulesXtreme, and the players from the side of Acid Esports. So they will be under immense pressure. And they can be gate-kept by the players of Midwave as well in this position, in this exact spot. But still, opportunity will be there for them to move out. VST in the distance. There's a little bit of distraction for the players of GENxFM. Midwave Atanki, he's trying his level best to gather all this information, but how is Midwave going to use this to their advantage?
Yeah. And speaking about Midwave Esports, look at the shots taken from Atanki. As I said, this man, he's got the high ground, so of course he will keep on raining down terror onto his opponents. One more player in the clotheslines from the players of NR. Let's see for how long these players are going to be able to survive. NorulesXtreme, as I mentioned, this team, I don't know what exactly or how they managed to tank up so many just thick and thins onto themselves, but still at the end, they somehow survive till the late game scenarios. But for now, NorulesXtreme, they're in a massive world of trouble. They've been pinned between the 2 players of Midwave. And now Vixie as well looking to take a fight against another team. It's like every single player of Midwave, he's got his own battle to deal with.
Well, yeah, he does have his own battle to deal with, and he's trying his level best to deal with them. But Atanki takes a lot of damage, and he's going to be forced in the back lines. He's going to be forced to back off. Tries to utilize the first hit to bring himself back, and he will have the breathing room to do so, as well as all the other teams that he was focused upon are going to be busy in a few short moments, fighting amongst themselves and trying to look for a way to reach the edge of the zone to try and protect their position, protect their spot inside of this game. Midway, Anosis on the other side. Midwave is taking multiple fights at the same time, each individual focused on a different team entirely. But finally now, Atanki decides to join his teammate, but by the time he arrives, it's going to be all over. Now there's just crates left over here.
Indeed. And Atanki, this man's going to be having resources for days because the amount of players he's just eliminated out. Even NorulesXtreme was on the receiving end. Even they've been eliminated from the game. This time they're not going to be able to good enough, or this time they're not going to be good enough to tank all that damage that's being inflicted onto them. LZ officials on our screens, and Prime, he knows that there's a team in the front, taking things a bit slow and sound, but LZ officials, finally, they managed to find a couple of knockouts on the player of GENxFM. One player gets knocked out. He's trying to crawl back to safety, but it's going to be a tough one to get the resurrection back on the fallen player. The next circle shift as well is going to be in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. In INS, they're going to find themselves in the prime spot.
Well, they do find themselves in the prime spot, and now they want, or they should be feeling like this game is already theirs. Challenging these late game positions in Vikendi is extremely tricky and extremely difficult to pull off, but let's see how far can they take this. GENxFM on the other side, pinned down right now. Nades being rained upon them. And two players, Vishu and Mox, extremely low. One of their lads has some HP to work with, but his teammates are knocked out. One more nade from Atanki. And it's all going to be over for GENxFM, but will this connect? That is the question. Lobs it, falls a bit short, but the next one should go in it further, but no, it's a little short again, and Atanki is running out of utility. Realizes maybe they have repositioned. Revives coming in for the side of GENxFM. Had the opportunity to wipe out the entire team, misses it. But Atanki now, he's himself decided to go for the push. Do you think this is a smart call right now? It's a 1v3 basically.
We don't exactly know. Maybe in the future we'll know. But Atanki, this nade is definitely going to be raining down. At least still playing that terror and fear in the enemy's minds, and that's what exactly is happening. Atanki also on the verge of eliminating the entire team of GENxFM in front of us. Two players already knocked out. Is just trying to find that third player from this team as well. And as soon as that DBS is going to find him in its crosser, it will exterminate this team out of the game.
Let's see how far can they take this, how far can they go. INS, just two players, Pau Kilo being brought back into the game. Zeno right next to him, Redemption Crew. Oh my goodness! Incredible! I mean, Redemption Crew, they just held their ground. Midwave did half the work. In the end, it was just a nade from Srios that helped them secure a point. Midwave, they do get those extra finishes for themselves. But now the tables have turned, Necro. We thought INS would have a massive advantage in this game. They would be able to secure an easy win, but they've been wiped out from the map, and Midwave is proving to be an absolute titan, and no one over here is going to be able to take them on.
They're not just a Titan, they're the Alpha Titans inside the lobby, next to the players of ALS and even Acid Esports. GENxFM, you see the mid-break is still somehow alive. Maverick, all the way in the back. AllStars, God, just trying to eye out any teams or the players in the front, just looking around. All he needs is that valuable intel. Once he finds that, maybe the press-up's going to be there. Before the players of All-Star, even they themselves need to make it inside the circle. The next circle shift's going to be in front of us. TV is pulled out for the close quarters. Acid Esports making that push happen against the enemies, but eventually also wiping them out of the existence.
Oh boy, top 4 teams in this game remain, and Acid Esports, Petty is going to be dropped by Midwave. Midwave finally gaining the edge against the opposition. They have 13 finishes secured, but just 2 players remaining in this matchup to close out the match. Will this be enough? That is the question that they're asking themselves at this point. Redemption Crew, after that blunder in the first game, they have recovered quite nicely and are now looking to gatekeep the players of Midwave. Toothless, he's waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the opposition to reveal their position, but that is not really working out. Acid, the blue zone might just take them, and alright, they are done.
Exactly, and Midwave Esports, Dinosis on our screens, and he still thinks that there's someone in the back lines, maybe probably going for that mid strat, but look at RC and Skulltz. A team that I've been eyeing out personally for since the start of the day. Finally, Skulltz, there's a chance for them to actually secure chicken dinner as well. But hopefully they're not going to get spotted out by the players of Redemption Crew. They must have a rough idea of where exactly Skulltz is positioned, but not exactly the confirmation where exactly they are at. But look at Midwave, Dinosaurs, he try to pull some shenanigans off. He's going to be eliminated off the game as well. Aru now, the last glimmer of hope alive. The final first aid is popped, and Aru will try to pop someone's head as well inside this zone.
Let's see. Oh, Baymax! Between the trees, the shots connect. And well, Aru, he tried his level best for that extra point, but it's not really going to be given to them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the top 2 teams of this map of Vikendi are here. The top 6 players. It's a final 3v3 between Skulltz and Redemption Crew. Sri, he's trying his level best, switches over to the DBS. M4 is the secondary weapon right now. Nate being cooked and locked, but they don't connect. And it is going to be Skulltz who started and finished it all in Vikendi, securing the win and putting their name on this map.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Skulltz finally finding that sweet, sweet chicken dinner and able to name the game of Vikendi for themselves. Another variety name we're able to see inside the winner list. Now, Skulltz, they must be able to catapult themselves quite high inside the overall standings too. They should be somewhere in the top 8 too, Johnny. As I mentioned before the previous game, Skulltz was actually somewhere in the top 8, but still I'm not really confirmed about that, but I think so. They were somewhere in the top 8, but after that previous game, Skulltz were moved down in the overall standings. Now they should be back up.
I think, this game should give them a little bit of a safety cushion as well. As you mentioned, they will be in the top 8 and there will be a little bit of a safety cushion. But, Necro, you were the one who believed in them from game 1. You, at the start of the day, also said, like, this is that one team that you need to keep your eyes focused on. And they finally lived up to the expectation. Yeah, the previous games were also quite decent, but this is that one pop-off game that I think we all wanted to see from this team. Because in terms of firepower, they are good, but it was that lack of positional awareness that was kind of detrimental factor into their previous matches. This time around, the Vikendi, we all know it's going to be grateful. It's going to be quite generous to you if you have that early game position secured. And I think because of that, and also good rotations being put on display by Skulltz, it was overall very, very well thought out game plan from their end.
As you mentioned, overall, a really, really good, well-thought-out game plan in general from their side. But look at this overall push that was being made from the side of Maxi too, right? I mean, he tried his best to try and keep the opponents off at bay, but it was not really possible. Got eliminated at the end of the day. Even GODLIKE getting just chased down like that, hunted down by the players of Honest, eliminated from the game itself. Now the qualification's on the line, Johnny. As I mentioned, 2 more lifelines are still available for GODLIKE in the name of Miramar and Erangel. The upcoming map is going to be Miramar, so hopefully, let's hope that GODLIKE will possibly be able to clutch out that entire game.
And I mean, it is going to be very important. I mean, as you mentioned, to secure the Miramar map, at least finish in the top 2, or if not the top 2, make sure you're walking away with double-digit elimination numbers. One of those scenarios needs to happen for Team GODLIKE in the next game itself. But this map of Vikendi did give us a lot of those impressive individual moments of brilliance from a lot of players. I mean, talk about this fight that was executed by Ayathinki. It was so flawless, so beautiful.
Exactly, and Midwave too. I mean, with the way things started to fall off from them, but it's completely fine, right? Once again, Johnny, because with that high ground Midwave had, it did feel like somewhere down the line they got so many elimination points just wrapped up off the bat. So I don't think so Midwave anyways, even if they did get eliminated in top 3 somewhere, they're not going to be in that bad of a spot. They still accumulated a decent amount of points, so they should still be in a massive comfort zone, and the consistency for Midwave is still up there. Now, speaking about teams like Team VST, who were actually able to make a massive name for themselves in the overall standings, Johnny, now we're seeing somewhere down the line that inconsistency hit on the board too. But as I mentioned, already in the first 3 games, they accumulated over 71 points, so they're going to be in a comfort zone anyways. Now, even if they do not decide to play the games, they're still okay.
Exactly, but I would say don't do that. Play your matches out, play all your games. Don't just sit out your matches because you think you are ahead of the competition. I mean, that is, wouldn't want to see that happen. Just saying that, but I think you are right. They do have a massive, massive advantage against the rest of the competition, and they can just basically go YOLO in the rest of the matches, do whatever they want. If you want to drop a 4-man split drop onto 4 different teams at the same time, go for it. I mean, safety cushions are there. I mean, you built a safety cushion in the early stage so that you can have fun in the rest of the matches. That's what they're there for. That's what they allow you to do. Otherwise, I mean, if you don't really gain the advantage in the early games, you're going to be so stressed out in the last few matches. Kind of the position we're going to see Team GODLIKE in. And even in this previous game, as you mentioned, I mean, what was Shadow doing there? I think he was scouting for information, but he was also just standing still behind a rock. And I think Esports, they were just trying to rotate themselves, and they just saw one player. No one's going to resist an opportunity like that. So a lot of questionable moves being made, and not just in one map, and quite a few. But still, we will be hopeful because we know who these players are. We know what this org stands for. We know what these players are capable of, and that sort of history is the reason that we all still have hope.
Exactly. I mean, in general, they just entered inside the BGIS with such confidence approach, right, Johnny? They entered in BGIS. They got like what, so many points. I think so. This was the team to set a massive record in general inside the round one.
Yeah.
They had the highest amount of points compared to all the other teams in the previous round. But then now inside over here in round two, the storyline has flipped over. The page has completely been flipped over. Don't know what exactly is going wrong with Godlike. And now because of that pressure that's been building up of qualification, they're also starting to make the mistakes that they were making in the past lines.
Yeah, and it is going to be extremely tricky to figure out exactly what is going wrong with them. But I think at this point, we just have to wait and see what the future holds for them. But so far, I think just like round one, Necro, you will agree with me on this, and Salty, I think hopefully will agree on this as well. That just like round one, round two, it's getting more and more difficult day by day, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's going to happen, right? In general, as things are going to keep on progressing on, these teams will start getting used to it. These teams will also watch and learn from all the other teams that have been competing in the past too. So automatically, as the days are progressing on, things are getting even more, or shaping up to be even more difficult for the teams that are going to be in the future lines too. It's just like a test. It's just like oral test in the school, right? You do not want to be the first one to go and give the test first. You want someone else to go, so then you can watch him how he's doing it, and then you can try to implement a little bit that can give you a little bit of more confidence to go on the second spot and try and do something else. It's the same over here inside the
Why do I
too.
feel like you've done this before?
Yeah, I've done this before.
You're telling this from life experience.
Multiple times. I mean, I used to be a backbencher, Johnny. So, yeah, I mean, my number used to be at the last all the time. So, yeah, I mean, that's one of the good things, right? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of the backbenchers in the chat.
Yeah. And this is like a cookie cutter strat for backbenchers. You just wait, listen to what the other person's saying. Yeah, this is the answer. All right, I will put my twist on this. And I mean, that is like a perfect example. Don't do this in life. My objective is study, focus on your studies as well. But for the game as well, I think it's a good idea to take an observation from what the other teams are doing and learning from their experiences, learning from their mistakes. I mean, there is a reason that you study history in school as well. You see what happened, you see what went wrong, and try and not pull off the same moves again in the future. But ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the man who is all about the moves in this game. Talking about the MVP, which was basically just dropping the lightning on top of everyone. 5 eliminations secured from this match.
Yeah, I mean, standing true to his name, huh? Bijlu just dropping the lightning. He's the god of thunder, ladies and gentlemen. Now we've got Midwave 2 in the top 5 finish players. We've got Dinosus and Atanki with 4 and 5 elimination points each. And then we've got Max and Zeno from Team RC and Team INS. INS, I'm just really happy to see that even though they're not really able to get the chicken dinners, they're still playing really consistent. In the previous game of Sanhok as well, they were able to show so much consistency. Now, even in the game of Vikendi, they're able to show so much consistency. Now it's only going to be uphill because the momentum seems like it's going to be in favor of them. Moving on forward towards the point standings, Midwave's going to be on the second spot, as I mentioned. Even though they did not really get that chicken dinner, still they finished in the top 3 and they managed to accumulate a lot of finishes.
Yeah, top 3 teams in this game finishing north of 20 points. Even Redemption Crew this time having a very wonderful performance for themselves. 20 points secure. Acid Esports, I'm very impressed with Acid Esports. Only a few matches have they been picked off early. Other than that, they are being extremely consistent. And in this game, I think they did have a very decent position as well, securing 5 eliminations, 13 points total tally. But yet again, Necro, we see Godlike on the second page of the rankings. And this time, with absolutely no points on the board. This is quite surprising. We hardly get to see Godlike in a position like this. This is a very rare moment.
Indeed it is, Johnny. I mean, indeed it is a really rare moment too. But now if we speak about, in general, the Vikendi point standings, right? I mean... Man, I'm just concerned. I'm just really concerned for Godlike, dude. I mean, all the known names, Johnny. Look at this. Galaxy Racer is not able to perform that well. Godlike, another known name. Even a team like Velocity Gaming, who's been known for such a long time inside the IGC, another known name on the latter half of the board. Now, look, I haven't really got any confirmed informations if these known teams are like, not really playing to their fullest potential for a reason. But one thing is for sure, that Godlike, they're missing something. They're missing that spark. They're missing that click. And even if they were trying their best to not really showcase their true strategies, then I would say now they need to. Now they need to show their true strategies. Now they need to do something that's going to at least make them outshine from the entire competition.
Exactly, and it is going to be important for them, as you mentioned, to showcase what they are made of. Because now only 2 games remain, and these 2 maps, once they are done, they won't have anything left. But before we jump into the action, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you.
Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने। सेंटर स्लैम। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. Ha! Hi-ya! Ha! I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are about to step into the battleground to figure out what, or in fact, who will be moving forward to the next raid of the BGIS, the grind. This is Super Johnny joined by Salty right now. And Salty, I mean, Necro is asking me very difficult questions, and I'm going to throw those questions to you. What is happening with Team Godlike? Do you know?
Honestly, it's very hard to figure out what is going wrong exactly, because it's not just Godlike. We've seen a couple of other tier 1 teams as well who have sort of struggled, and I believe it's the ambiguity of the lobby coupled with the fact that this is a new experience playing against these underdog teams who are coming up with underdog game styles and unorthodox game style. As a matter of fact, it seems like it's a little hard for them to sustain. It's a little hard for them to adjust, and it's probably taking them a couple of games to sort of, step up to that level. But hoping that Godlike can actually pull this off in the final few games. They still have the Miramar and the Erangel left. Of course, is going to be home turf. They like playing on these games. They know how to get those chicken dinners. But I'm pretty sure a lot of the fans in the chat, they're just waiting for this team to perform, because I went downstairs and I saw so many yellow hearts out there, Johnny. I just feel for all of those fans. I hope that Team Godlike can actually come back with flying colors. But it's not just Godlike. You know, the lobby has been filled with other colors coming in from the underdog teams as well, who have sort of established themselves as the undergods, like you and Necro like to call them.
Exactly. I mean, and they are living up to that name. Undergod, in the loosest form, does mean a demigod, and demigods, let's not forget, they do still have powers, and these teams are definitely putting their superpowers on display. But let's see. I mean, still 2 more matches to go, and we all know, I mean, the scariest thing about the experienced teams is the fact that for them, 2 matches might just be enough to make the push to the other side. So I think that is something that are going to be waiting to watch what exact these teams will be up to in these last 2 matches. But then again, I mean, so far, if you talk about the newer teams, GENxFM, I think a little bit more is expected from their side. I am waiting to see, because what we are seeing from their side has not really been their best. Trust me, this team can go even further. And just like we say about Team God, like yeah, these players are aggressive. They like to fight. GENxFM also does not shy away from that fighting stance. So I think I'm going to be hopeful to see this team sort of step up to that position again. But one of the newest name that actually has been extremely impressive, even though they did not start off that well, has to be Redemption Crew. This team readjusted so perfectly.
Exactly, Redemption Crew was there in the last tournament I casted, and I remember this team being extremely quick in terms of adaptation. They know how to adjust themselves to different situations and react accordingly, and that is one of the reasons why probably, even though they did not have a good start, they had that mental capability and the strength to sort of focus on the games up front. And Johnny, of course, you asked me a question if the 2 games are going to be enough for the teams who are not there in the top 8 to kind of mount a comeback. I'll just say one thing to sort of put things to perspective. Just remember this. Team at the very top, they had 2 games and they had 61 or 62 points acquired. So you can do that as well, ladies and gentlemen. As we move to Miramar, the flight path is going to be in front of our screens in a couple of seconds, and my co-pilot, Mr. Super Johnny, is going to lead you all through it.
Exactly, and now this time, this flight path, it's going to be a little bit more intense. We have taken a little bit of a detour this time, so ladies and gentlemen, just fasten your seatbelts and just wait till we make it to the end stages of the game. Starting from the southern hills of Los Leones, we're going to go all the way towards La Cobriera, and again, a central flight path on Miramar means standard drops will be allowed to everyone. You will have the freedom that you wanted, at least for the initial stages of the game. And if you remember, Salty, you were there with me on the previous Miramar. We saw a drop clash on Los Higos. We saw a drop clash in El Pozo. This time around, though, Galaxy Racers, they are the only team heading towards that El Pozo position. VST heading towards Puerto Paracia. I want to see if that El Pozo clash is going to happen now.
Yeah, El Pozo clash is going to be pretty interesting because, again, we saw how hesitant the teams were in taking that particular fight, and it kind of drew out for an extremely long duration. Redemption Crew, they certainly have taken their drop location, but I believe that the team who was accompanying them is not going to go for it this time around, but elsewhere, it's going to be an absolute brawl. It's a fist fight happening, not just a fist fight. They've acquired some sort of weaponry right in the early stages of the game. It is GENxFM up against TEAMZERO, and I believe TEAMZERO, they've had some early casualties.
Well, let's see. GENxFM, they have to be extremely careful about it. TEAMZERO, not really a team that you want to give an opportunity to. I mean, none of these teams, you do not want to give a single opening to them. But let's see. It's an early fight, so reset opportunities will be there to both these sides. And TEAMZERO, as we talked about them, have in fact reset. The lad that was put down has been brought back. Looking for healing utility right now, but the nade being lobbed by Gods, and it's going to be extremely difficult for him to line this up and connect to the opposition.
Absolutely. I mean, no matter how many times he pulls the pin, I feel like there is going to be no contact given from the other side. Of course, I believe it's Vishu who is still trying to take a peek for himself, but so far, it has not amounted to anything. So it's basically Gods just repinning the nade and just unpinning it. Even though it's not possible in practicality, in the game phase, of course, you can do that. But this fight, of course, did come to a standstill. Both the teams, they have reset themselves so far. Players back up on their feet again, so it's still a 44 affair. But look at this though. GENxFM, they're still on the hunt. They're still on the lookout for more utils in Picardo itself. It's going to be interesting to find out if GENxFM is going to find an option or a route so that they can wrap TeamZero from all directions. But so far, just like I said, it's just come to a standstill where nothing exactly is happening.
That is like the early stages of Miramar.
Yeah.
What you expect. The previous one was a little bit more weird. That previous Miramar was the outlier. I mean, you'd never see so much aggression in the early stages of this map. So this
Yeah.
is what the standard pace of this map is like. And I think now the teams will be a little bit more comfortable. But we do have the southeastern zone this time. Skulltz finding themselves all the way in Impala, completely isolated. INS actually have a pretty wonderful position to work with, as they have that El Azhar city under their control. No one close to them to even contest that position, or, well, if they rotate early, their rotation as well.
Exactly right, and their pathway towards the center of the circle is also completely clear. That region is uninhabited, and that just goes to show that their positioning might just be of prime importance. I feel like there will be a lot of teams who would aim to go in that direction, but just like you mentioned, if Team INS, they rotate early, they might be getting the early movers advantage. But Johnny, these water circles sort of intrigue me quite a lot, because I've seen them stick to the shoreline sometimes, and then all of a sudden they just hit the curveball and the teams will have to abandon the shorelines. So there's multiple factors and multiple ifs and buts which come into the picture, and I would love to see how these young teams, underdog teams, react to this situation, because now, as a matter of fact, you can't expect a basic circle just like we saw in the first one towards Montenuevo. That situation is not going to happen. There is a massive curveball. The terrain is going to be a big challenge for these teams. Where do you position yourself and how do you approach the game from now on is going to be of prime importance, because you might think like, well, this might not be our circle, but so what? We're going to go for finishes. We might get eliminated early, but if we get a good 7 to 8 finish for ourselves, that is a good number on the board.
Well, let's see. I mean, yeah, it will be a few good numbers on the board, but I think at this point, considering it's the last few games, might as well just go for the win and just dominate these matches, so that going into the next round, you will have a lot to say about how you made it that far. But let's see. I mean, it is Miramar. Anything can happen. Anything can go wrong. LZ official now. A prime focus for the next few minutes, at least for the... Well, they'll be on our screen. Still looking for that early loot. We do see Prime has the level 3 helmet, level 2 armor, 4 nades, 1 Molotov smoke first. So he has decent loot, M4 and DBS. The loadout actually looks quite good on that lad, but I wonder if the team is going to be there. NorulesXtreme. I am not going to lie. I actually had massive expectations from NorulesXtreme. And, I mean, they did deliver on Sanhok, but the consistency that I expected is not really there.
Exactly, consistency has been an issue, but with that one performance, I feel like they sort of are somewhere in the first page. But of course, just like I always say, the production team will always keep those things hidden so that you even are in that ambiguity as well as in that suspense that which team is qualifying, which team is not. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see standings at the end of the game, but so far Miramar has had a rather slow start, and this is what is expected, right? And I've always said this, especially with Vikendi being thrown into the mix, the team sort of go on a slower route. Their entire momentum is always cut off with that Vikendi map being played right at the smack center. So generally, the Miramar and the Erangels that follow next up are always a little slower. And therefore, you see still 64 players alive, all teams quite healthy, and no eliminations as of yet. Absolutely no shots being fired. A lot of rotations do happen, a lot of repositioning will happen, but so far, I feel like it's the right approach. I mean, there was one team, if you remember, Johnny, Team Rebel, as a matter of fact, who had excelled on the map of Miramar and got that big chicken for themselves. they didn't really engage in a lot of fights. They barely had a couple of finish points to work with, but they always were there inside that final circle. And when they had the opportunity, when the other team made a mistake, they always were ready to capitalize on. I believe that that is something which a lot of these teams can learn from and apply in this game of Miramar as well.
Well, the experience of the past, how much can it help you have a better future? That is for these teams to decide, but the first stage coming to an end in less than 60 seconds, well, close to 50 in fact, and not a single player has been taken off this map. And wait, all right, so the standstill, the standoff, the Mexican standoff, still happening between TeamZero Official and GENxFM. They have not moved out of here yet. One of these teams by now should have actually rotated, but I think a little too over-eager to secure those finish points, and this actually can be quite detrimental. GENxFM and TeamZero, both of them, for both these teams, it will be an extremely important fight, this one. Because whoever wins will actually stand a better chance of securing a few extra points in the later stages and, in turn, qualifying and moving ahead to BGIS.
Exactly. Now, it's not just about securing those extra finish points as well. You have to come out extremely clean, reserve all of those players. Now, look at the circle once again, just like I always say, that these shoreline circles tend to stick to the shorelines as long as possible, and that means that there is going to be less landmass. Some sort of skirmish does happen in TeamZero. They lose their first player, and Gods seems unfazed by that situation. He does not make a move. GENxFM, I believe that now that they have the man advantage to work with, might just be deciding to engage. And yes, they do so, and Gods, of course, will get taken down. He was double teamed by Moksha as well as Vishu, and there is no way that man can survive. Now the other team, TeamZero, they've been cut by half, 50% strength for them. How do they react to the situation is going to be the question, but I believe that one by one, the players being ate up, TeamZero, for them, it's definitely a call for action.
Oh, but look at the feed. LZ against the players of Godlike, and Godlike have lost too. Jonathan and Z got knocked out. Shadow and his power still left standing. And on the other side, as we're talking about TeamZero Official as well, I want to say that is that one fight that GENxFM, no matter what happens, they're not losing that situation. Unless they do make blunders. I should not have said that. I mean, mistakes are always can always be made, but still, let's see what is going to happen. S-Power on the other side on our screens right now is trying his level best to survive the onslaught of LZ. The Molotov was lobbed, so that room is going to be denied to him. He has a nade in his hands, has cooked it to perfection, and is going to lob it out in the open. But look at that! So, finishes from the side of TeamZero are being secured by GENxFM. TeamZero down to their last player. But on the other side, Godlike, they retaliate quite nicely, reducing the numbers of LZ down to just a few.
Exactly, another one will be confirmed. And look at S-Power, right? He has been really brilliant in trying to restructure Godlike and trying to restore faith that this team can possibly make it. And another knock from this player, in fact, a confirmation for this player, and they've completely wiped off LZ Official. They have dispersed the pressure that was onto them, and almost from the brink of death, S-Power brings Godlike back. Now, this is an interesting situation every single time. S-Power has proved his worth and proved that his place in the team is actually of prime importance right now. But they still need to have the entry power for them. Jonathan, as well as Z-God, I believe, has sort of underperformed today so far. And I would like to see something more from this team so that they can, you know, as a unit, get those big chicken numbers. A casualty in this fight once again, and Team Faith in the background. Once again, that Godl and Faith duo that we have seen so far throughout for a very long time might just happen in a couple of moments.
Well, let's see though. Faith Esports were responsible for winning the last game for Team Godlike, and even in this game, it seems like they have found them out in the open. Even though LZ thought they could walk away with a win, Team Godlike displaying why they are considered one of the best and one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby, have secured that fight. Win was theirs. And over here, as we were talking about the early fight, the first fight, in fact, that began was between GENxFM and TeamZero Official, and that was won by GENxFM. They were the ones surviving in that situation. TeamZero Official not really the start that they wanted. But let's see. And this zone, this is going to be intense, but I feel INS should be able to make it to the extreme late stage of this game. They were the first ones in the city. But
Exactly.
they were also the first ones to abandon it, thinking the zone was going to go elsewhere.
I love the fact that they're actually preferring the central part of the circle instead of going toward the shorelines, because a lot of teams, when a shoreline circle comes up, they try and hold the utmost edges of the map itself. But it's not always a good idea. As soon as the circle shifts, you will be thrown a massive curveball. And that is one of the reasons why INS, they are in a good position right now, because they are suited for both extremes. Even if the circle comes back to the mainland, which it eventually will, I believe that INS will be at the smack center of it. But even if it goes toward the shoreline and proceeds further, then they will not have to move a lot. So great positioning from this team so far. But Midwave as well as Acid, two great underdog teams who have showed great potential today. I believe their fight is about to begin.
Well, the fight is about to break out, definitely, and it is going to be extremely intense, this one. Acid Esports, they have been absolutely phenomenal so far today. Not a single game, I mean, yeah, there were a few mediocre performances, but apart from that, they just looked so clean from the game 1 to the previous match as well. Midwave, I mean, the expectations were kind of similar, but it is a little bit tricky for them. Even though they do hold a pretty decent position inside of the top 8, I believe. Acid Esports still looking to start the fight. They have to be careful, though. Look at the radar. There's a team approaching, and it's gotten quite close.
Speaking of quite close, it's Apps who is quite close to Team Python Esports. NorulesXtreme, for them it's extremely important to try and mount on the performances that they have shown in the early games, and now it's all about solidifying that position inside the top 8. Beautiful spray comes in, almost a knockout over there. Apps is still trying to go for another one. A vehicle just completely goes into the water bodies. It sinks, a vehicle being exploded. It's destruction everywhere. NorulesXtreme, one single man, causing so much chaos. And Python Esports, they are in shambles. But of course, they might just be able to recover. But the player who is into the waterways, for him, the stuff becomes so much more difficult. The job becomes so much more difficult. He needs to figure out how to come out of that situation, because this is not ideal. NorulesXtreme, they are under fire right now. Some sort of resistance coming in from the other team as well. Python Esports, for them, it's extremely important to reset and refocus, provide some sort of resistance so that their fallen brothers can come back and they might have a fighting chance in this battle.
Well, let's see though. So far, NorulesXtreme have managed to stay alive. Even Apps, he was extremely low. The blue zone damage was also taking, but at the right second, the first aid was completed and he did stay alive, stay healthy. Python Esports on the other side. Miracle is going to look for a miracle to finish the opposition and see if he can secure these points for his team. Both these teams are inside the blue zone, but still the early stage of the game. And look at that! A hard shift of the zone towards the northern side is going to make sure that everyone's going to be caught off guard. An element of surprise that no one calculated. Godlike on the other side, moving from Minas Generalis, GENxFM right behind them. But GENxFM, they have their own challenges to deal with. Matrek was knocked out. Mox might go for a revive right there. At a moment where GENxFM were like, alright, we can take the fight. All of a sudden the call comes, guys, I'm down.
Absolutely. GENxFM, they need to now switch their priorities and make themselves inside the circle. So far, Python Esports, I believe the last remaining player, he's still surviving. It's going to be, ouch, from Team PYN, who is still sort of going for a run. Even Team NorulesXtreme, they have been thrown a massive curveball in hand, especially with the circle taking a hard shift. The only team who is sort of unfazed by the situation is probably going to be Team INS, who predicted the right circle. Of course, barring me, who is a circle connoisseur and always gets them right most of the times. But Python Esports, they are back up again. Ouch. Still needs to carry his team's hopes alive. Maybe he finds a good real estate inside.
Well, let's see. It's not going to be easy to find a position to work with at this point if you are extremely late in rotating and moving inside the zone. But, I mean, the odds are not zero. The probability is not zero. It is always possible, but will be extremely difficult. BST, Shu, actually getting finished off, and Midwave as well in a fight of their own against the players of Faith Esports. with Acid Esports lurking in the backlines. This is going to get extremely intense in a matter of seconds. And Faith Esports, I hope they realize that there are a couple of pretty deadly players right behind them. Otherwise, they are going to be in a world of hurt without even realizing where the pain is coming from. But Galaxy Races on the other side, they have their own collision as we see it in the feed. Spray God. Alright, so it's quite interesting what's happening in front of our eyes. Salty, Acid Esports are focused in on the players in the front. They do not realize that Faith Esports is in a 2-2 split. And two lads from the side are right next to Spray God.
Exactly right. Now, it's going to be really interesting on which one of those two players do they focus right on. Is it going to be the ones right up front or the ones on a little bit of a distance? They, of course, are the predators in this fight, Team Acid, right? They're the ones at the offense. But the kind of an angle which Spear holds, I believe that he can provide some sort of a hurt, and he's probably dealt some already. I saw one of the players knocked out from Team Acid Esports. I believe he will get resurrected no matter what, but it's going to be interesting to find out how this triple threat pans out. Galaxy Racers in their own world of trouble as Arthur is actually getting taken down. He was knocked and he was wiped off. And wait! The nade lands right into the shack, and Galaxy Racers, they have been delivered a tombstone pile driver out of nowhere.
I mean, you're not supposed to cast those nades with your bodies, but try to avoid the damage. But unfortunately, it's connected so perfectly. Acid Esports now outside the zone, not too far away, but even before they think about the circle, they have to think about the team that they're fighting against, Faith Esports. Ooh, and the opening that Acid was looking for was there, but Spray God is going to get traded out. Maxi right next to his teammates. I mean, getting the revive in is going to be extremely difficult, but they have the numbers to work with still. It is Alfie that was a strong player, got finished off a few moments ago. But Aiden, where he looking to push indoors, and it's not going to work out. But Maxi, look at this. Gets a little too distracted with the urge to lob utilities inside and gets there. Guns are an actual option.
Yeah, they certainly are an actual option, but of course the circle has shifted, and for Acid Esports, they need to go for a run right now. Up front, there is going to be Team Faith, and then of course they are being kept by Midwave Esports. All of these teams, in fact, both of the teams, Faith as well as Acid, they are the praise for Midwave right now. Every single time they try and go for the rotate, the shots will come and players are going to fall. Look at that beautiful spray down, and Atanki finds two for himself.
Well, Atanki, he has found a few openings, but can the conversions be secured as well? If the points are not secured by you, then it doesn't mean anything how many players you knock down. AllStars, although, in the feed we do see them against the players of Velocity, but this situation for Acid Esports, Smoke's laid out in the front, but Midwave expecting the push as well. It won't be easy for Acid to move out. Dora with the nade. The idea was pretty accurate, but the nade not connecting is definitely not going to work out for Acid Esports. Now they're down to the last player. He pushes forward, takes the first knock, but from the distance, the flanking player secures the finish, and Acid Esports taking an exit quite early in this game, I have to say.
It was extremely risky for Midwave to actually spread out like that, especially in a situation where they are gatekeeping an entire edge. With so many teams in the vicinity, they of course will get shot down from behind, and that is the reason why they lost a couple of players in the process, but hopefully they will recover and get back into this fight. They still have us inward toward the center, but as I think things are panning out, Team INS are in a comfortable position, and so is Team Velocity, because their entire front lines are empty. All that they have to worry about is going to be on their left hand side. Probably lay down a couple of smokes, create that pathway, use the vehicles for cover, and you should be good to go. They don't have to fear about multiple angles at once as a circle takes a central shift so far. I believe it's Team GODLIKE who are at the right smack center of it all, and this might be their game. But they don't really have a lot of real estate to control. If they get slammed in by a couple of vehicles or a couple of nades being tossed in the shack, I believe it's going to be lights out for Team GODLIKE.
It will be, but I mean, again, as the discussions have been from the start of this game till now, this is an important game for Team Godlike. If the lights go out, then I mean it might just go out for their journey in this competition entirely. So it will be extremely difficult to predict as to how they will react.
Wow!
Oh, that was beautiful from Atanki. Just lands right in his feet, and no way you can react to this. ST taking a massive hit against Midwave over there, and Midwave game by game they're getting cleaner and cleaner. It feels like they just showed up without warm up and used the first few matches to just get their practice in, and once the warm-up was done, they're like, alright, now we're gonna show our true form. But look at this, INS against Godlike. Godlike players are pinned out inside the shack. 1 hit, and that is it. Their entry is blocked by that vehicle. INS, they are trying the level best to finish them off, but Wanted, he's gonna be knocked out by his own teammate Stade. Lucky, the second nade does secure him the knock, but Godlike, they make the same blunder. Jonathan's nade takes down S Power.
Oh my god,
What is happening in this
combat.
fight?
Lucky to noob. He once again reigns supreme, but this fight is an absolute commotion. Jonathan is probably the only one who's still alive, but from Team INS. Is there any sort of offense? That is something which we need to find out. The problems don't seem to end because the entirety of Team PLT is approaching in shacks. Of course, you can see the pellets of the wood just flying across. Immortal just trying to close in the distance without any smoke whatsoever. Out in the open, he was always going to get shot down. Midwave Esports just dishing out so much damage. I believe that this game has been handed to them on a platter, especially with the rest of the teams fighting amongst themselves. This is an absolute chaos, and only 2 teams reign supreme right now. Lucky to noob is going to get destroyed. Only 1 player remains, and that's going to be Power Killer. 4 players still alive. For Midwave, it's basically as smooth as butter to get this winner with a chicken in a 3 buggies approach. Oh my god, I would have already died looking at 3 buggies approaching me, man. To be honest, this was very, very intense. But Midwave, what a good job done by them. It was really confident, and they especially sort of perfected the final circle and crafted them to success.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, Midwave today did not have those pre-game TDM matches, and their mechanics were a little bit off. They weren't able to think, and after the first few games, it was like, all right, guys, now we are feeling it. Now we have warmed up. Now we can actually play. That is what happened, because no explanation. This team has been dominating in the previous few games. They have not had a bad game yet. I mean, Vikendi was quite clean. They did rack up a lot of finishes. This game, they ended up winning, and I think even in the last game, they're going to be as consistent. So, and this should not be surprising, because Midwave has a stacked lineup. I mean, their players are extremely good. They have a lot of experience. Firepower is there. Experience is there. The org is pretty solid as well. So, it should not be surprising that they are doing this. I think the first performances did catch us off guard. What happened to them on the first Erangel did shock us a little bit. Like, wait, what happened over here? But even in that game, they did finish in the top 3. So even then, I mean, they were being smart about it. I mean, if you can't fight them on an equal footing in terms of firepower, we'll play for placements. That is what experienced teams do: adapt, improvise, and overcome. But this game, it was extremely intense. Breathing space was there in the early stages, but mid-game rotation, especially as you mentioned, these shoreline circles are extremely difficult to tackle.
Exactly right, and I felt that INS was probably in prime position, holding the central part of the circle rather than the shorelines, and they had a massive control of the landmass. But it was the massive split coming in from Midwave, which kind of gave them an enormous control over the zones, especially the 5th and the 6th circles, because you have to be extremely confident to kind of split yourself up so much in ending stages of the game. You always know that a knock might come in. You always know that an off shot from any random team might just fly in and take down a couple of players, right? And it's always very safe for teams to stick together, but Midwave took that risk to sort of spread themselves out. Look at this, right? The entirety of the edge has been surrounded. 2 players right up front to try and deny any sort of space. Meanwhile, Atanki and the other player who is there on the left-hand side, they are the wings of it. That gave them massive advantage in terms of taking any single fight, any team that is approaching them from those back lines. And once the back lines were cleared, they had the numbers advantage. advantage to work with. They slowly proceeded inwards, and of course we saw what kind of a fiasco happened at the central part of the circle. Godlike was approached by INS, players getting knocked out by their own teammates, Nades itself, and that sort of created that commotion. Third parties happening, and Team Midwave were like, all right, boys, you guys have your showdown. We are chilling by the sideline, but once you're finished, the chicken dinner is ours.
Exactly, and I think again it was a very, very well thought out strategy as we were talking about. I mean, they took their sweet time, rotating, moving around, waiting for fights. If they did not really have an opportunity for fight, they would just keep on waiting till the opposition made a mistake. Look at this, Velocity Gaming. Nowhere did they think that all right, Midwave is going to be a massive threat to them, and Midwave again positioning themselves in a perfect spot, realizing all right, Miramar, we always talked about this. This is the first thing that anyone says about this map. It is open. You are exposed no matter where you are. It is very open and you have to be extremely careful. Midwave to use that to their advantage. They secured the points that way. They realized, all right, he might be far away, but at least I can see him clearly, right? Let's take him down. Velocity caught off guard. Godlike caught off guard. Absolutely no one was safe from them. But as we head towards the last game of the day, I'm a little bit concerned because Team Godlike, did they get enough points from this game? Are they going to be in the top 8? A lot of questions.
I mean, definitely a lot of questions. That big qualification, the big question mark, pardon me for that, over their qualification. Their performances has set me completely off track right now because I'm just left thinking, what is going wrong at this point, right? This team is extremely powerful. They have enormous firepower. They have probably the best players of the country stacked up together. And there's never been a question of miscommunication because Godlike is one of those well-knit unit who, no matter how good every individual player is, never in the world will there be any sort of problems in the lines of communication. We have seen sometimes in certain teams where multiple good players come together, there are certain issues, trust issues which happen, internal team issues which happen, but Godlike have never had that. Then why is this slump in performance is going to be the question. I mean, that is only what we can theory craft at this point. Probably it's not their best of days. Probably they're having some other issues, but like I said, we can only theory craft and we can only hope that Godlike racked up enough points from this game and will be able to rack up enough points from the next game. But enough about Godlike. I feel like credit to where credit is due. Midwave Esports, they have had a massive jump for themselves. I still remember they racked up about 62 points from the first round one, and they were the only team, they were the only underdog team who could actually rack up 2 chicken dinners, and they're backing that performance in this round as well. With this big chicken in hand, I believe that this team is well set. Apart from Team VST, apart from Team Acid Esports, Midwave, I am looking for this team to create some ruckus in the further rounds of not only the grind, but also BGIS.
Exactly. I mean, these lads have been impressive throughout the day. And again, today has been kind of phenomenal in terms of teams popping off back in a row. Because Midway, previous game, they were impressive. This game as well, again, impressive. VST as well, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners right off the bat. And I think that is the reason that we are not seeing VST anymore in any of the games. We are not seeing their name that much because... they had 61 points, man. I think it's very difficult to kick them out of the top 8 with 61 points. But that is a different conversation. Let's move forward, have a look at the MVP, which will be Atanki from the side of Midwave Esports. Has 8 eliminations secured just by himself. Impressive.
8 eliminations. It's much more than impressive, John. It's probably one of the best performances that we've seen today. Of course, it's not just limited by Atanki. There's Dinosus, who's got 6 finishes for himself as well. So 14 finishes shared between 2 players. Of course, there is one player from Godlike, S-Power, who has helped his team revive from situations time and time again. 4 finishes to his name. If only the rest of the players can actually chime in, help S-Power build, re-strengthen that firepower. I believe that there can be a possibility of Godlike getting that big chicken, but possibly one of the reasons why Godlike is not performing to the best of its capabilities might be the slump in form for Z-God, Shadow and Jonathan. But otherwise, VLT also have had 2 spots. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the point standings, where of course Midwave Esports, a monumental game for them. 34 points, Johnny.
Yeah, it was an impressive performance from their side, securing 34 points, and Godlike as well, finishing in the top 2, 17 points. Alright, so I was concerned about the number of finishes that they have, but yeah, this will push them through. I think this should put them inside of the top 8. But just to be safe, have a similar performance in the last match, and I think Team Godlike will be good to go. They will be inside of the top 8. INS as well, I mean, they've had a decent performance in the last game, this game. So INS will be moving through. Acid Esports, I think the good performances that they had in the first 3 matches, they're taking it extremely lightly. VST, I'm pretty sure even in the last game, they won't be there. If they make it into the top 5, good for them. But VST, I think these lads are smart. They know we have done the job. Now we just reap the rewards and relax.
Yeah, it's not just about reaping rewards, it's also about saving as much as you possibly can from your ace, because you don't want to give up every single bit of a strategy, right? Every single bit of rotation, where you drop, how you get those exit strategies as well. So Team VST probably will be looking to save a couple of those strategies, maybe for the further rounds, maybe for BGIS, because they've done the hard work. They've done the heavy lifting early on in the game itself, early on in the day. And just like you mentioned, they are going to reap the benefits out of it. It's going to be impossible to kick them out of top 8. I mean, a team who has 71 points, how can you possibly kick them out of top 8? They will be solidified inside top 3 no matter what, right? They have established that dominance, that buffer is there. But it's about Godlike, who is still lurking somewhere about the edges of that top 8 region, the fringes of qualification. I feel, just like you mentioned, they probably have 1 foot inside the finish line, across the finish line rather, because of the 17-point game. But just like you mentioned, to solidify that position, they might have to back up with another good performance on the map of Erangel.
I don't even think it's 1 foot. I think both their feet are inside the qualification marker, but the other teams are just trying to grab onto their backs and pull them out of it. And I think that is what Godlike need to do, just get rid of the competition and find a comfortable position inside of the top 8. And I think they will be able to do that. I believe in them. I think on Erangel they will have decent numbers on the board and they will push forward.
Yep, absolutely. But apart from that, there are a couple of teams that sort of did give glimpses of brilliance. I mean, Galaxy Racer and Redemption Crew are going to be a couple of teams. Galaxy Racer, as a matter of fact, their position play was rather okayish, especially in the early stages of the game. But later on, they've had their games where they got a double-digit point mark for themselves as well. I don't exactly know where Galaxy Racer stands in the overall points table, but for Redemption Crew, this is a great unit. This is a great outfit. In terms of the team play, they are fantastic. They know how to deal with those 44 battles. And just like I said, again, I don't have any idea where this team stands because, of course, ladies and gentlemen, you know for a fact that I am not really great at math. Probably I'm going to bring in an expert. So, ladies and gentlemen, joining me on the desk right now is going to be Necro, and hopefully he has some sort of an information on where does these teams lie. Is Redemption Crew somewhere inside the top 8 or are they far from it? Necro, do you have any idea? But first of all, welcome back. How are you doing? Welcome back at the desk.
Look, man, I'm doing great, right? But man, the only qualification thing that is going on right now in my mind is, are Godlike going to be qualifying or not? Because that is still a massive question in all of in front of all of our faces, right? And considering you asked me about the top 8, look, I've got no clue. Now, I was trying to calculate in the back lines.
Same.
I was sitting back, I was trying to calculate, but then I just remembered I'm not too good at maths anyway, so I just gave up calculating, man. Yeah.
We're on the same boat, Necro. We're on the same boat. I hope that somebody from production can fill us on where does things stand. But I also love the fact that there is a lot of suspense. And of course, I believe the people in the chat are probably guessing how many points Godlike has, because there are a lot of very sharp people in the chat and they know they can crunch numbers and you might actually get some sort of a hint. But of course, putting things aside, I believe that one more good game and Godlike will be good to go. I mean, this 17-point game was sort of a rather good performance for them, a platform so that they can actually catapult themselves inside the top 8. Just like Johnny mentioned, they are standing on top of the qualification marker, but other teams are trying to snatch them away from it. We saw what happened with Entity, Necro, last day. Entity were inside the top 8 after the 5th game, but they were completely wiped off, being the first team eliminated from Erangel. I believe I don't remember which team it was, but whatsoever, they were the first team to get eliminated and other teams qualified, and they did not make the cut. I hope something of that sort does not happen with Godlike, though.
I mean, look, man, a lot of questions in general, right? A lot of question marks in general are just occurring up. And as you mentioned, a lot of known names have already not been able to qualify. But I mentioned one thing as well. in the map of Miramar, there's a high chance Godlike will actually be able to perform, and we saw that, right? They are definitely trying their best to keep the performance up. They're definitely trying to keep things in line for them, but once again, it's just about the competition that against you. And teams like Team VLT, the majority of these underdog teams that were in the first half of the board, they've already made it. VLT, one of the most consistent teams so far inside the lobby. Every single game, they're seen somewhere in the late game phase, but the only point of concern is definitely the other half of the board, where the only known team is Godlike. And the reason why we're talking about Godlike so much is because in round one, this team had the most amount of points compared to all the other teams. They set a record. And then now such a big downfall inside the performance is definitely a massive point of concern.
It definitely is a massive point of concern, and it sort of raises a lot of question, like what is going wrong? Of course, this team has massive fan following, and they will be expecting this team to sort of showcase their gameplay every single round. It's not just about qualification. Their fans expect this team to dominate and be at the #1 spot every single time. But this time, hopefully, that won't be possible. Hopefully, they make the cuts that they can showcase all of those performances in the further rounds. But for that, ladies and gentlemen, the final game will be played, and of course, Godlike, a lot of eyes will be on them. Our eyes will be on them, and I believe that your eyes will be on them as well. But there were a lot of other teams who have showcased why they deserve to be in the top 8, particularly the underdog teams whose performances has been mind-blowing. So I am actually pretty excited to find out what the outcome of this group is going to be, because I thought that this group, in spite of the fact that it was stacked with tier 1 teams, there were a lot of underdogs who could outshine them, and that is exactly what happened, Necro.
Exactly. I mean, underdogs in general inside round 2 have been outshining a lot of these teams, right? But to be honest, trust me, Salty, when I say this, in the upcoming rounds or in the upcoming BGS tournament, I feel like T1 teams will start to dominate the floor once again. I just feel like somewhere down the line, the information or the way that the playing pattern we're seeing from these known teams, it's so vague. We're not exactly able to figure out a proper pathway from them. We're seeing so many things being changed in every single game. So hopefully, inside the upcoming BGS tournament, we're not going to be seeing the similar type of outcome that we're seeing at least inside the round 2. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of the day as the plane's going to hit the sky in front of us once again. The plane flat path starting all the way from Severny all the way to the military island.
Yep, and it is almost a straight flying path cutting right across the center of the map. And for the teams, of course, who love to take their drop locations either on Georgia Pole or towards Tauber, they will be rather comfortable. So for Godlike, I believe their drop location will be the usual Georgia Pole containers as well as the city. So we'll find out if there is any sort of collision happen early on in this game with this team, because we saw, as a matter of fact, Entity was actually fought down. They were gunned down by some other team, by an underdog team right from the early stages, and this might just be happening in the later games because of the fact that these teams, they're fighting for points, they're fighting for survival right now, and it seems like Python Esports, they're actually going towards Georgia Pole at this point.
Exactly, and as you mentioned, the plane flat path is almost like just cutting the map in 2 halves. Because of that, teams, as you mentioned, will not have any trouble whatsoever getting to their designated drop spots. Godlike, as usual, dropping inside the Georgia Pool City. They're not really going to be facing a lot of problems just yet. NRX NorulesXtreme, another one of those teams, which is underdogs, and they have been doing quite good so far. At least in the first couple of games, they were doing pretty phenomenal. Even in the game of Vikendi, we saw them try and make the run for the survival, but at the end of the day, they were not able to just make it over there. Now the circle is going to be a standard circle, nothing out of the box, going to be centering on up right on top of Pachinki. This can be quite an interesting one.
All right, 3 teams going towards the southern military base island. Now, this gets quite interesting. As soon as they start rotating, I wonder which are the bridges that they are going to use. Is it going to be the military base bridge, or is it going to be the Novoripnoi bridge? Because, you know, for as a matter of fact, with multiple teams being in that vicinity, there's always that fight for that piece of real estate. They want to try and capture that piece of real estate so that they deny any sort of access, any sort of travel routes for the other teams. And if they do take to the waterways, then, of course, the shoreline are always guarded. There is always the watchman looking over, trying to see any sailing fish in the water bodies. But for now, though, a lot of conversation will be about Team Godlike and their recent performances. Of course, Jonathan is definitely not in his prime form. I mean, not the form that we know him of. If he's shown signs of brilliance, he's shown signs of what he's capable of, but not the typical MVP performance that we get to see usually, Necro.
True that. True that. We're not really seeing the Jonathan that we have known in the past, right?
Yeah.
That characteristic performance is sort of missing. It's pretty uncharacteristic so far. And Faith Esports on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. A team that has managed to get themselves inside the military base, and they look pretty safe as well. But as you mentioned, there's quite a lot of foes actually just lying around them. There's a lot of threat nearby vicinity, so hopefully they're going to be able to at least scout out the surroundings well enough and make a safe rotation out of that spot. Because once again, as we all know, making a safe rotation out of the military island gets a little bit tricky when you're surrounded with a lot of enemies.
And they certainly are with 3 teams in that vicinity. But just like I said, of course, teams in the mainland and the circle being a rather default circle, there is not going to be a lot of movement. There is not going to be any sort of initial skirmishes as well. Teams will loot rather safely. Of course, a few pot shots might get fired. In this situation, especially, Gods might actually have some sort of a visibility on some of the players from NorulesXtreme, but no shots being fired yet again. So far, a rather quiet start to the map of Erangel, isn't it, Necro?
Indeed it is. I mean, GENxFM to not really just getting engaged in the fight. And this is what's going to happen, right? As the day's going to keep on progressing on, these teams now exactly know what exactly happened in the previous game of Erangel and what not to do now. For example, in the previous game of Erangel, we even saw a team like NorulesXtreme getting sort of picked off right off the bat. But then now, NorulesXtreme, they're not really overextending themselves, instead playing together.
Yeah. I mean, that should be the way to go because you don't really have that compulsion of splitting up. Of course, you want to have as much information as possible, especially in the early stages, so that your rotation path is carved out even before the rest of the team moves. And that is the reason why the job of the scout becomes so important. But I believe that since it's like the late stage of the day, only the last game being played, teams would rather try and stick together and play a rather safe game instead of trying to go for those risky maneuvers, because it's extremely important to have those 4 players up and alive in the final circle. If you lose some in the process, if you get some casualties on board, then I believe that your case just becomes even more difficult.
Exactly. INS Esports on our screens, and I mean, this is one of those teams, to be honest, Salty, that has been so consistent inside the lobby, correct? NorulesXtreme, this is an underdog team. And I think so they're probably in the top 8. You know what? Just because we have no clue exactly what's going on in the overall standings. There's just so many questions. Not just in our mind, even in the viewers that are currently just sitting at the home. So it's like a little suspense that's building up, huh?
Absolutely, right? It's more like a thriller movie where you don't know what's happening, but definitely a lot is going on in the background, the numbers being crunched down by the experts, and there's just so much ambiguity on which teams are going to proceed and which teams are not going to make the cut, because we know, as a matter of fact, the stakes are as high as possible. This elimination means that you'll have to start all back from ground zero. You wouldn't qualify for BGIS round 2, but look at this though. The buggy, of course, goes in for a risky maneuver, but the player gets knocked out. It's TEAMZERO official Yash from that side getting that early knock for himself, but the rest of his team, they're not nearby, of course, not as close to support him. They are in the vicinity, they are providing some sort of resistance, but Yash, he will have no backup, and the nade explodes him. But like I said, no backup as of yet, and AllStars will have the opportunity to revive their fallen comrade and also might just finish off Yash in the process.
TEAMZERO official. Just looking around the compound in the front, ALS, AllStars is the one actually on the receiving lines too. And this entire situation that TEAMZERO themselves have found in is not really a good one, because Yash was the only man inside that compound. AllStars looked to capitalize onto it. Yeah, there was a return knockout as well, but once again, that knocked players back on his feet. So even though he was knocked out, it's still not going to matter a lot. Yash is trying to back off towards his teammates, but will be confirmed too. Now TEAMZERO down to a 3-man squad.
Yep, they certainly are. And This is why I said the job of the scout becomes so important but so risky, especially in a game like this. Now, TeamZero, who probably was, once again, we don't know where they were in the overall standings. If they were somewhere lurking around that 9th or 10th spot, now we'll have to fight for glory with one man down, and it's not going to be easy. Godlike, of course, they are aiming for that high territory right from the get-go itself, but it seems like the vehicle just tumbled down from that mountain. Even Godlike, as a matter of fact, for them, this game is of so importance.
Yeah, do or die situation for Godlike. And if you're not going to be able to make the most out of it, well then, you better say goodbye to the qualification. But it's a known name, you know what? And I feel like the best part about the known names or the experienced team is that they don't really tend to crack under the pressure that easily. We were talking about them having the last 2 lifelines, and they tried their best to make the most out of that previous Miramar game. They got 17 points secured. But now this Erangel game, as I mentioned, it's a do-or-die moment, man. You better go big or go home for Godlike. And right now, they are on the big boy mountain, too.
Absolutely, they certainly are on the Big Boy Mountain. They have such great visibility. But of course, just like you mentioned, I feel like Tier 1 teams, especially teams like Godlike, who are also at the top of that Tier 1 scene as well. One good thing is they don't crack under pressure, number one, which you already said, but also the fact that if they don't dominate, they know how to survive. They know how to survive to fight. And it seems like right now, it's a fight for survival to try and stay alive in the tournament. Yes, of course, they won't be able to rack up those big daddy numbers. They won't be able to, appease their fans with dominating performances, completely abominating the competition. But somewhere down the line, they will keep themselves alive, at least try to keep themselves alive, at least something that we saw last game. They could not get that big chicken, but they got 17 points to work with, which is extremely crucial. And something of that sort, if it comes in this game as well, I believe they will be comfortable inside. But look at the circle, though. It takes an extreme hard shift towards that Big Daddy Mountain, just like you mentioned, and Godlike will be somewhere near the center of it all, and so many vehicles just plunge into action as everyone is just vying for those entirety of the open spot towards the southern part of the circle right now.
Exactly, and not just that, you can see these players too being rotating such out in the open. I mean, yeah, it's not like they've got any other chance as well. They've got any other option.
Yeah.
But while doing so, maybe they also know now there's at least a couple of teams around that Gatka area. Stage 2 as well did hit up in front of us a while ago, and that's why you see so many moves being made on the board by these teams. NorulesXtreme 2 out on the move. Vehicle smoking up off an Escort, but it's not going to be a problem at all.
Yeah, at least for now though. Of course, they would want to try and retain these vehicles to the end game stage, because we know for a fact that this circle might end up in an open situation. And if that is the case, your vehicles will be of prime importance, not just for your rotation, but also for providing you cover in the final circle. Vehicle smoking up might cause problems, but at least not for now. Speaking of problems, I believe like Skulltz Esports, they have to be wary of this surroundings, especially with Godlike lurking around right outside this little compound that we have. And Godlike, they are notorious in terms of their 4-man slams. They will try and slam all of their vehicles. They will completely unsettle the opposition. And even before you realize, you will get cleaned up. So for Skulltz Esports, they have to be wary. They have to listen to the sound cues, and as soon as they hear some engines approaching them, they have to shoot down the drivers as quickly as possible to deny that advantage.
Sounds pretty easy, but it's going to be tough to execute. For sure.
Yep.
NorulesXtreme and TeamZero officials are the only 2 teams who have lost out their individual players. After that, everyone seems pretty safe. Midwave spotting out one of the players. In the front, shots taken, no connections found. It's the name, AllStars. And that's quite a risky rotation too, the AllStars are trying to pull off, but once again, at least they know that maybe the compound at the front can't be safe and sound. And Midwave looking to press on the charges.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're looking very keen on actually taking this fight. Midwave, they know for a matter of fact they had a big victory in the last game, and this one they might actually capitalize and get a couple of finish points to their name. This is happening right outside of Pochinki, which means that they are somewhere towards the eastern part of the circle, so might actually make a move towards the central aspect of it, hold those early good spots, and have the early movers advantage. Elsewhere, Python Esports just holding their ground, just knowing that every team is on the move, and they might actually play the edge game once the circle starts to shrink, ladies and gentlemen, it's just the second stage. And I believe that the teams will be patient for a little while longer. And as soon as I speak of patience, it's actually Team Faith who is slammed in on TeamZero and Necro. I believe a lot of action is going to brew out right now.
Oh, look at that circle shift too. Godlike, they found themselves in the lucky shoes. And it also seems like the BGMI gods really do want to help out the players of Godlike. Look at this fight brewing up as well. So many critical things happening at the same time. DBS pull down in the clotheslines. Godsey, look at it, put that nail in the coffin and eliminate that last player. Way too low. Now pulls out the M4 in the close quarters and realizes precision is going to be the way to go. And he is going to find that elimination too. TeamZero, with only this 3-man standing, they're still able to pull off a lot of miracles.
They certainly are, right? They lost Yash very early on in that fight. But, of course, they reigned supreme. And for Faith Esports, that entire fight was broken down, especially with this early knockout that happened. I mean, the slam was as good as it could possibly be. But, of course, they could not really excel in taking those gunshots. They could not spot out the players, TeamZero official. They held close corners. And, of course, when you hold good angles and you have the DBS up and alive, Gods just absolutely reigning supreme in every single fight, just dishing so much damage all by himself. He did not need any sort of help, especially when you hold good angles and you have the DBS up possessed. This is what you can potentially do.
Not just that. I mean, right now, Godlike knows that they've got the prime spot. They've got one of the best spots that they can ask for. And all they need to do is just hold down the center of the circle. How often do you see Godlike play like this? But this is the fear of qualification. Even the gods themselves are now feeling the fear a little bit. That's being instilled by the BGMI gods. Qualification on the line for Godlike. Do or die situation. While now they're going to start to get surrounded with a lot of teams. I'm not really having a good feeling about this one.
Yeah, exactly right. With so many teams approaching them, especially with vehicles and stuff, they are in a completely open area. Don't even have a lot of ridges to play around with as well. It's going to be an extremely dicey situation. We'll have to look out for every single angle all by themselves. Look at this. Midwave is approaching them. VSD is approaching them. LZ is approaching them. Galaxy Racer is approaching them. And from the southern side, Team AllStars will also approach them in a while. Just like you mentioned, even I don't have a good feeling about this. But if there's one team that can sustain all of this pressure and shine under brilliance, it's going to be Godlike. So we'll just have to wait and find out how good they can hold that spot. It does have that slight elevation as well, so they can have that extra bit of sight lines to work with. But they need to make use of it and connect those shots. S-Power, of course, a lot of responsibility will be on his shoulders, and Jonathan as well might just have an MVP performance at the fag end of the day, Necro.
Godlike in the smack center. And as I always mention, inside the late game stages, if you're going to be in the smack center, you can also be the possible center of attraction. And now as the circle is going to center on up once again, not exactly center on up, but at least Godlike, they've found themselves somewhere in the center lines. A little bit tilted on the bottom left, but the circle is still decent enough for the players of Godlike to sustain all the amount of wrath that might be coming up onto them. And instantly we see Godlike on a move. They've rammed their vehicles right against the players of AllStars, and now they're looking to take them out. One player found for the first knockout is made. Now the go call is going to be made for the side of Godlike. Now they start a breach inside the compound. The building is breached, and the players of AllStars, it's next to impossible for them to sustain all the damage.
Especially with players being under fire. Inferno is burning out, and that man has been knocked out. David, the only one who is still trying to make something happen, but Z-God was right next to him. This man completely destroys, in a beautiful push from Godlike being executed. But of course, they need to smoke the entire situation because they know for a fact that this attracts a lot of attention. Central compound, so much gunshots being heard. A lot of teams will try and eliminate them at this point onwards. And this is one of the reasons why they try and drop those smokes, try and heal, and try and reset for another fight up long. They have 4 finishes to their name, and they are up inside the top 14, but this is not finished yet. They need to press even forward and have multiple teams in the vicinity. Galaxy Racers and GENxFM, if I have to be exact. And so far, shots, of course, will get fired, but nothing to actually worry about. Moscow takes a lot of damage, by the way. So great stuff from Godlike over there.
True that. I mean, Galaxy Racer still trying to take a lot of shot against their opposition. And you can just look at Author, what he's trying to do. Just scouting out the sidelines, making sure that even if there are a couple of teams who are trying to make him move on to them, he will be the one to first spot him out. And now another team getting knocked out. TEAMZERO not really having the best game so far. Another player gets taken down. TEAMZERO, a while ago, they managed to get a couple of elimination points, but those elimination points are not going to be enough to keep them consistent inside this entire game. And now Molotov tossed in. The floor is going to be lava for Godsey. It's going to be next to impossible for this man to step out of that little closet room that he's found.
He has been absolutely shattered, and look at that. A player actually gets knocked out because the vehicle blew off. But of course, Redemption Crew, they are going to be absolutely fine. TEAMZERO, they were picked apart and brought down to pieces, absolutely. But for Team Redemption Crew, I believe that they have got a good spot for themselves. Right at the edge, a little peaceful, but elsewhere, another fight has actually broken out and Apps has been knocked out. This is a sort of an advantage for Team LZ, and they are charging in from all corners. I believe that the players have actually been surrounded from Team NorulesXtreme, and it's going to be extremely hard for them to sustain this amount of pressure, Necro. But are they alive?
It indeed will be. Stony is way too softened up as well. For LZ to survive this entire scenario, it's going to be a tough one. NorulesXtreme pushing up against that player. He's got the close quarter weapons as well, but not going to be able to sustain the amount of damage that's being inflicted. The lead's going to pierce through his armor and shut him down. Now we've got the final couple of teams alive. 12 teams alive still, though. It's at this late stage of the game. Now it's just going to be all hell breaking loose soon enough. Midwave taking fight against the players of Pythons. A couple of nades were tossed in, but then they also get third party.
Yeah. And this circle, once again, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most open circles there is in existence. And so many teams and so many players will be out in the open. Just like I said, vehicles will be of prime importance right now. And so many players will actually get run over. And look at this, Midwave Esports, they are doing such a brilliant job. Dionysus is just absolutely running havoc in this situation, of course. Inside a vehicle which has been tumbled, and a smoke, of course, will hide his presence. This is a brilliant move. This is a 100 IQ move. Might actually hide his presence from Team Skulltz, who is approaching. But will he be able to stay alive? That is my question, Necro. This is absolutely genius.
Oh!
But then the nade comes in and he gets blown apart. What a great move from Skulltz. But it was a decent try.
Skulltz, they knew all they need to do is just bombard the smokes that are appearing in front of them, and that's what they did. In that generic direction, just tossed in a lot of smokes, and well, the last man could not even stand against that. Skulltz now, they've got a really good positioning, but still they need to make it inside the circle. But with this positioning, they also have the high ground. That means they will also have a lot of valuable intel to work in the future. Now they've also started to breach inside the circle. Team GODLIKE on our screens. They're going to spot out the players of GENxFM. GENxFM, they're in quite a desperate situation. But even Team GODLIKE, they're taking some return fire.
They certainly are taking return fire. Look at this, though. Immortal just trying to provide some sort of cover for himself in that haystack. But little as you know, the Team Skulltz is also approaching him from the back lines. Has a little bit of a Rich to actually play across. The buggy is actually glitching out right now. That is the dance of Erangel. But ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Skulltz, they are approaching Team Velocity at this point, and they're approaching with arms and nades. A lot of explosion happening, but two Skulltz know that from the backlines there is VST as well as GENxFM in the process. This might actually be a sandwich situation for them. They have to be very wary of the situation with Aimbot being knocked out, but a little bit of a breathing room for VLT. I believe that Aimbot will be resurrected and they should be good to go.
They are going to be good to go, Skulltz. As you mentioned in the back lines, it's quite exposed. So Phoenix now is just going to try to prone back up in the nick of time and get himself patched up. Skulltz, they can be possibly in the future line in a massive panicky situation if they're not going to deal with the past quick enough. I'm talking about VLT. They need to take care of VLT right here, right now, because you do not want to be in a sandwich situation, because you can also get shot at in the back lines. And right now, Skulltz, they're tunnel visioned on the players of VLT, that's for sure. Punk moving up slowly and steadily. He knows he's got a lot of cover from that rise field, but it's still not going to matter. The shots are going to be precise, and it's actually a massive third party from the side of Acid.
It exactly is, right? With so many teams in such close proximity and the lines of fire being open from all directions, it is extremely important for VLT to sustain. I believe they have been completely wiped off. 18 teams, rather 8 teams, and 24 players remain. And the circle is extremely small. It has taken an extreme hardship towards the right hand side, towards GODLIKE. And it seems like the gods are favoring the brave. They have all 4 men up and alive in Team Skulltz. They're trying to change that. They're trying to fire some shots over in that general direction, but none of them will connect. Another slamming comes in from Redemption.
Oh my
Crew, and
God.
the shotgun goes berserk, and Team INS, they have been completely eaten up alive.
As their name states, they are indeed a redemption crew. They straight up just pull up in their vehicles and destroy their opposition. And now Godlike on our screens. They're trying to make some moves. They're trying to position themselves in a better spot. They're utilizing those smokes to do so. And also they're peeking out of those ridges that they've got right next to the roads. So as they get that intel, they're probably going to try to tuck themselves back inside the cover instantly. But Godlike, whatever points they get, that's what they're trying to accumulate. 7 finish points total so far, and top 7 teams are alive as well. Godlike, as I mentioned, they need a nuclear game.
They certainly are moving towards a nuclear game, Necro, at this point. They have multiple teams all towards them. They've got the hard cover to work with. They've got defense to work with. And the circle is favoring them. All 4 men. Everything is lining up for Godlike. The stars are lining up for them. And I believe that they might just be able to cross the finish line. But of course, for that, we'll have to wait for this game to end. So far, Team Skulltz are trying to pile up on the pressure that Acid Esports is in right now. NRX War is still in the vicinity. So 2 teams trying to chime in on top of Acid Esports, and they are finally going to bite the dust. That is all that she wrote for them. And with 6 teams and 16 players alive, it's going to be of prime importance for Godlike to try and scramble for those extra finish points to work with.
Exactly, Godlike, they've got the most amount of land coverage so far, and now they've also managed to find a 1 knockout against the players of Redemption Crew. Godlike, they're on a tear, and I'm just loving with the wrap they're able to just unleash on the entire lobby. A lot of max being unloaded in that general direction. Redemption Crew on the verge of getting eliminated themselves, and now Godlike just looking to name a couple of elimination for them. Skulltz 2 taking a fight against GENxFM, and that name might just seal the deal, and it actually does. Top 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and 4 players alive, 4 Team Skulltz, 4 players alive, 4 Team Godlike. There's just 1 solo player from Team NorulesXtreme. That is going to be War, who is lurking in the background, just trying to wait for these 2 teams to take the fight for themselves. Skulltz Esports, will they be able to sustain the pressure that Godlike is providing is going to be the question. Jonathan in the close lines, of course, trying to close in the distance. Maybe set himself up for that early contact. And War, this is devastating. Of course, the smoke might just give away his position for a while, but he might actually hurt Team Skulltz when it actually matters the most. Jonathan trying to lob in those nades, being exposed for a while, and he gets knocked up. This is of prime importance as Beast finds early contact. Team Skulltz, they certainly have this advantage in this fight.
They indeed do, but one thing that was really important to notice over there, that the amount of utilities the player of NorulesXtreme had was incredible. 5 nades, and also he had a decent amount of meds for himself, so that's just insane. But he did not get a chance to use that anyway, so it's not going to matter now. 7 players alive in total. Team Godlike looking to tear apart the players in the front named Skulltz. The nade landed so close, but still not close enough. Not exactly on the mark. Bigelou's still alive, but a little softened up. His power's going to be softened up a little bit as well, but Godlike, they're in a massive world of trouble because they have a little disadvantage compared to the players of Skulltz.
Exactly, the circle sort of shift a little bit, and now Godlike, they're the ones who have the ball on their court. With 3 players in the circle moving away from them, they need to deliver. And this is when Godlike, the true champions, might just truly shine at this point. S-Power trying to close in the distance, a lot of responsibility, especially with Johnny being taken out of the picture. And Team Skulltz, they've got the high ground advantage as well. That ridge is going to play such a massive impact into this fight. As soon as Godlike love to close in the distance, I believe so much utility is going to get showered upon them. Z-God actually gets knocked out. Z-God as well as Shadow, both of them get knocked out, and now S-Power needs to pull off a 1v4 to secure this win for his team. It's a monumental task, Necro, but only this guy can possibly pull this off.
Possibly pull this off, but still, there are so many question marks. And in the end, it's S-Power who blows himself up. He does not want to give that elimination point away to the enemies. Winner, winner, chicken dinner by the opponents that were in the front. Skulltz having a really demonic performance in that previous game. But again, for Godlike, qualifications was on the line. As I mentioned, go home or go big or go home was the situation for the side of Godlike. But man, still the question mark remains. Has Godlike qualified or not? They had a decent amount of finish points, that's for sure, though.
They certainly had more than like 8 to 10 finish points to actually work with. And with the second position in the bag as well, they are going to find themselves with more than 20 points to work with. Should not be a problem, Necro. I believe that the numbers kind of speak for themselves. This game, we wanted a decent performance for them. A chicken dinner would have been something which they would have loved, the audience, the fans would have loved, but a second position is just probably enough for them to seal the deal for the day. And for Skulltz, it's such a massive achievement because it's not every day you get to be in a 4v4 skirmish against one of the top teams of the country and actually you come on top. So the underdog storyline also remains, and Skulltz, I'm just so happy for this team because they deserve this winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves, just purely on the basis of how they dictated that fight and dictated it to their convenience.
Exactly, but you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the highlights of the previous game. Now, we saw action break down in quite an interesting fashion. It was TEAMZERO engaging against the players of AllStars. Knocks happened back and forth, but at the end, TEAMZERO was sort of having a little bit of advantage because in general, they just had the compound control too. And slowly and steadily, they also eliminated the entire existence of Team Faith. Look at this solo play made by Godsy. It's such a remarkable and an insane play.
Yeah, I think the greatest part about that whole thing was the fact that he had the DBS and he held an angle which was sort of unexpected. And as soon as he got that first knock, the team sort of shattered and their mentality broke and they just could not take those 1v1 fights. They were offering him peaks one by one. And of course, when you have a DBS wielded against you, you're always going to get gunned down. NorulesXtreme, they were brilliant in the mid-game segment. Even Midwave, as a matter of fact, Dinosis tried to pull off this Chad move out there, trying to smoke off the vehicle and try to survive inside the tumbled vehicle. But of course, these Team Skulls, they knew what was going on, and one nade, he was down and out.
I mean, you saw inside these highlights too. These moments is where Godlike had a really solid position for themselves, right? Just tossing in those utilities. That single compound for Godlike was just godly in general. They had a really solid position, hard cover to work around with, a lot of breathing room too, and they had so much intel to work with. So all the teams around Godlike were pretty much almost out in the open. All Godlike needed to do was position themselves in a better spot, get those elimination points wrapped up, and then pretty much things are going to be going smooth enough. That will be smooth sailing for the side of Godlike. But as you mentioned, they have accumulated a lot of points from that final game. So I think so, maybe, probably they have already qualified in the top 8.
Hopefully. Again, that little bit of a suspense. Again, the fact that we will not have any information feeded onto us. We will get to know as soon as you guys get to know as well. So, I mean, we are at the same page at this point. And I just hope we can only theorycraft. I just hope that Godlike did enough, especially with 37 points, if I'm not mistaken, out of the last 2 games. We were talking about how important these 2 games would be. And they sort of delivered, right? Every single player delivered. It's not a solo performance from S-Power. It was a cumulative effort. If you have a look at the team and how things stood up until the final circle, I remember, as a matter of fact, every single player had a couple of finishes for themselves, 2 finishes, 3 finishes to work with. So it was a cumulative team effort and everybody came together when it actually mattered. And I feel like that is a great sign of a big team, and Godlike just showed why they have been at the very top for such a long time.
But I mean, once again, from a team like Godlike, you do not expect such type of performance. Let's be honest. Like, even if they do qualify, they're barely going to be qualifying inside the top 8. But I expect like an insane performance from Godlike. I want them to dominate the competition. This is what they're known for. That's how their play style is. They're supposed to be aggressive. They're supposed to be the lobby munchers. They're supposed to devour their opponents, but that's not the case at all this time. Godlike was the one who was getting devoured themselves. But hey, maybe, what do I know? Maybe they've got some aces up their sleeves in the future line inside BGIs. They can probably make some even better things happen. So many questions in general, though. I mean, and one of the biggest questions right now is that I just want to look at the overall standings, dude.
Yeah. Even me, dude. I mean, honestly, every single person right now, be it in the chat or be it us here on the desk as well, everybody wants to have a look at the overall standings. But just like you mentioned, I believe that these teams, these big names, be it Godlike, be it any other big name in the community, they always have that final ace up their sleeve, which they will only reveal when it's time for the finals. So I believe that Godlike were trying to save a little bit of their strats, were trying to play it a little casual. But when it actually mattered, when they felt like, all right, boys, let's just focus up because this is getting a little sketchy, that is when they started, adopting their good gameplay, or rather the wise gameplay which we got to see. They did not engage in any bad fights. They were always precise in trying to go for the center part of the circle, trying to go for those good compounds. And if we have to take a fight in order to get a compound for ourselves, they will do so. If you remember the way they slammed in on top of, if I remember, Team Redemption Crew, I don't exactly remember which team it was. My memory is a little weak, but they slammed in and they completely wiped them off, and they got their compound for themselves. They were extremely wise in how they should approach this game, and they did justice to it. And at this point, I feel like, yes, as the rounds progress, Godlike might just have a trick up their sleeve.
I mean, the team that they slammed against was AllStars. They took that compound away from the side of AllStars. Yeah, they completely wiped him out of the face. And then as soon as they got that compound control, it was just Godlike unloading magazines and just raining down terror and fear against the entire lobby. But now, as you mentioned, I think so that as well. Godlike should take a look at this as like a progression phase. They should look at this as like an improvement phase for themselves and try and make sure, or at least try and find what type of mistakes they made inside the lobby and how can they improve these firefights? How can they improve their map awareness even more? How can they reposition themselves quickly enough before the opponent's able to adapt onto them?
Exactly. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to find out who the MVP of this game was, because there were so many good players. They were extremely skilled individuals who might just be vying for that top spot. But ladies and gentlemen, the MVP for this game has to be Bgis. Once again, just like you said, Skulltz with 6 finishes. This was a fantastic performance. It had to be from Team Skulltz. I was thinking that there might be other players from Team Skulltz as well who were competing. Yes, for example, as a matter of fact, Phoenix with 5 finishes. I was thinking that it might be someone between the two, but they both share the top 2 spots. Godlike, they've got the bottom 2 spots of the top 5 players. Jonathan and Z got shared 3 finishes between them, and Baymax from Redemption Crew with 5 finishes. A commendable performance.
I mean, I just want to let the people know there's a reason why I said this team, my eyes are going to be locked on them. And even inside the round one, as soon as I saw, in round one, Skulltz did not really have that much of a good performance. But in general, as soon as I saw their playstyle, I knew this team packs a massive punch. And if a good exposure with good game strat put up on them, this team can make wonders. And right now, Skulltz, they're exactly doing so. Inside round 2, they're dominating the competition. Yeah, at the start, it was a little bit of slow-paced start for the side of Skulltz, but then they started to pick up the pace in a pretty good manner. Now, as you do take a look at the point standings of that previous game, which was the last game of this entire day, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a look at Skulltz Esports on the first spot, Godlike on the second. As you mentioned, Godlike, it does seem like they have almost managed to qualify, but still it's a question.
Yep. It still is a very big question, Necro, of course. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time when we have a look at the overall standings. The report card of the entire day is going to be in front of our screens in just a matter of moments. And we are going to find out who actually makes it. And yes, it is Team Godlike as well as Velocity. Both of them make the cut. It is with 53 points. The Team Godlike are at the 7th spot. Velocity with 62 points at the 6th spot. But Midwave Esports, they have toppled Team VST in the process. Who could have thought that somebody would be turning down VST and capturing that #1 spot? What a performance from Midwave.
Okay, I just want to let you know one thing. In the first 3 games, VST, they got 71 points.
71 points,
and
yes.
And then after that, they've only managed to get 6 points. So that drop-off into consistency from the side of VST, I hope drop-off is like sort of intentional, or VST probably thought that, we've already accumulated so many points, we don't need to fight back, or we don't need to try hard anymore. So I hope this drop-off is intentional. But if it's unintentional, then the problem is definitely going to be there. But ladies and gentlemen, as we do take a look at the latter half of the board, look at Team INS Esports, look at Galaxy Racers, known names, and then Faith Esports all the way at the bottom. So many of these known names not able to perform, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely going to be a massive heartbreaker for the fans.
Heartbreaker for GENxFM as well with 41 points. They have tied once again in that 8th and 9th position. We have had a tie, and it's basis of placement points, because of which NorulesXtreme are going to qualify and GENxFM, they don't make that cut. This is probably the most heartbreaking thing, especially when it comes to cutting the teams in half, cutting the groups in half when it comes to qualification. BGMI is absolutely cruel. Just imagine this, a qualification, an extra point for GENxFM GENxFM would have meant that they were qualifying for round 3 of BGIS. But just because of this one point, they will have to start back all over again. All the grind and all the performance that they did show up in the grind, it's just been nullified.
But even Godlike, man, I mean, till the end, the suspense was built up, and then even Godlike, they managed to qualify, like barely they managed to qualify just because they clutched up in the final game. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, you all will agree, this is something that we definitely do not expect from a team like Godlike. We expect a better performance. But team like INS, I thought they would not have any problems at all to make it inside the top 8. But they did not qualify. Even Galaxy Racer, such a big name, even they were not able to qualify.
They certainly were not able to qualify. But ladies and gentlemen, the deadline for the completion of your team ends today. The last day of completing your squad so that you can also be a part of BGIS and you can also write your name in history. 6th August up until 12 p.m. midnight is all that you've got. So gather around all the players, gather around the best players that you know and register for this tournament, because this might be your opportunity to become India's next big superstar. And just like I repeat once again, the deadline ends tonight midnight, so it's going to be extremely crucial to act quickly so that you don't miss out on that opportunity, just like Godlike also acted very quickly in the last 2 games so that they don't miss out on that opportunity for BGIS. Necro, that was a very smooth transition, huh?
I mean, but one thing is for sure, man. If you guys are watching this, I mean, the extension of the deadline is literally for you guys, because we want the most amount of people just registering for the BGIS, because 2 crore rupees are on the line. That's a massive prize pool. This can be a life-changing amount of money. So if you have managed to qualify, then of course keep on trying for your best performance inside the BGIS qualifications. But ladies and gentlemen, today's day has been a really fantastic day. It started off quite chaotic, but then later on things started to settle down in a good manner though.
Exactly. And it's not just about today, Necro. I feel like the whole week in tandem was just so chaotic. It was a great underdog story, and so many new teams just came up and showed the world what they were capable of. So many tier 1 teams could not really perform and they could not make the cut. They would have to start back over again. And this is why we always say BGIS is an underdog tournament. It's for the grassroots. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you same place, same time next week with further rounds. We'll see you. Goodbye.